What's up? Welcome to the Gooner channel. Tuesday, 10:30. That can mean only one thing. It is, of course, the Tuesday Club. Hasn't been long enough, I don't think, from the shameful performance against Manchester United for tempers to have calmed down a little bit. But, you know, we don't have to talk about football if you don't want to. We could talk about something else. Of course, we do have a game coming up against Hai Karate, which, look, honestly, I don't think this is the game to bounce back. I don't think you prove anything by beating Kairat or Kirat or however the hell you say it. Someone tell me. But we are all expecting a win. More interested really in Mikel Arteta. Got the team together for a meeting after the Man United game. Again, this doesn't feel like news. Of course you get a meeting together. Perhaps a meeting would be like, guys, actually, what the fuck happened? Who is to blame? I've seen a lot of that. I've seen, is Arteta to blame, the players to blame? Can we just agree it's the team, that they're all to blame? I don't think anyone really covered themselves in glory. But it is a really interesting time in the Arsenal fan base. And I forgive people outside of our club for not really fully understanding what we're all complaining about. There have been a lot of people saying things like, but you're still 4 points clear, which is a little bit like saying, it's only a game. It isn't going to de-escalate people whose sensibilities have been enraged by the poor performance. But are we lacking a certain sense of perspective? Now, the thing is, Arteta's called the team together and talked about, he said something really irritating, which is not unlike him. Even if you're a fan of Mikel Arteta's, there's certain times when he opens his mouth and you think, I don't like it when he talks about having fire in the tummy. I think it's high time someone told him that's quite a childish word. But so here it is. I'm going to read a bit out for you, and then we can go to the music and then get ready for your points. And if you want to jump on, let me know. Mikel Arteta has revealed he called his players for a meeting to bring down the temperature and pleaded with Arsenal's anxious fan base to jump on the fun boat. If he doesn't win the title, the light bulbs, the Anfield training simulation, and now jump on the fun boat are going to be things he's remembered for, and probably not for very long. In the wake of their defeat to Manchester United, he's asking everybody to join on the fun boat. Arsenal's Premier League title tilt was dealt a blow following a 3-2 loss to United at the Emirates Stadium on Sunday. Arteta's squad have taken just 2 points from the 9 available across 3 matches. That is a point. That is why a lot of people are concerned. And a lot of people have jumped up and down already saying, I told you so, which is never helpful. Come on, honestly. No one really wants to hear that. So I guess, look, I'm guided by you. It's a speakeasy, so speak your minds. If you want to jump on, I'm going to share the link after a brief musical interlude. Chance to compose ourselves. I can see there's a few of you in already, so I'm very grateful that you're here. And I'm hoping that we have a fantastic conversation which is rooted in the spirit that we all want the same thing. We all want Arsenal to win the league this season. And before you go telling me what's going to happen, I don't mean this in a bad way, but I don't want your opinion of what's going to happen because none of us know. You can feel really confident that you're sure that we're not going to win the league, and someone else can feel really confident they are sure we're going to win the league. The reality is we're just going to have to wait and see. Clearly, though, performances like the one against Manchester United are worthy of discussion, not just on their own, but in the context of other performances like them. And I am thinking of Aston Villa, I'm thinking of Fulham, I'm thinking of West Ham, I'm thinking of Brighton, and all those games that have been pivotal. Bayern Munich away, we just didn't turn up. Sometimes we don't turn up. So I want to know where you stand on it. Are Arsenal cowards? Are we awful? If so, how do you explain the fact that Arsenal are still 4 points clear at the top of the table? And for anybody who wants to tell me, this Man City juggernaut's going to catch us, they don't look that great. So we're going to have a heated debate, but we're going to stay friends. And if you do just want to talk about something else, I'm okay for it. I've had a lovely couple of days and I just had a really lovely evening. So it's going to be hard to put me in a bad mood. I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 people who drop in on the screen who might try. Good luck with that. But until I see you after this interlude, get yourself a cup of tea or coffee. Get yourself settled.
As dust settles, moonlight sharp like a blade. Tuesday club door swing, cool cats invade. Rosie at the helm, a queen with no crown. Snaps fingers once, the whole room quiets down. Jack jackets leather, glasses frosted with steam. Laughter ricochets like a well-oiled machine. Dice rolling shadows, secrets drip like wax. Stylish assassins, no need to relax. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosy rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosy rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Corners dim where the whispers spark flames. Stories unravel but nobody names names. Vinyl spins and beats bounce off the walls. Saxophone crying like the street light calls. The regulars know it's not just the scene. It's a haven for the sharp, the slick, the serene. Chatter like bullets ricochet through the air. Rosie's eyes sharper than a lioness stare. No drama, no mess, just rhythm and flow. Tuesday's the day, the city, let's go. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosy rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosy rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Now you have the Tuesday Mets, no light, that's the Tuesday Mets. Rosy rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosy rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club. Tuesday nights where the ice don't melt. Every word spoken, every vibe felt. Rosy rules, no fools, no scrub. This ain't no party, it's the Tuesday club.
Drink responsibly. But tonight we have a new sponsor.
This is high karate, and this unsuspecting girl is about to catch its irresistible scent. The high karate scent that can turn a usually docile woman into a ravenous creature. A scent so irresistible that every pack of high karate carries essential instructions on self-defense. High karate aftershave.
So we play high karate tomorrow. The 70s, eh? Gotta love it. Right, there's a lot of you in, and I'm very pleased to see you all. So let's go through some comments. Will, a lot of you are thinking right now, is Hawkwind going to be number one again? No! Malt Licky, Texas is number one. Fantastic to see you. Hope you're not getting snowed in. Right, so to the question, I think was... I actually can't even remember the question, but Malt Licky, Texas has written, yes, because of the lackadaisical way Arsenal drops points. I don't drop that many points. Like, you know, we've got points. We've got more points than anyone else. But I get, you know, you're frustrated. Frustration is running high. The lack of fighting spirit and hunger the team frequently demonstrates is just mind-blowing to many Arsenal fans. I don't know if it's mind-blowing. I think a lot of Arsenal fans expect it, anticipate it, and think it's part of the endemic problem of Mikel Arteta's reign. I don't know if this is all fair. Like, suddenly, because we've gone 3 games without a win in the league, against Liverpool, against Manchester United, and away to Forest, we are lacking courage, lack fighting spirit. Well, how did we get to the top of the table, Malt Licky, Texas? Why aren't we similarly over the top when they're winning games? When we're beating Tottenham, when we're beating Atletico Madrid, when we're beating Bayern. We've had some good results this week. And we are. Look, are we not lacking? Are we therefore also lacking fighting spirit in the Champions League? To counter my own point on your behalf, and please do feel free to get in the comments, perhaps it's the thing is there's not so much pressure in the Champions League. Maybe we're just choking. Maybe this is what happens when people who don't have the confidence of champions. I don't know. Listen, I have no answers. I've just got questions. But thank you for writing in, Malt Licky, Texas, and it's great to have you here. Squeak1882. Make sure you're subscribed, Squeak. Can't even watch anything Arsenal at the moment. Actually, then maybe don't subscribe because this is all about Arsenal. But I'm glad you're here. I'm heavily sulking and gutted. I love the fact that you refer to it as sulking. I kind of understand it. I think that's what it is. It is, part of football is disappointment. I don't know why that's revelatory to people. I kind of say that and people go, well, we're Arsenal fans. We should win everything all the time. Yeah, we should, but we don't. And no one does. And disappointment is a part of football. Otherwise, you'd win the quad every year. Quad loading, by the way. Here he is, Hawkwind. What time do you call this? You're not even the first one in. Hawkwind. It's almost not worth playing the... Wind and fire. How are you? How are you? How are you, geezer? That's what I want to know. Malia. Fantastic to see you. Big up, boss man. All the legends in the chat. It's the Tuesday Club. This ain't no party. It's the Tuesday Club. No. Keep saying you is the geezer. You two have this conversation every single time. Look at that. Majin's here. Hey, mate. How you doing? Great to see you. And Sean. Sean, you absolute star, sent me a really good... WhatsApp with lots to read. Haven't got round to it yet. Massively busy day. Right, where are we? Malia, kettle's working. Tea, white, no sugar. Got some rich tea bickies too. Don't give out the free biscuits, mate. Like, slow down, all right? We're a pub. Ooh, yum, thanks. All right, well, for Malia. Only for Malia. Evening, landlord. I'll have a pint of Kairat. Who the fuck are Kairat? And a packet if we don't win 10-0 Arteta out. Please hear me out. I'll be demanding an emergency meeting if we don't. I think a few of us will be demanding an emergency meeting if that's a draw. But why? We're through. What do we need to do? He needs Gaviscon. Rosie Fandabirosi. Good to see you. Good evening, everyone. Hope you've had a great day. Malia says, I was disappointed on Sunday, but I'm determined to be positive. Those are the days when people used to try hard to be positive. The spirit of the Blitz, you know. Can you imagine during the Second World War, the stoic British single-handedly defeating the tyranny of the Nazis? But imagine if they'd all been flailing around like Arsenal fans these days. What happened to the stiff upper lip and the reserve? Nowadays, people can't wait to go running and shouting into a screen. Why is that? I've had to unsubscribe from 2 accounts this week because I watched their... And the first thing it was, that photo. Do you do that? Do you seek those out? I hope not. I hope, look, as I never tire of saying, this is the Adams Arms. It is a hostelry for the hopeful, a place where football can still be fun, where all are welcome. You are all welcome. Just be nice to each other. I suppose jumping on the fun boat is different to jumping on fun bags. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But you're so in tune with that 1970s high karate advert. It's unreal. Welcome, though. Right, where are we? Queen of Rangers, Rosie. When Arsenal are on the cusp of achieving something historical, the lack of fighting spirit and hunger the team frequently demonstrates is just mind-blowing to many Arsenal fans. Many Arsenal fans who've never been in a situation. Many Arsenal fans who can't possibly know what effect being so close to greatness will have. So few people ever reach that pinnacle of modern football. And yet, for those of us sitting around carrying a few extra pounds, eating a pizza, shouting at our screen, we can't understand how they don't just win the Premier League. From my perspective, it does feel a little bit like if you're a really good chef, maybe not the best in the world, but you're one of the top 5 and you want to win the accolade as top chef in the world, and you have to put up with a lot of people who've never tasted your food or don't know how to cook, complaining that you're not good enough. That's what it feels like. If we can take a bit of responsibility for the fact that, yes, I understand that we're disappointed they didn't do what we wanted them to, what they wanted them to, but name a team whose fans can't say that. We are still top of the league, and before anybody comes on here and tells me that we won't be soon, stop trying to predict the future. It's not possible. Rosie, Queen of Scotland. I had to do this fully. Dan said Queen of South last time I abbreviated it. I think the important question is tomato sauce in or out of the fridge. This is a really simple one and drives me mad. Rosie knows how to push my buttons. When you buy a product, if it's not refrigerated, that means you don't have to refrigerate it. But if you're going to go sticking your fingers in it, then you do have to refrigerate it because you've essentially contaminated it. Hope that helps. Mayonnaise, once opened, I suggest it goes in the fridge. But just think, I didn't buy it for... Anyway, I've gone on too far. Was as dough. Don't know what you're talking about. I've been called lots of things from the south. Isn't one of them. That probably offends you more than calling you a Celtic fan, no? Let's talk about crisps and sandwiches instead. I like it. I like it a lot. Right, where are we? It needs to be cheese and onion and on cheap white bread. Tell me you're poor without telling me you're poor. You can do anything with AI these days. Damn. Betty, what are you talking about? Great to see you. Let me know if you want to jump on. Malt Licky Texas. Hey, how are you? Says Rosie. Look at that. Do you know what? Some messages just sing to me. They just stand out, and that is one of them. Just woke up from a great nap. Truly in life, are there many things better than a great nap? Glad for you. Hope you're well, says Rosie to Benny. We're permitted to lose faith. Can't demand trophies. We're acting like the race is over when we're 4 points clear at the top. I honestly think if... I got in trouble for saying this a couple of times. Maybe I'm not expressing myself well, but you can't expect from other people what you can't do yourself. We are asking, are we not? We're asking this Arsenal fan to stay confident and believe. And all around them, everywhere you look, people are flapping around. It's insane to me. I think, I don't know, I'm from an era, Gen X, where we looked up to the stoic... Deluded was saying this. The Gary Cooper, was it Deluded? I can't remember if it was Deluded. Actually, someone was saying, where are all the Gary Coopers? Might have been Terry Flewers, actually. I don't know. Somebody was saying it, and it's straight out of Sopranos, by the way. But I did look up to men who were sort of stoic and, you know, didn't flap about or shout or have tantrums. When did it become normal for adults to have tantrums? And when's it going to stop feeling normal to some people? It's not normal. It's not normal. Rosie and Malia. What song is this? This is the Tuesday Club. It's one of mine. It is, I think I put it on the YouTube channel under the musical playlist. Feel free to stick a like on it. And Rosie says hello to Jose. Yes, United loss is massively frustrating. Still can't believe we lost to these pagans. I can only talk about the times that we've lost during title races before. And it is really irritating. It's anger-inducing at times. I think, look, I'm not going to try and speak for anyone else. I can only speak to how I feel. Watching us walk about like that does kind of, it's what Malt Licky Texas was saying. It's like, you know, it's mind-blowing. You never know when it's going to happen. I honestly thought we'd be more fired up for this. But a lot of armchair fans are sort of sitting there going, this is complacency, or this is arrogance, or this is cowardice, or this is a lack of... All of that may be true. None of us know. But I do know that I hope that Mikel Arteta finds the ability to bring this team together and make them believe again, because it does feel like they're wobbling. Their confidence is wobbling. Maybe that's the chemistry of the squad isn't enough. Maybe there aren't enough men in there. I saw something really interesting to me talking about Declan Rice. You're too nice. You know, we need you to be a bit of an horrible bastard. Chuck yourself around a pitch, get in it. And I don't know. Maybe we need Ben White on the pitch more. I don't know what happens next. I know we beat Karate or Hai Karate. If we don't, then I'll do an emergency stream. It'll last 9 hours, like one of our favourites did recently. Dope intro tune. I'm getting a lot of love for that today. Great to see you, JB Smithington. That's a great name. Wonderful name. Great to see you. I'm getting a lot of... If you haven't heard it before, it's the Tuesday Club theme tune. We've got a few bangers on this channel, if I do say so myself. The anthem, Handbrake Off. It's got something like 80,000 views on TikTok. I'm loving it. How are you? I hope you're talking to me, but you're probably not. I'm doing well in case anyone gives up. Dan created it. Thank you. Tuesday Club intro. It is our Tuesday Club anthem. Zanzi. Oh, it's a lot of people saying hello to each other. It should have a video on the channel. It does. It has a video on the channel. Did I not put it on there? Guys, there is a playlist. You see, this is it. You just come to the lives. You don't watch the videos. I don't know what to do to make you watch the videos. But yeah, no, I think it's on the playlist. I'll check. I'm going to have a quick check. In fact, before I check, let me go through some more of your comments. And everyone's just saying hello to each other. What the fuck is this? Ha. I don't know what you're talking about, but I love it. New sponsor, that's right. Hi, Karate Aftershave. Are you talking about that? I was wondering what you're talking about. Arteta needs to provide enhanced support for Eze. We need the Crystal Palace Eze to win the title. Is it unusual for a player to leave one team to another team and need a little time to settle in and find his partnerships? Are we expecting too much? I tell you what I am open to discussing, though, which I quite want to discuss, but you lead the conversation. I don't. Let me just say this. Martin Odegaard, I don't give a shit if you're the captain or not. If you keep getting subbed off early in the second half, just don't play him. Let Eze have a go. I can't believe we let Nwaneri go and he scores. I finally saw the cracker he scored for Marseille on his debut. Dare I say it, from that sort of 10 position, we kind of need someone who can do that. We let him go. That's the only one we let go. High karate and aftershave from when Dan was in his mid-30s. I still wear it, Rosie. When men were men and women were women. I don't know. I couldn't finish that sentence. We flew to the top of the league without anybody. We didn't have to fight or struggle to get there. No fighting spirit indeed. I know it's an overreaction. You've got to be, even if you feel that way, you have to appreciate you didn't feel like that just before the Man United game. Or maybe you are one of those people who for the last year has been saying, we're not going to win anything, and you might be right, but let's just agree you don't have to keep saying it. It's very harsh how people are judging the team after this United game. They had a good plan. They were good on the day. These things happen unless it's not football, I guess. We need to stop saying we are however many points clear. We're 7 points clear, and now we're 4 points clear. We must again. No, hang on a minute. Majin, you're misunderstanding the point. The point I'm making is you can't go around saying we're shit without explaining why, with only 15 games to go, why we are top of the table. Because really shit teams don't usually accumulate any kind of lead. 4 points, 7 points, or 1 point lead with 15 games to go. If it was Aston Villa in our position, nobody would be saying, had they lost one game, no one would be questioning their pedigree or their bottle. It's just an Arsenal condition. And it's built around the fact that for the last 3 years, we've been disappointed. And when grown-ups are disappointed, usually what they do is they sit with it a while, they process it, and then they move on to the next thing. There's no point sitting around in your own feces, right? When toddlers get disappointed, they shout and scream till everybody's disappointed. That's the reality. Some people don't grow out of that phase. It is weird though, because it used to be so frowned upon to be a grown-up shouting, especially in England. It's just not the place for it. So good evening. Look at that, half volley 1886. Fantastic to see you. Always good comments from you. Wait a minute, is this about Arsenal? I'm off, says Rosie. No, it's about sandwiches. We're talking about ketchup. What are you on about? Bottle of ketchup. Majin P. We are 4 points clear. Some weekends soon we might be up 6. It doesn't matter. Listen, how many points clear were Man City? How many points clear was anyone? Nothing matters. It doesn't matter. But I would rather be 4 points clear than not. I'd rather be 11 points clear than 4 points clear. It's just a maths puzzle at this point. Everybody knows this stuff. You don't need me to tell you. And then, Rosie, I'm well, and I hope you are too. And then, we haven't been playing well for some time, and the United result was always coming. Half volley 1886, we haven't been playing well for some time, and if by some time you mean since we beat Inter Milan at the San Siro 3-1, I thought we played well. Did you think we played well that night? I understand you're talking about the Premier League, because I also thought we played quite well winning the first leg of the Champions... listen to me, the League Cup semi-final. And until she's here, when she's here, and all the time she's here, Miss Melina drinks free here, because Miss Melina, thank you so much. There are just people you meet in this online space, and they are so kind and so generous with their time. Miss Melina spent ages over the last couple of days helping me to sort out tickets for my brother on his birthday. So I'm taking him to the... his birthday was yesterday, but I'm taking him to the Chelsea semi-final. I am so excited. I could not be more happy, and it would not be possible without Miss Melina, the Queen of Arsenal. So if she pops in, I'm going to be saying a huge thank you. Besides the deep freeze, I'm good, Rosie. Zubimendi's mistake was criminal and caused a psychological shock, which we struggled to recover from. Yeah, it was bad. It was a really bad mistake. Who doesn't make really bad mistakes? Remember Steven Gerrard's slip? Stuart Pearce missing a penalty. Just human beings that take the chances, that put themselves in the frame, that compete at the highest level. Mistakes are part of it. Now, if you did it again, I'd probably... I mean, I remember Jorginho coming on in the North London derby a couple of years ago and giving the ball away, and that game was a 2-2. Meltdowns are not necessary at this point. Could we just... Look, if you are having a meltdown about the Man United game... Just save it up. Have a meltdown when we're 4 points behind later on in the season. If you're so sure we're not going to win it, save your meltdowns. Stop putting the melt in meltdown. That's what I'm saying. Arsenal I can't read it suddenly. Arsenal's not Arsenal FC, not Arteta FC. A big one. Maybe put a dash in between it. Over 2,000 days without a trophy. Yeah. Was someone promising you a trophy? By the way, it's going to be 2001 because we're not going to win a trophy tomorrow either. I'm sorry. You could freeze the tits off a budgie here. I think it's really cold in Texas at the moment. I just Zubimendi 90 minutes against Inter and starts against United was too much brain fog. Zubimendi 90 minutes against Inter and starts against United was too much brain fog. Listen, I'm on that with you. I would love to see better rotation all around. I went on to the call-in show. Some of you, by the way, and thank you if you've subscribed because you watched a Highbury Squad last night. I'd never been on Highbury Squad before, and I really enjoyed it. But it's one of those public call-ins that Sophie does, and it was really cool. And I checked the subscriber list this morning, and it's gone up. I hadn't even put anything out. So thank you if you joined, and I really appreciate you. One of the things I love about Highbury Squad, though, is she stays calm. Of course, we want a calm place, and I love that community, and I think communities like ours and the community of the Highbury Squad, this is what football fans really are. You know, if you turned up today to see someone shouting into a camera, why? Just watch one of the videos of them shouting into the camera in the last 4 years. Just be respectful. Exactly. I'll come and cry. Why not? I'll come and put a link then. Why not? You got your camera on. It is better if you guys want to, if anyone wants to come on, it is just a little bit. I know Zanzi's got a pass because Zanzi's the only barman I can find on that pay grade. But I love you, Zanzi. You know I do. Miss Melina, I've just been eulogizing about you. I cannot thank you enough. You're an absolute 100% angel. And yeah, I'm just so looking forward to going to the semi-final. We're going to beat Chelsea. And if we don't, it's brilliant. I can be live shouting into my phone and we can all join in. At the end of the day, it gets dark. The Adams Arms is a refuge for sanity compared to other neurotic Arsenal fan communities. I'm so glad you appreciate that. And it's you guys that make it that way because we do have disagreements, but we don't get nasty about it. And if we do, there's some brilliant moderators here to do their job. I honestly haven't finished saying how great Miss Melina is. You're going to hear a lot of that. We've got some people backstage. I'm going to race through the comments that you guys have left, except this one and that one. And what happened to what happened to stoicism? Real question. I appreciate a real question. What happened to the appreciation that without suffering there can be no joy? These are binary concepts. I urge you all to read your Marcus Aurelius and to understand that growth forward is about that zen-like state you reach. I also feel Arteta has done Norgard a bit dirty. Brentford captain who can't get a game or even deputise for a player new to the Premier League. Yeah, you know. I think he would have known the deal, though. I mean, all right, let me throw that back at you half volley. How many games did you expect Norgard to play by now if we sign Zubimendi and we have Declan Rice and we also have Miles Lewis-Skelly who can play in that position alongside Marino? What games did you clamour for him to play? I don't know why people are getting on. Like, Norgard, for me, great that we've got him if we need him. Stood in as an able deputy at centre-back, but I don't know if I think that if we had Norgard in, we'd be 10 points clear. Or maybe you do. Let me know. This manager. Do you know what? Before I bring the guests on, if you're gonna prompt it, I'm gonna play it. This manager, this board, this fan base, the Cronkies. I want my dummy. It's a little bit kind, I think, to some of the ranting, shouting people. I have no problem with anybody who is disappointed, frustrated, or feels clearly that they can see the future is going to be disappointing under Mikel Arteta. I am genuinely interested, though. Maybe it's a conversation we want to have. Maybe it isn't. What is all this shouting about? I literally had to unsubscribe to 2 videos because you get there's a new video out. You watch it, and it's literally just some adult male shouting into the camera. Anybody feel like shouting today? Benny, give us a good shout. Go on.
Clip out.
Arteta in! I want Arteta in forever! How are you, Benny?
That was very Mark Goldbridge-like, actually.
I just saw. I'm doing a parody of Mark Goldbridge later because I just saw him doing a thing about cooking the best Yorkshire puddings, and I was like, Mark, stay in your lane, mate. You're not Jamie Oliver. Like, he's doing a thing about how to cook. I just thought it'd be funny to parody him doing and this is me cooking a pot noodle. So get yourself a, anyway, enough airtime for Mark Goldbridge. He's doing brilliantly. Genuinely, Benny, positive about karate tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously we should win. It's a free hit, really. So
you would say that you're an Arteta sexual. They're going to turn us over.
My hope, last week my hope was that all the reserve players come in and use this to kind of prove themselves. But now that the Man United did one over us, I guess we have to kind of win this game. There's like some pressure because if God knows, and it won't happen. But if we lose, we know everyone will be coming for us. The whole internet will have to go off or something.
They love it. They love winding us up because we respond really well. Zanzi, are you confident about high karate? Are you wearing high karate more likely?
No, but because we've got posh people in the chat.
Have we?
Who's a bloke with a really posh name? Smithington.
Oh yeah, love it. Absolutely perfect name.
Yeah, I'm actually wearing a tie. Nothing else, fantastic. Just a tie.
I was just gonna say it's a dicky bow tie, and you're sitting there in your natural, aren't you?
I am.
Great to have you here, Zanzi.
But did anyone realise you are actually AI? Because if you hadn't have been AI, then the Arsenal sign wouldn't have been Squiff. Over to Bobby.
I don't like it when people discover the truth about my origins.
All right.
Great audio, Bobby.
See the bobbles, though.
Bad audio, Bobby. How the hell are you?
I am doing good, and I thought you came up with a good point before, but I didn't agree with you.
Please don't sound surprised. You didn't agree with my good point.
Yeah, I thought it was a good point, but I like to be your devil's advocate, and I think you like to be mine. So I think it works as we're kind of like Magneto and Xavier at the minute. So
which one am I? Can I be Magneto?
Yeah, you can. You can.
Right,
only because I really like Xavier's wheels. So on the new ones. But I think you were referring to Odegaard. Why should a captain come off in those kind of games, and why is he always so subbed? So you put the captain aside, because the captain really has no bearing on why he's been substituted. The main reason he's been substituted is because our third most expensive signing plays in his position and needs game time to adjust. And it's just as simple as that, really. Is the fact that
are you saying that he was playing really well and that he shouldn't have been subbed, but it was important to bring Eze on in the game state we were in, trying to win a game?
I think personally, I've got a whole different. I think when we look at Eze, I'm a big fan of Eze, and I think can be a nucleus, and he will be very, very good for us. I think he's just going to be learning how to play the Arteta way in terms of applying more defensive pressure and working on that. I think he gives us vulnerability, and the reason Arteta sometimes doesn't like to go gung-ho at the end of the games is because we're very vulnerable at the end of the game, and we can concede goals, and we've seen it ourselves against Villa. Late goals that we've conceded, it really does hurt us. So every time Arteta is a bit more pragmatic, I'd say, I think it's worked. Like, everybody's here saying, not everybody here, but being everybody in the media saying, oh, well, he needs to be more gung-ho, We're sat on top of the league.
Yeah, no. I get that. Those points, I think there's a confluence of points, but there are a couple I want to pick up with you. One is, I'm not necessarily saying that I'm surprised. I'm not surprised he subbed Odegaard. He was not doing anything. I thought there was a panic substitution. When we bring 4 on at once, it shows that something isn't working properly to plan. And I didn't feel like the subs worked. But I'll give Arteta credit, because in the past I've criticised him for not making subs soon enough. This time he made them soon enough and it didn't work. you can't be control of everything. So leaving that to one side. But my issue with Martin Odegaard isn't the Man United game. It's that it's a long string of games now where he's been ineffective, and I think that if you want to give Eze game time, start him. Just say, Martin, do you know what? Like, for whichever reason, we're like, let me put it a completely different way. If it was me talking to Martin Odegaard, as much as he's obviously one of his favourites and he's his leader on the pitch and he does what he's told, I'd be saying, listen, I hope you don't mind, but this is we're trying to be the best club in the country and you're not playing that well, so you're getting benched. And if the guy who comes in to replace you has a really good game, you might be on the bench for a while, because that's how I grew up. That's how the Liverpool teams and the Arsenal teams that I grew up loving used to be. You played every minute you could, because if the guy came in after you and took your place, that was that. And I think Arteta is that ruthless. You only have to look at Kieran Tierney or at Ramsdale. If there's a better player out there, he'll get him. He let Ramsdale play the first few games after David Raya came in, and then when he didn't quite make it, Raya came in and never lost his place. I think with Martin Odegaard, there is a pressure on him, with all that was discussed about Odegaard as captain, to kind of stick by his captain. But I don't think you should be loyal to a player. You should be loyal to a club and you should be loyal to a position. And if Eze can't play as well as Odegaard, we have a problem, but we have to fix it. We can't keep playing a player who's not playing well. And I think evidence of the fact he's not playing well is almost every game he plays, he's off before the 65th minute.
But I think that says it all, though, doesn't it? Like, Eze, the reason Odegaard starts for Arsenal isn't because he's captain. It's because he's been very consistent for us for a very long time, up until his serious injuries occurred. And
His serious injury was a year ago.
And certain injuries do take a long time to recover, and he's been in and out. And I think
if he's not recovered, he can't start.
No, but I mean, in terms of, he's probably not, like, the way I like to put this is, if you consider Saka or Madueke, we consider Saka is not at his best right now, but all Saka needs to do sometimes is very similar to Salah, is deliver a moment of brilliance. And I believe Odegaard gives you that in most instances. Like, look, he got us
more than Eze.
Yeah, I think maybe, like, I think I'm not saying, I personally think Odegaard's a better player. I think if you look at Odegaard, an informed Odegaard or an informed Eze, the answer's an informed Odegaard.
Okay.
Who have we seen? If we really ask ourselves, did Eze light up? I still think Eze's a great player, but he obviously leaves us very vulnerable in positions whereby we can be hit and hurt, and that's why Nwaneri's out on loan at the minute, scoring a stunner and a screamer. But I think,
Sickening, isn't it?
But I think again, it's that defensive vulnerability. We've got players that can, like Arteta says all the time, we've got players that can score from all aspects of the pitch. You see Timber and Saliba in the box because they can score those goals, not just with corners, headers. They can also score. So we've got a really good attacking team out. I think people forget that sometimes.
Yeah, they do. I mean, the head loss goes week by week. We could batter Leeds 5-0 away, and I think everyone's back on the happy train. I think we just
if we batter Leeds 5-0, you know we've scored the most goals in the league, right?
Don't know how many City will score.
Oh no, but just say, for example, if we score 3 more goals than
if
City,
we score more goals than City, we'll have scored more goals than City. Definitely.
So we're only 3 goals behind him. I mean,
no, I get it. Listen, you've made some really good points, and I love. You're absolutely right. I really appreciate Devil's Advocate. Benny? Is that you wanting to jump in the Odegaard?
I was trying to put the, like, I don't know if how many of you like use Slack or Zoom, and they have like the hands up button where you're like, please put
yeah.
Every day of my life, Benny. Every day of my life.
I think like I understand both of you have points. For me, like I can see people like talking in the chat about like Eze is I guess it's either one or the two. Either you pick Eze or you pick Odegaard. Yeah. Both of them haven't been pulling up any trees. Like Eze started against Inter. What did he do? He started against Portsmouth. What did he do? So I'm not saying Odegaard is playing brilliantly, but Eze isn't playing if Eze couldn't handle Portsmouth and couldn't handle when even Jesus backed 2 goals against Inter, and then he couldn't handle himself. So why does Eze deserve to start? Then the second thing is, if you look at all of the attackers, they've been, for me, like I kind of, this happened when I took some time after Sunday's game. I went into my hiding hole. I took some time, I de-stressed. I didn't listen to a lot of podcasts. I listened to a bit of Clive and a bit of other people. And you can see all the attackers. This was one of the stats I got from, I think, Arsenal Vision. Most of the attackers, they haven't. I don't think anyone has scored up to 6 goals in the league.
5 is top. Yeah, 5's the top.
5. Yeah, like, can you imagine? Like, and I remember somebody making a point when, I guess, Man City won the league or Liverpool. You always have like one of your attackers like standing up as world class. For us, it would be Bukayo Saka, right? And even Saka is not at that level. Can any of you kind of like, even Zanzi behind the camera, can any of you say one of our attackers that is at that world class level where we can say, give the ball to this guy and let him win us the league?
Is that the system, or is that because these players? You think they talk about?
One of them should be able to stand up. You should be able to say, you can see Martinelli in the Champions League, but like in the league,
Trossard, Silky, I think there's something not clicking. That's definitely true.
But you did say world class though, didn't you?
Yeah. The defense is balling. No, well, Liverpool had it with Salah. City had it with De Bruyne. And
no, but what about the City before? All right, okay, you're counting De Bruyne. All right, listen, I think these are really good points.
One of the attacking players needs to like stand up and be like, I'm gonna be the player. Maybe I create all the assists, or I'm gonna create like I need to do something, because at the moment what I'm seeing is Timber running his ass off, creating chances. Saliba also in the like opponent's half third, like. I'm like, these are not the players that are supposed to be creating for us. I understand this, like, in defense, but I don't want to see Saliba creating chances. We shouldn't be relying on them. We should be relying on the attack.
If it got us this far, though, why are we worried about it now?
What?
Bobby's point was,
people are going to figure us out. People are figuring out.
Okay. But that's a projection based on one game, not based on the 23 games. Because like 23 games, we're top of the league by 4 points, and we've scored the second most goals.
To be fair, we had kind of rolled the dice. We have been lucky.
We've rolled the dice in Europe as well, right? We beat every team we've played.
I think in Europe we've been immaculate.
It's the same people. Like, what do you do? Change the system? I don't know. Listen, I have no answers. Like I say all the time, I only have questions. But I love what both of you said. Zanzi, I want to come to you as well. But you know what it's like being in the chat when someone doesn't read out the comments. It is like deeply irritating. And you're sitting there thinking, I said that 15 minutes ago. So I'm getting to the point now where it's a half an hour. So let me pause this, go through the comments, read out as many as I can. And I'll try and avoid reading out the ones that just say, hi, Zanzi. But Miss Melina, you're an absolute legend. Eggs in the fridge or out of the fridge? In the United States, you have to keep eggs in the fridge because they wash the eggs with chemicals, which means that they don't have the protective. But in Europe, you keep them out of the fridge. Really simple. There you go. Look, if you want food, I should start a food channel because this is all we ever talk about anyway. And there is going to be a movie night, I promise you. Social media has killed stoicism. Malt Leaky, Texas. I cannot agree with you more. That is absolutely the case. The algorithms that sites like this use will drive people towards outbursts and emotion. But let's be honest, I'm the same, right? If you see a thing that says generational beef between Lee Gunner and a gal, and then next to it is a video going, my calm and clear thoughts on the Manchester United game, you're probably going to turn on to the one first, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I am going to go through these comments now. Right.
I think you should test that, sorry.
I am testing it. I've done it. Like, I've done rant videos. One of my best performing videos was when I got really pissed off with troops and for being homophobic and frankly ridiculous.
No, sorry. I mean the other side of it. My clear and calm, collective views.
That's what I bloody do. Every video's called calm this and... Are you not watching the videos? Bad audio, Bobby.
I'm not
Say
really...
nothing. Say less. You're still a hero. Shush. Right, eggs in the fridge for me. It's not. You do not put European eggs in a fridge. It's really bad for them. It really is not a good idea. I promise you. Who boils an egg and puts it in a fridge? Anyone who? It's just not what I was expecting tonight. But let's keep it going. Freeze bread or not? No. What are you on about? Norgard has been getting games. He's not here to be a starter. Wait a minute. You're here, you're there, you're every fucking where. Well said, though. That's a shocking amount of space. Now, you two, this was how long ago it was, wasn't it? You've come on screen since then. JB Smithington, I'm good, brother. First time here, silent listener while I'm hard at work. Free Ethan. Free Ethan, I love it. Should we have a T-shirt? Free Ethan. That's a goer. Wonderful. We needed him. I was gutted. I did the whole let's not let him go. Everyone else said I was wrong. He needs game time.
No, we didn't. No, why? No. No,
I remember you saying, Benny, let him go. Send him out. He needs the minutes, you said.
Exactly. No, don't do this. No.
Free Ethan Wanyeri.
Like,
JB.
I don't want to be rude to the French league, but Gyökeres would be like
Can be.
highest.
Listen, this is an this most like I'm the rest of us are all in England. You can be rude to the French all you like here. JB Smithington, good to see you. What a great name. Welcome. Right. How many Premier League games has Norgard played? He admitted today that he would like to play more. Imagine if he came out and said, "I don't want to play more games." That would be worse, wouldn't it? Because I'm comfortable, mate. Leave me out. Petit was brilliant. I'm going to come back to you on the Petit thing because I couldn't bring myself to watch what he said or how he said it. And
it was beautiful.
Well, please put a pin in it. We'll come to that. Did you hear about a Top Gooner putting a 17-year-old in a headlock for booing at the end of a United game? I don't know where you get the idea that there's a thing called a Top Gooner, but I can tell you that if you mouth off at football grounds, it's not unsurprising to me that you get put in the occasional headlock. I don't believe that freedom of speech should carry consequences, but I do think you have to have a bit of a common sense about you as well if you're walking around when tempers are high. Someone's going to put you in a headlock occasionally. And they shouldn't. AFC Rids, bosh, glass of wine. Love it. Good to see you here. And to say he's getting games and is living in denial, he was ostracised from the squad against United. He didn't even make the bench. Who would you have dropped to make way for... Where is this coming from? It just seems like suddenly we have weird campaigns. Suddenly everyone's Norgard in. Like, no one wanted to sign him, and now they want to play him instead of Zubamendi. All right. Maybe he'll get a game. I don't know. I agree, but he is competitive squad. He needs to fight for his way to top position, 100%. As he'll play tomorrow. And yeah, I think he probably will play tomorrow, won't he? Imagine if he doesn't play tomorrow against Karate. Yeah. I still think Zubamendi's mistake was forced by United's frontline press. I would understand if it was completely unforced error. Nah, boy Tendi, I can't have that. There wasn't that much pressure on him. Ben Ogden, you're moving the goalposts and I'd like some honesty. Arteta has had... There's nothing worse than suggesting someone's being dishonest. Don't do that. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. Arteta has had several opportunities to give him game time and he has declined. The result is Zubamendi looked exhausted. I have to give you right reply there because
I thought it was a fair reply. He said Norgard didn't make the squad and he's been ostracized out of the squad by Arteta. And I said Havertz didn't also make the squad against United. So has he also been ostracized?
No, he's injured though.
Well, he can play. He's training today and he's been kind of like let back in very slowly.
Yeah, fair. I don't know how to pronounce this, and I don't. Amom 92. Brilliant to see you. Does Arsenal need a striker this window? We're going to come back to that. I'll pop a pin in that one, but thank you for being here. Look at this. Thank you. Thank you. Do you know what, guys? Like the kindest thing you guys all do is you turn up and you watch and you get involved. I really appreciate it. But gestures like that help to keep the lights on, and I am really grateful for it. What's the point in the big squad if you're not going to use it? He has been using it, though. I don't think that's entirely fair. I think there's always middle ground somewhere. You can't say he hasn't used it. I mean, who hasn't played? Arteta won't ever trust the rotation. I don't think he's good at it. I don't think he doesn't trust it, though. Or were you on Highbury squad? Oh, yeah, I was. Yeah, I was on last night, right at the end. And Sophie is just such an interesting person that I've been watching that in the background for ages, since Kevin Campbell days. And I just love... I think, I guess you're inspired by those kind of channels. Part of this was that, like I love that there's intelligent, quiet, calm conversation, no ranting and shouting. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. None of us can claim to be right. apart from me. I do not agree. Zubi needed a rest, but if Norgard isn't there, yeah, I will agree with Arteta. I like Sophie. I do too. Brilliant presenter. Brilliant presenter, but she's media trained as well. I'm not saying that we are paid, but we have been here before. This isn't like we can call upon years of prior seasons before becoming galvanised. Not really sure what that means, but let me try again. Oh, I'm not saying we're paid, but we have been here before. This isn't like we can call upon years of prior seasons before of becoming galvanised. I think like every team that's going to become champions has that galvanising moment. I feel like there's been a great squad harmony looking in from the outside. Maybe there hasn't. Maybe, but Arteta calls a meeting and we're all getting on the fun boat. So jump on the fun boat. Make sure you're wearing a life jacket though. Because you were on Highbury squad, does that mean I have to subscribe? You're fooling no one. Even when I go live and don't warn anyone, you're Himalaya, so don't you kid anyone. And you know what? You are so important to this channel. I'm so glad you're here. TWT, hi Gary, bye Gary. Because obviously with no we ears here, someone had to do it. Arteta's first picks look exhausted and the bench players lack match sharpness. This is not a harmonious way to manage a big squad. I don't back the manager blindly. No one does. Well, no one with any sense does. Norgard would have been told his exact role in the team. I agree with that. This is brilliant. JB Smithington, bro, I'm South London. Don't be fooled by my name. Well, we're all fooled by your name. Is it Kensington? Dan and Panel, would guys be slightly more confident now if we had a Luis Enrique or an Antonio Conte on the touchline? Yeah, of course. I don't want to answer for everyone. Please try and remember all these questions. They are there. Oh, have we lost Bad Audio Bobby? Zanti, go and get Bad Audio Bobby. He's disappeared again.
I'll go look in the cellar, see if he's there.
Please do. I don't think Odegaard played well, but I don't think he played badly either. At the end of the game, Eze was no better than Odegaard by most of them. That's a fair point. I think we've all kind of said that as well. All right, here we go. Here we go. Respectfully. You know when douchebags use the word respectfully at the beginning of a sentence? Respectfully, your mum's a bitch. You know, that's the kind of thing we're getting here. Respectfully, I think this guy talking is an Arteta sexual. Why do people like this sort of, what's a nice way to say it? Fuckwits. Why do fuckwits always make everything sexual that isn't? Do you know what I mean? Like, are you an incel? Let's just ask that question. Pop that in the chats. Let me know if you're desperately trying to get laid. I enjoyed the N5 show today. A lot of honesty towards how things are going. We're all allowed to express our honesty. I don't mind people being disappointed. I don't mind people being convinced. Like people like DJB are constantly talking about how they're convinced Arteta can't win anything. You know, they're sticking their neck on the line. They're voicing their opinion. They're not shouting and ranting. It's entirely possible that they're right. I can't say they're wrong. But it's the name calling, the childlike nonsense you're getting when people start saying Top Gooner, mutant, Arteta sexual. These people have just left school and you'd think they'd have left all that behind. I don't think a real discussion has to be had on what exactly the Odegaard role is supposed to be in Arteta's mind. Even Eze is doing the middle of the park pirouette to end our own counter-attacks. It's true that. Arsenal lack the metal Chelsea, Liverpool, United and City have when they won the Premier League. I believe Arsenal should get Enrique or Simeone from Madrid. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way. Odegaard looks knackered after 45 minutes. Physically, doesn't look right, and he's been ineffective in the last couple of games. We played some of our best football this season with Eze Spurs. We did also play some of our best football with Odegaard as well. Arsenal, I think I'm going to have to stop reading you out. Arteta got rid of our only actual left back. Yeah. I mean, that's why we're nearly relegated, wasn't it? Who can defend, cross, etc. There's a bunch of left backs who aren't left backs and can't defend or stay fit. You sound like you know exactly what you're talking about, but just not football. Excuses for Odegaard. You can't pick a player based on past performances. The Tierney revisionism is funny. He didn't miss entire seasons out with injury, not at all. Listen, do you know, Boy Tendy, I think we've even talked about this in the past. When people go, you got rid of our only good left back. I've heard Lee Gunner say Kieran Tierney's my baller, like the best left back in the world. And then he goes to Real Sociedad. They don't pick him. And now he's playing at Celtic, or is he playing? If he's the best left back in the world, how have Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Inter Milan, Liverpool, Man City, why weren't they scrambling? We didn't get a lot of money for him. I think maybe revisionism is when you just can't deal with the fact that it's not how you thought it was originally. I take Eze all day over Odegaard. I think there's a split in the panel. I did the poll, by the way. It's 82% of you are saying drop Odegaard. So Maybe I'll have to write to Mikel Arteta. I don't know where the fun boat is right now, but it must be off the coast of England because we've got a home game tomorrow. What's an informed Odegaard, though, when you think of a peak Martin Odegaard firing at max potential every game? What do you envision? A total and dramatic rethinking of our football, honestly. Here we go. Odegaard also looks like he's lost half his body weight since 2 seasons ago. He does look a bit, yeah. Hey, look at that. And I was just talking about you. And by the way, DJB, I wasn't saying lovely things about you because I saw you were in the comments. I promise I didn't see that. Eze was not brought in for his defensive duties, and you've seen Odegaard defend. Captain needs to be dropped. Act like a big club and potential champions. Fair. Yeah, I'm on that with you, DJB. I wouldn't be starting him against Kairat, but I wouldn't be starting him away to Leeds. I think I'd want to just send him a message going, look, I know you're playing badly. Nobody in this team should be undroppable. And I haven't, whatever people say to make a case for him, and we can open this up for debate again. Whatever they say about him, I haven't seen him play well for 4 or 5 games. And in a big squad, in a big team, that drops you. Big up, DJB. See, that's the first nice thing you've said all day. DJB, look at the effect you have. Eze scored a hat-trick versus Spurs, never played for 4 games. Welcome, DJB, indeed. Absolute legend. If you haven't subscribed to DJB, please do. Some of my favourite moments before Christmas were you and Normski chatting about the good old days. Absolutely brilliant. And apart from the fact that your sandwich didn't really cut the mustard, I have to tell you that. We'll come back to it. Glazers fan, Lucky sings here. He's still buzzing. Says Glazers out. Why does every time with the Glazers out? I think I know you don't want the Glazers anymore. We must inspire ourselves again. Keep defence. Shut it to Fulham. If you can beat us, you can beat Fulham. AFC Rids. If Odegaard fails to stop, perhaps we sell him this summer and get Morgan Rogers. I don't know. I'm not having any conversations about what happens this summer. We're either looking for a new manager or we're still trying to recover from the hangover. I know the armband isn't the biggest deal in the world. Welcome, Makuzi. Fantastic to see you again. I know the armband isn't the biggest deal in the world, but seeing Odegaard, physical weakness and lack of output and skill right now, it doesn't belong on his arm. Like I said, I kind of feel that way. The entire attack being so out of form is definitely on Arteta. He can either stop instructing our creative midfielder to do the pirouettes in midfield or start telling both. I think I wanted to see Ben White start on Sunday, actually, because he's the only bloke that gives Gyökeres a chance. But then if you're not starting Jesus, you don't need to start Ben White. I don't know. Mr. Tom, our mortal enemy. Leeds, dirty Leeds, filthy Leeds. Bloody good to see you though, mate. And you know what? Whenever Mr. Tom comes on, it's a tradition only I care about, but I do care.
Almost everything has something to do with Leeds United. Mr. Tom, that's my name. That name again is Mr. Tom.
Bloody love him. How are you? How you doing? And what is your honest opinion of the game coming up? Morgan Rogers as an Odegaard replacement would be amazing. Yeah, I don't know if I believe it yet. I don't believe it yet. The inverting fullbacks idea has definitely run its course in the Premier League. I think we should discuss that. I don't know enough about tactics. I won't be much use to you, but it does feel like it. If we think it's a tactical problem, not a player problem, if we're switching 4 players and nothing is changing, it's clearly a tactical problem. Major, good point. I think I agree with that. There's loads of comments. Can you guys stop writing comments for like 2 minutes? Otherwise, I'm losing Benny and Bobby, and I don't know what's happened to Zanzi. Zanzi, are you still there? Can you blink twice if you're still with us?
Blink.
Blinker. Saliba, our best dribbler right now? Horrible truth. All Leeds, aren't we? Yeah, no one's Leeds. Not since the 70s. We aren't buying players for their unique individual qualities. We're buying them based on how well Arteta thinks they'll slide right into his team. So it's got nothing to do with Berta. So Berta just buys the players and that Arteta wants. And that's not me being trying to be facetious. I really don't know what you think, and I'd like to. That can't be fucking right. Mateus Cunha, Mason Mount, Tune, get on a pitch, make our team difference. Lovely. Mr. Tom just won the Copa Libertadores with Newell's. Oh, really? Okay, so it's based on the fact we've been whinging the whole season. Minority of season haven't had a 90-minute good performance the whole season. I think we have. But, it's your entitled to your opinion. I don't need to put my eggs in a fridge. No, I don't know what it's like. I only know Europe and America. America, please keep your eggs in a fridge. Robert_Bah. Brilliant to see you. Lack of rotation of forwards that needs to happen now will create better attacking dynamic. And I think I'm going to just... Troops does my nut in. I do like him. I was always disappointed when people thought I've never thought he was inauthentic. I think he's an authentic guy, but some people you listen to a lot and some people you don't. I have a fondness for Troops because he was right there at the beginning. Agree with you, Robert Barr. He agrees with you. Arteta is not going to play Wanyeri though. Well, he's not now. Free Wanyeri, free Downman's a 15-year-old boy. Come on. Just because he's older than you doesn't mean we should be playing him. I'm kidding. I know he's not older than you. Tomorrow should be MLS and Norgard and Eze in midfield. Do we want to risk it tonight trying to predict the lineups? I'm going to come back. I will come back to the chat. I've only made it up to 14 minutes ago. I am sorry, but I am doing my best here. Lads in the chat, was there anything in all of that I just read out that any one of you wants to go on?
If we're going to start picking the squad for tomorrow, shouldn't we have done it about an hour ago?
2 days ago, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to try and pick the squad for tomorrow. But there's lots of, I think there's lots of people with strong opinions. I'm always a bit worried by very strong opinions because I think, when you meet genuine experts in a field, they never have very strong opinions. They're always that little bit of doubt. When people are 100% sure and telling me something's going to happen, it very rarely happens. And I don't know why I would trust them anyway. It feels a little bit like when you walk up and down Camden High Street and there's a bloke shouting, "The end is nigh." You go, I don't really believe you. But he's convinced. Am I going back to comments?
Sorry, I was going to let Benny go first or Zanzi.
Zanzi's been.
I'll be in, yeah. It's up to Benny now.
Well, there was a comment about Antonio Conte and Luis Enrique.
Mm-hmm.
If they were the coaches now, would we not be as nervous? I think if they were the managers at this moment, we'll still be equally as nervous because the trauma we've had is just. I think any coach, even if Arteta is like fired at the end, like next coach that comes in with, and we are like we are fighting for first or second place. Until we get over the line with whatever coach we have, we are always gonna be this fan base where we are gonna be like a bunch.
I don't know. You may be right. I can't say you're not right. I don't think that's a fair comment though, because I think part of the reason that fans have lost faith is because they've lost faith in Arteta.
Well. You say that. The thing is that I also heard this somewhere where, like someone was saying, is like they understand that yes, the feeling the fans in the Emirates make the team nervous sometimes when they are like they don't do their job. But I think the point the person was making was sometimes it's also up to the players to not make us that nervous. Yeah. And I think at the end of that, I lost my head after, and I was actually calling for for us to get another central midfielder because there's nobody that can physically hold the ball, dribble it a bit, take on a few players, dribble it, and just kind of pass it off to somebody else. And I guess it's I would like us to have one of those players that kind of calms us down. I don't know who he is in this world because there are not many like that. But
yeah, who would it be?
We have any players that can do that in the squad at when we've got
about 5.
What
have we?
Yeah,
did we?
In terms of players that can hold the ball and control it, we've got a lot of players that can do that. So, for example, in terms, we've obviously if we discount Nwaneri, he can definitely run with the ball. Dowman can travel with the ball. In terms of holding the ball and controlling it, that's the whole reason, and calm things down. That's the whole reason people say we dominate games and aren't offensive enough. So we've got a lot of players.
Are you two talking about it? Just sorry to interrupt, but that's not how I interpreted what Benny was saying. So I think I might have misinterpreted it.
Apologies, Benny.
Say that last bit again.
Yeah. It's not like players that can actually hold the ball and pass it back. It's players that can actually, when we're 1-0 up, can dribble take on a few players, dribble it, pass it back, and just make better decisions. We don't have a lot of players that just make really good decisions.
Or forward-thinking decisions. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you a good example. Against Man United, I think what we could have done is relieve the pressure on our defense. And if we had someone like Havertz, we could have kicked it up, and we needed somebody that could hold the ball up and not be playing it around in our defense. And we kept playing it around, and then I think on one time, Bruno almost got in one time. Bruno almost got in twice, and then Zubimendi did the mistake. We didn't need to be playing there. We need players that can.
So, but that's why I was confused. Bobby, is that kind of what you were responding to?
No, I probably got the wrong end of the stick then. I thought you meant in terms of players that can play it back. I was like, everybody says we can play it back.
Yeah, because that's what I think. How I was listening to you thinking. Hang on, we've got Zubimendi, we've got Marino. These are players that are really tough to get the ball off. Odegaard.
Everybody hates the fact that they play it back.
Yeah, everyone hates the fact that we just. Listen, when it goes wrong, I'm an old guy. Like, I don't like watching this defense playing with football. I'm not here. I don't remember fondly Steve Bold playing it to Tony Adams playing it to Dixon. Do you know what I mean? That's not. I want the ball the other end of the pitch. I don't see why you would allow a mistake to happen in a place where it could really damage you. But I think when you're talking about that, somebody has. If Arteta hasn't been telling them to do that, they're taking bloody liberties, aren't they? I mean, if they're deciding, oh, the boss really hates it when I do this, but I'm going to do it, stop it. I don't know how you stop it. I think it's in part of our team. We try and draw the Man United onto us, and then we hit them with a quick ball, but we get caught.
What's the alternative, though? I'm trying to ask this. So you're asking. So again, just a devil's advocate approach here. So we're saying when he controls aspects of the game and dominates possession, where if you're up 1-0, obviously there's a risk of them coming back if you're just dominating possession. But if you're going offensively, the upside is obviously you can score a second, but alternatively you can also draw. And the likelihood of you being attacking and your players out of position means you are inviting pressure. And there isn't players out. I think a lot of people, I'm not talking about you, Benny, here, obviously, but I mean, I think there's a lot of people here that says we need players who can do X, Y, and Z. I think we've got a lot of players that can do X, Y, and Z. But the reality is, when people say we need a player that can do X, Y, and Z, they don't understand that those players don't do X, Y, and Z every 10 out of 10 times that they're given that opportunity. It may be if you're an elite footballer, a world-class footballer. If you any of you name a world-class footballer and you look at Haaland or anything, they don't score in every clinical opportunity they've got. They might score 5 out of 8, 9 high XG opportunities or make a great pass, those kind of aspects. Those instances where we ask for players to do that, it's only because we're seeing them in bite-size
yeah, I agree with that, but I think we're kind of we're drifting off of the central point. But I think like what we're really talking about is the infuriating things that Arsenal teams do sometimes. For me, I would say my version of that is just we have, and I don't think it necessarily comes from Arteta, but he's responsible if he can't drive it out of players. We take a lead and we want to conserve energy. And I would say from now on, you don't get to conserve energy till you're 2-0 up, right? But anyway, maybe I've misread the tenet of the conversation, but I do want to read out some more comments because otherwise it's like...
they're fast, actually.
It's like 11:18. This one's already... Do you know what I mean? It's nearly half an hour old. But DJB saying lots of points to play for. If we cover up the problems that are starting to appear, then we could easily fall 4 points behind, 2 out of 9 points of concern. It's okay. You're not negative to have concerns. Listen, everyone. I think there is. I like it to be an eloquent explanation of, like I was saying, DJB. Honestly, I wasn't saying it because I saw you in the comments, but I really like the way, even though I don't agree with everything you're saying, I like the way you calmly put your point, and there's no calling people names, because that's when people listen to you. As soon as you come in and start banding about terms like Arteta sexual, people just tune out of what you're saying anyway. But voicing concerns is normal and has been a part of football ever since I've been going. And I think that if I sit here and say I would drop Odegaard, it's not an agenda. It's just me looking at it going, if this was a game of Football Manager, I'd be looking at what I can do. Sometimes you rest a player for 2 and it gets pissed off and he comes back and shows you what you can do. Big up Dan in the chat. Come on, you Gunners. I never expected Norgard to play. I don't think Arteta rates this player at all. Well, that's fair, I think. He definitely doesn't rate Norgard, but he's looked really solid every chance he gets. I don't get that. Makuzi, like, on one hand, I've got a load of people telling me he hasn't had a chance. And on the other hand, you're telling me he's looked good every chance he's had. Like, one of those two is not true. The point of a big squad is having players available for when any of our starting 11 get injured or need a rest. Good to see you, Terence Tibbs. I think this is your first time here. Lovely to see you. Imagine if GG made Merson captain over Tony Adams. Why the fuck is Odegaard captain over Rice? Listen, I don't have an answer to that. But Tony Adams is my captain. Oh, captain, my captain, right? Like, when I think Arsenal captain, that's the name and face that pops in my head. He typified and embodied everything I loved about Arsenal. And if he comes out and says that he thinks that Declan Rice should be captain, I'm not starting a fight with Tony Adams, right? My only question was, is there an advantage to saying it publicly when you know that Odegaard's already the captain? Maybe this isn't the time to do it. But I don't think the comparison is that fair. Merson wouldn't have known you. When I used to go and watch Merson at Highbury, he was infuriating. Like, he was my hero. And in some games, he'd just walk about the pitch. I didn't know that he was full of cocaine and booze. Obviously, if I'd known, I would have given him a break. But Merson was never going to be captain, right? You've heard his punditry now. Let's not make Odegaard Paul Merson suddenly. He needs to go 2 up front. Martinelli and Gyökeres, bring Marino into midfield, drop Saka and put Odegaard deeper. Width doesn't work anyway. And we have more scoring threat while overloading. That's a really interesting point. By the way, good to see you, Skibbly Styler. Make sure you're all subscribed, yeah? I like it, but the problem is with these kind of comments, you never get to see it. It's never going to happen. So you could be right. I don't know. It was you that was the last caller on Highbury Squad. I wasn't watching. I heard you. Yes, it was I. It was I. Sophie's brilliant. It's funny, like, it just, for me, I'm a bit of a fan of that channel. So I was like, the idea of being on there was absolutely amazing. How can Odegaard gather form without playing? How can Eze shine without... This sounds like a poem, Charles. I'm bloody glad you're here, sir. How can Odegaard gather form without playing? How can Eze shine without his position? And finally, how the team play with conviction as per today, presser without confidence. Beautiful. I don't know the answer to any of those, sorry, but we'll come back to you. Can one of you two remember to comment on that? Because I loved it. JB Smithington. It's just my favourite name so far. No, not Kensington. You would say that. Right. Arteta is the pharaoh trying to build tribute to himself that will cost countless injuries and be left half-built. Listen, I really admire the metaphor. I'm not sure I'm buying it completely. People... actually, Sophie talked about this yesterday on Highbury Squad. Big plug, Sophie. Love your work. He is a megalomaniac. He is a dictator, and he wants to have his fingers in everything. But all the great managers do. So the only difference between Arteta and the great managers is the great managers actually, it works and they win stuff. If I said this on the show last night, if Arteta fails, I won't hate him. I'll remember him as fondly as Terry Neal. 1 FA Cup, 6 years, not enough. Thanks, later, bye. We got George Graham after Don Howe, and it all took a turn upwards.
Who is Terence Tibbs' avatar?
Oh, God, you're asking me to use my eyes.
The guy
It
from
looks like Nick Anelka from a distance.
It's probably Terry Tibbs from Phone Jacker, isn't it?
No, but the picture, his avatar.
Oh, I couldn't see it. Sorry.
This is what happens when you come on a middle-aged stream, guys. I'm too well to read the writing. Shut up about the pictures. Can you tell us, Terence, can you tell us who it is? Because it looks like a bit like a shot of... No, it's not Nick Anelka. I can't see who it is. Aina Yandrop, brilliant to see you. Play Eze, Odegaard and Rice, be more aggressive. The best defence is offence. 100%. I like that. I'd love to see us be a hugely offensive team that wins the league. Rice needs to be 6, Zubi an 8. I know people like Rice as an 8, has qualities, but I think both improve and Rice defensive qualities are elite and Zubimendi can be more... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about football. I like it. Lee Gunner's prick, not sorry. When you play not to lose, scoring and winning games become more difficult and injuries become expected. I don't know about this injuries. I don't think we've got a full squad at the moment. Like hardly anyone has. But I know what you're saying. I'm not trying to be just disagreeable for the sake of it. You're doing it again, Benny. You're in this chat and that chat. Greedy. Mind you, it was about half hour ago. Why even call him captain? You don't call a man a woman just because someone... Or we're getting into dangerous territory there. I'll call them whatever they want to be called as long as they win me a league. I think you should play anyone underperforming at Leeds on Saturday, just saying. Would you, Mr. Tom, how do you feel if we put out a tougher team against Kairat than we do against Leeds? How do you feel that? Semenya was the man we need to start the season, goals and assists. All right, here's something I'm definitely going to talk about in a minute when I've read some more comments. Semenya wasn't the one. Havertz was the one. How did we not make any play for Paris Saint-Germain? Let just Paris Saint-Germain pick up Havertz. He is an elite left winger and made the difference.
Wasn't that a year ago though? It wasn't this. That wasn't this summer. That was
No. It wasn't this summer. It was last January.
Yeah.
But we could have gone for him.
But would he have gone to the team that evidently won the Champions League and on a really
Hang on. When he went to Paris Saint-Germain, all we knew is they'd lost to us. No one was calling Paris Saint-Germain European champions in January last year. And he didn't go for the money because he's not earning that much more money than we could have paid him. Factually, we should have gone for Havertz. And I said it at the time, so I'm not changing my view on that. I've not seen him do anything wrong yet.
We had Edu, that's all I can say. If we had better, maybe we would have
Fair. You've hit the nail on the head, I think. Skibbity Styler. I want to see Marino in advanced midfield. He moves the ball as quickly and doesn't dwell on it, and is also a great threat in front of goal. Really good comment. Love that. Most United fans think Cunha is a hit and miss and lament his inconsistency. I know. I don't wish we'd signed Cunha. Did someone say that in the comments? Dan, you've grown such a large community that how we just talk to each other in comments, we can't stop. I love it. I know. I feel left out sometimes. Sup, Rosie. And by the way, like, you built this. This wasn't me. I'm just a bloke with a microphone now. And even in the olden days, I didn't have a microphone. My honest opinion is if you, Arsenal, play well we're in trouble. You don't know. You might be having your teeth pulled. Quite a change since August, to be fair to my team. Yeah. I want to see Leeds a permanent fixture in the Premier League just for you, Tom. Rosie, greetings. Helps you. I didn't need to read that. Skip some. You don't have to read all. Fair. Listen, I'm new to this. I'm definitely reading Hey Darlings. Chris Nix is here. Bloody good thing. You are too. Wonderful to see you. Trust. Oh, shit.
That's why you don't get to the bottom. That's why you don't get to the bottom of the chat. You read things like Hey Darlings. And then you're like,
Hey Darlings is what he says coming in.
And then you complain that you don't get to the bottom. Oh, I don't get to the bottom of the chat. Well, you shouldn't. Don't read Hey Darlings.
No, I know. Listen, do you know what? Like, it's like people watching Odegaard and going, why doesn't he just do a pirouette past three players and score a top left-hand corner? You read them as they pop up, and you don't know they're not supposed to be read out till you're halfway through because you're me. I'm doing my best. This guy's clueless. Thank you. See? Somebody knows. Glad you're back. I had to take a piss, Rosie, and couldn't leave my part. Right, see, I'm trying here. I'll just read Terry Tibbs' comments from now on. A guy selling weed to tourists, but it's oregano. That's been me in the past. Hate to say it. Remember, there's a reason most people wanted Trossard sold. True, I did. In my opinion, if Enrique, we would be walking this low-quality league. That's a great way to start anything you say, by the way, in your opinion. It's okay, but you're not necessarily right. Can you accept you might be wrong? If a person cannot accept that they might be wrong, I tend to not take him too seriously anyway. Arteta play like a TV with only one channel? Harsh. Right, here we are. William Holmes. Good teams have a variety of ways to break down the opposition. They don't rely on set pieces. I'm concerned about the lack of goals from open play. Dan Zanzi panel. I'm a big believer of partnerships on field. A lot of broken partnerships were exposed. Timber Saka, Zubi Hincapie, Dan and Zanzi. Zanzi's back. Don't do that again, Zanzi. It worried me sick there.
I was trying to look at the who the avatar was, which footballer it was.
And then you
and instead of just closing that one page down, I decided to just shut down fucking the internet.
I think somebody said Savinho.
Huh?
Savinho. Somebody said it was
Savinho, yes.
Really? What, the Man City player? Oh, Silvino.
Silvino, yeah.
We've got Silvino. I loved him. Charles, are you well? Oh, see, this is what I shouldn't be reading. I seem to have been promoted. Thank you, sir. No, long overdue. This channel is built on you guys. Thank you. Please vote on the poll. Press the like button and sub to the channel. Hit the hype and bring me your newborn child. I'm only asking for that. That's what I'm asking. I've been of the belief our midfield is creatively limited on account of Rice being in there. Rice is still excellent, just on edge. We have to give up. I'm going to race through the comments. That's the one I want to stick on, though, because I want to hear what you guys think about Rice as a creative 8. I've know it's been touched on a few times. Then there's, if an Odegaard or Eze was a Pedri level of player, then Rice would be our creative ceiling, wouldn't matter as much. Okay. I voted no on the poll. Some people just want to watch the world burn. I'm some people. When are we going to do another movie night, Mr. Tom? Let me know. I think our midfield is really tight, really light. We've got Rice and Norgard. The rest of our midfield is really soft. Think Villa, Newcastle, Chelsea technically, but good. Interesting. It sort of plays into the conversation I want to have around Rice. We need an enforcer or two in midfield. You would say that. You're from South London. Everyone's too soft for you lot. Honestly. It's actually a Michael Caine thing. He said it in 2008, The Dark Knight. Oh, I thought it was the Joker comment, but I think you're right. Well, you're always right. What am I on about? I need an elite talent in midfield, one that can dribble his way out of a phone booth. Boy Tendio, I've got the merch. I've done up some T-shirts, quad loading. I bet we don't sell any, though. JBS, do think it's better ideal use Miles Lewis Skelly midfield or left back midfield? I'd love him in midfield. MLS midfielder says Makuzi. I think he would be great there. Oh, man, I'm so close. If I don't read all these comments, I'm reading everything Miss Melina says gets read on this channel forever. She is my hero. 2-time Slaggy winner, Thomas. Majin, I hate how we don't press once the ball passes the front line. We always revert to sitting deep. Okay. Check out these channels, but not until you finish checking out this one. This may have been Rosie. I've not seen blah, blah, blah. Norgard has played in around 6 or 7 games. At least one of those was at centre-back. I thought he's played brilliantly every time. I don't know, man. Why hasn't signing one of the top available strikers not materialised? We did. We signed the one everyone wanted. Everyone wanted Gyökeres, didn't they? Or, do you know what? I'm collecting different pronunciations for Gyökeres. It's amazing to me how many different pronunciations there are for him. When we actually... You know what? We do know how to pronounce it. He came and told us. So just in case you weren't sure.
What's your full name?
Victor Einar Gyökeres.
But you can call me Gyökeres. Yeah, so now we all know how to pronounce it. I'm going to keep reading it out different though. I described Kvicha as a kingmaker and he made PSG kings. Well said. Even if Vara still went to PSG, we should have at least thrown our hat in the ring. 100% agree. Right, new person. Great to see you. Manchester United fan here. As much as I loved Sunday, hope you still win the league. Don't like City. Oh, thank you, Kieran. I didn't hate losing to Man United. I've never really... I know a lot of you will say, how can you... DJB, if you're still here, I watched your thing where you say you hate Man United more. I don't. Never have. Colles, a gentleman's preference. Has everyone agreed Saka is ruined and Arteta destroyed Arsenal? You're not that late. And here we have, it's pretty annoying we don't just... Oh, an error occurred on Facebook. It's pretty annoying we don't just win every match 7-0 minimum. Fact. Wouldn't that be good? Do you think some of our fan base would still complain? I do.
Yeah.
I do. Such a low quality league where only 5 of the top 8 in the Champions League are English. I know, it's pathetic. Like all of our teams. All of these Arteta outers forget that Arteta is the reason we're even right now. Majin, you're going to attract a lot of buzz with this comment. When you say the only reason we're here right now, if we never got Arteta, there's no promise we would even have to. We don't know.
They're going to start calling him an Arteta sexual, aren't they?
Yeah. You've got Arteta bed sheets. You're an Arteta sexual. You want to hold his hand. You want to bring him home to mummy. It's weird to me. When did all this sexuality enter football? It's got nothing to do with it for me. I really resented watching the football with the missus. You know, when the first season she really watched it with me, all she could talk about was the Arsenal socks. Oh, I really like their socks. Next season, why aren't they wearing those red and white striped socks? It's like, can I just watch a football for a bit? Like, honestly. Have we brought on Smudger saying we should sell MLS? He didn't say that. I haven't heard. Did one of you want to tell me then what Manu Petit said? Because
He was that my audio is terrible, so I'll try and get through this. He was very complimentary of what Arteta's doing. He said he was sickened to death with the overreaction by negative Arsenal fan base. He said he pretty much said what I said, to be fair, on Sunday, but with a much better French accent and a ponytail. And he said that he couldn't understand why people don't think that City aren't going to drop points, and it's not evident that they can win anything. And he said this thing about the lack of mental strength's ridiculous. He goes, you can't be at the top of the league with 4 points clear. He was just spot on. It was not. He was saying he was shocked and surprised by the attitude of the fans, and he felt disappointed, and he rallied them all, and he said, look, this is not the time to be acting the way you do.
God, if only we had him on the pitch. Because the courage to come out and say that in an atmosphere which is not conducive to that, on a platform that's not conducive to that. I mean, most social media platforms, that's not the view. Listen, I love it. Of course I do.
He did it on Sport, sorry.
No, but I'm gonna be devil's advocate to that a little bit, because I say I've never. It's not that I have not been able to understand why some of our fans are so frustrated. It takes, and I think someone made this point really well. It takes the same amount of energy to come second as it does to win it, but you don't have that emotional release. So with the Jurgen Klopp pressing of Dortmund, they used to talk about in Germany, every 7 years he has to completely redo the side because they're spent, they're burnt out. When he went to Liverpool, the same thing applied. I think you see that may be true of Arteta. So a lot of the people who have lacked the confidence to believe in us being 4 points clear being enough are the ones that had their hopes lifted when we were 8 points clear before and didn't do it. Maybe we're just going to have to deal with it. I personally, from the experience I have with you guys and the chats, okay, every now and again someone comes in and calls me names and says I love Arteta because they can't hear or they don't know what they're talking about. But I think most fans are keeping strong. Most fans did, like grown-ups, get disappointed, do what Benny did, hide from the world for a bit, collect their thoughts, decide what they really think, and then come out and then check if they're the only one who thinks like that. I think we all did that. But I think that what Petit is talking about is the people who make the loudest noise on YouTube or social media platforms in general, or call into TalkSport, or the people on TalkSport who get paid, like the Cundys and the O'Haras. They get paid because people watch them to disagree with them. So if Jason Cundy came out at the start of a show and said something really reasonable, the ratings would drop. We know that. But I love that Petit said that. I haven't heard him say it, but I feel that's true. I feel like as an older guy, I'm like, if you keep shouting that these guys lack bottle, then stand up. Have a bit of courage and go, we're going to win the league this season. Do a quad loading. Buy a quad loading T-shirt, which is about to appear as merchandise. On before the weekend, you'll be able to buy quad loading T-shirts. I bet I don't sell a single one. No one's putting one of them on except me and you, Boy Tendio. I'll wear one for the show. Zuby looks good going forward. I'd love for Rice and Zuby to switch sometimes. Rice and back to the 6 and Zuby to the 8. Or maybe a double pivot. Nah. Yes, Arteta is the reason we are 6 years trophyless. You're correct about that. What about the years before that? Like, because we haven't won a league in 22 years. I don't know if we can blame... Can we blame Arteta for that? Arsenal FC, not Arteta FC, I think. Who does that as well? Sorry, I'm not trying to pick on you, but your entire personality is built around the fact you don't like Arteta. You're going to look like a right wally when we win the quad. All right, so Colliston, we do have a magician, almost really... I'll stop going about 15-year-olds as magicians. Quad loading T-shirts would only sell at the end of the season after the quad, then everyone will pretend... It's annoying, isn't it? If we do the treble, they won't sell either. Michael Caine says it in reference to the Joker's behaviour personality. Now that you say that, I do remember it, and I remember the scene, and that's one of my favourite films of all time. Clockenders. I've been dreaming all day of our number 8 Martin Odegaard. Have you? I'm coming to the Emirates for the semi-final on 3rd of February. Thanks to Miss Molina and her cousin. I think it's a cousin. Can Victor drop Haaland links numbers next season? I'm the same. I grew up hating Man United more than Spurs. I know a lot of you are. It just didn't affect me like that. It's like when friends of mine ignored my comment. Yeah, I'm allowed to do that. Am I not? You could have your own channel. Do you have your own channel? I'll come and I'll come and say things you disagree with. Petit said to get nasty, especially voice. I heard that. I saw that clip of that comment. How many world-class players are in the Arsenal squad? I don't know. 11? None? Like, it's up to you. You decide. It's not a real thing, that. Do you know? World-class. It's not actually a... right. Arsenal has a Petit equivalent right now. No need to go back to the past. Nah, come on. Don't give me that. You can't call yourself a Petit equivalent if you didn't win the World Cup and a double in the same year, all right? Arteta's comments about bouncing back were good. All except the fun boat, Cole. That was a bit naff. I love Cundy and O'Hara. They're hilarious. Yeah, but not because you think they're right about everything. 4 points is more than enough to win the Premier League. Thank you. No need to panic. No panic in the streets of North London. The decision Arteta makes determine our outcome. Of course, he's a manager. Seems to think that a manager either wins everything with the first season or they're washed and not good enough. I know there's not the patience there used to be. Contrary to what a lot of people think, it doesn't take time to win. So many examples and big clubs don't give them time. Can I just ask, because you've got a lot of very strong opinions, why? Why do you know so much more than everyone else? How are you so much cleverer than everyone around you? And now, yes, I am. Nate, I'm coming to the semi-final. Man hug it is. Let me know what pub you're in. I'll buy you a beer. Right, panel. I'm going to shut up for a minute because everyone's heard plenty of me. And I've got to go and find a glass for some Benedictine.
Why don't you just get a straw or just neck it?
No, Zanzi. I am, as you know, a very classy individual.
Okay.
Before I do that, though, Social Joins has joined. Always glad to see him. Don't always agree with you, but I always appreciate the way you intelligently put your point. No, the more we don't win, the less faith they have in Mikel and the team. I play with randoms every week, always Arsenal fans around, but they all say City will win it because the team's bottled it before. I would say, if you're that confident, I've said this a few times, I'm not trying to endorse gambling, although if you want to bet against me, if you really feel that strongly that Man City are going to win, you're getting great odds. Stick your life savings on it. You'll be 4 times richer at the end of the year. Right, that's me for a minute. Please talk amongst yourselves. Does anyone have anything they want to say, or
you know when you said you love talk sports? I'm kind of 50% in and out. Sometimes I like them, sometimes I hate them. Like I did like when we beat Tottenham and then was it Condi brought an Arteta mask for Hara. That was that was hilarious. But then most of the time, like O'Hara is just trolling like Arsenal fans, and it's annoying. And sometimes he just says the most stupid stuff. I'm just like, nah.
That's how people like Benny. All I can tell you is I can't tell you if I like it or not. I was surprised as fuck to learn. You know, YouTube do this thing where they tell you who you've watched in a year. Number 2, Deluded Gooner. Number 1, Talk Sport. And even I was like, I don't watch that much Talk Sport, do I? And I suddenly realised, I tell you who it is, it's Simon Jordan. I love listening to Simon Jordan. But I'm mostly listening to him to see if he's used a word wrong. He's one of them where he goes, yeah, I mean, auspiciously disadvantageous to disingenuate between the, it's like, come on, man. You know, you could put the glasses on, but you're still from South London. Leave. I'm not saying anything about people from South London. I'm scared shitless of them.
Somebody just wrote, Goldstein and Ben are great hosts. I'll say,
you know what? If there's one man that triggers me every day, Goldstein. He does it so well. You have to take your hat off to him.
Even when his team was shit last season.
They are shit. Just because they beat us doesn't make them classic.
He was still crying, finding a way to troll Arsenal fans. I hate Goldstein so much. No.
Yeah, but that's his job, isn't it?
Yeah,
You're not meant to like him if you're a gooner.
No.
And he does talk some absolute breeze as well. But, fair's fair.
He's a funny guy, to be fair.
He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. You know what? He's a funny guy, just wishes he was an Oasis, doesn't he? Simon Jordan is Simon's biggest fan. If he was an ice cream, he'd lick himself. I used to work with a guy and I used to say, why don't you like him? And I go, if he was an ice cream, he'd lick himself. If he was an arse, he would lick himself. If he was a window, he'd lick himself. That's just like what I think of him. Even Jason Cundy, he talks completely radar by Change fans. Goldstein, you must love him as... Jason Cundy is just Jason Cundy, isn't he? You'd like... To hear him talking about teams, you'd think he'd won the Ballon d'Or. Wait, who did he play for again? Chelsea and Spurs? Shh, it's all right. Grown-ups are talking. Clockenders, where did you get them? Are they any... Oh, yeah, Clockenders' comment about bed sheets is absolutely brilliant. Rosie was saying earlier, if we're doing slogan T-shirts, he's got Arteta bed sheets. It's got to be a slogan, hasn't it? Me and Zanzi were talking about it, like 80 quid for bed sheets. You're having a giraffe. Wouldn't go near him. Nice one, Nate, bringing us songs. I love it. I love it when he does that as well.
I want to see Clockenders on hair holding up his Arteta bed sheets.
Yeah. He failed at Crystal Palace and put them in debt. Simon Jordan actually bought Crystal Palace off an old boss of mine. He didn't really put them in debt though. Well, I mean, all football teams are in debt. What does that mean? Arsenal are in debt. Rosie, Arsenal fan. Arsenal FC, not Arteta FC. Your comments are never ignored, but there's more of a chance that your comments will be read out if you say something interesting. Oh, mic drop.
Oh, that's to burn, that is, isn't it?
That is I feel sympathy now, and I don't really do that. But yep, we'll have a group therapy afterwards if you want to be part of it.
Does anyone want to I know like Zanzi won't do it, but does anyone have a prediction of what the lineup will be tomorrow?
Leave it. That's just not happening. You got to be kidding me. What? Kepa?
Week 3.
Actually, I still think Raya plays. Actually,
I think win the dogs at centre back. Gunnosaurus up front. I think I could play Petit and Vieira in the midfield against High Karate, and I think they'd still do it.
Yeah.
Ian Wright up front.
Yeah, somebody asked whether we are guaranteed a top 2 finish. Yes, we are.
In the Champions League, yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah. Jose, yeah. I think we're guaranteed a top spot, really. We have to lose to... I mean, come on, I'm not doing this.
7-0 or something.
I promise you, if it's a 1-1 draw, 2-2 draw, we lose to Cairo, I'm doing a 12-hour emergency stream and I will swear all the way through it. There have to be standards. Henry's statue in goal.
Oh, come on. They are a Champions League team. Let's not give them like
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop. Don't call... Had you heard of them before this season?
Like they didn't they beat someone? I thought they beat someone.
What you've just gone? Listen to yourself, Benny. You've gone from going, "Come on, they're a Champions League team," to didn't they beat someone?
They've had one draw so far in the Champions League.
They're not the Faroe Islands. They've qualified for the Champions League, assuming they're.
Who was the draw against, Ansi? Sorry. Who was the draw against? Sorry.
Probably an Austrian team.
I think they drew 0-0 with Club Brugge.
Okay.
That's a hell of a result.
Yeah,
very good.
But it may not have been Club Brugge. I can't remember who they played now.
So the answer is we have no idea. But I'm going to look it up right now.
Paphos.
Paphos. Sorry, that's another team I'd never heard
They
of.
drew against Paphos.
That's it. Yeah, Paphos.
I know I'm living in a simulation when, at the end of the season, they've run out. Oh, shit, we've got to make up a new club. Paphos. What does that mean? It doesn't matter. Just put them in. He won't know where they're from.
But they knocked Celtic out.
Yeah, they did.
Who? Paphos, Celtic. Are these real teams? What is Celtic? I don't know what you're on about.
Their first match was against Olympic Ljubljana.
Again?
Olympia Ljubljana.
Name an Olympic Ljubljana player. See, the answer is anything, because how am I going to know? You just go Smitherson. JB Smithington.
I think I've been to the doctors and he said, "Oh yeah, you got a dose of Olympic Ljubljana." Yeah.
I don't think half of the where Ljubljana is anyway. Wow.
No, is it Albania?
No, it's not Albania. I've been there actually.
You've been to Ljubljana and you don't know where it is?
No, I know where it is.
Sounds like a hell of a weekend.
I know
you got good friends.
Like,
where the hell are we? Don't worry, we're in Ljubljana.
It's in Slovenia actually.
Slovenia, okay. Oh, that makes sense. It's a lovely part of the world. Slovenia is like a little Austria.
And I've been to Ludhiana with a D, which is in India.
Whereabouts in India?
North India, Punjab.
See, there are so many. I've never been to India. There are so many parts of India I want to go to. It's ridiculous.
We could have the aspects of traveling to India would be longer than our predicted lineup. That chat.
I don't know, because we can really talk about predicted lineups, and we've so far the only one I think is an absolute shoe-in is Win the Dog,
And the dog, yeah.
because he's got to start earning his keep, that dog, right?
And the
And isn't it?
dinner
It's a bit
lady's
wank.
daughter.
His what?
One of the dinner ladies as well.
Yeah, all of the dinner ladies. Fuck it.
Let's get
In
them
goal, with bingo wings, stopping a ball going in. Ba-ding, ba-ding.
I hope I hope Havertz is fit. I need to see.
He's not. He's not fit. Stop. Hope.
Well, no, I
Hope,
think he
Hope
was-
died.
No, I think he will play a bit tomorrow. I think him and Calafiori, because I really
Calafiori's fit. No,
Yeah.
Calafiori. He was in training, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in training. Yeah, I really need, because he's probably one of the only like players that causes like some chaos where people don't know where he's gonna go, and it's just
Well,
like
Miles Lewis Skelly with the handbrake off.
he is. Well, he's been asked to do a lot more. To be fair, he's not doing what he was doing last season. So
No, he's not. And maybe it's confidence, and maybe,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's such a difficult game. Majin and I can see JB Smithington have done us a favour here by putting the line up. We just have to agree or disagree with that. Kepa White, Miles Lewis Skelly, Calafiori Mascara, Norgard, Eze, Marino, Martinelli, Madueke, and Jokers, or Jokers.
I'd play Salmon.
for who?
Based
though?
on what?
Well,
Just the
because
fact that we can rest players, and either way, there's no option of not option. I'd also play Harmon and Noose as well.
yeah,
You're
Start-
literally just naming all the under 21 players you can name, aren't you?
But
Like-
I was going to move on to the under 10s as well, but I'd keep it there.
I think we bring on. I think you just go around the first 11 away fans or the first 11 fans that turn up and just go, "Do you want to play?" Yeah. Did you bring your kit? Anyone with a shirt on? We're being a bit harsh, but I think it's fair. Kepa White, Mascara, Hakapié, Miles Lewis Skelly, Norgard, Odegaard. There is a consistent theme here. I think. I don't know. Paphos beat Villarreal. Oh, Chris is getting a bit defensive of Paphos. We're not having a go. It's just I'd never heard of them. I know you had, but I'm not like an encyclopedia of football. I don't know how modern football fans store so much information. I know that I did too many different stupid things as a young man. Well, into my 30s, actually drank too much and partied too hard. My memory's not my strongest asset, and neither is my memory. But come on, you ask any modern football fan right now, what do you think of Kimchi, who plays in the Serie B for? And they go, well, he's good, yeah. And it's like, I don't know, like, can we just do a bit less? I know Arsenal players. I don't know all of our under-21 team either. I don't know any of the women's team, and that's not me being sexist. It's just I don't watch them, and I don't know how am I supposed to have the time?
There's a YouTuber that pops up after matches and he asks people who they think is the better player. So it could be, let's say, for example, Declan Rice, and he'll make up a player. He'll say Onion
seen it.
Bargy for Sunderland. He'll say, and he'll do it. So he'll just make up a made up name, or it'll be like an X-shaped character. It'll be like, Reg Holdsworth for Leeds, or such and such, and people will pick the player that they've not heard of, that doesn't exist and hasn't been in the Rovers' return for 28 years.
Whose fault is that, do you think? Because it's not just that; it's all of the. Sophie said it yesterday as well. I think guys my age, and you can feel like you're the only one. When I hear sort of men my age going zesty, and I have to go and look it up on Urban Dictionary, I go, what does zesty mean? What's Riz? I don't know. Like, I don't mind, but we all start like can I just use the language I grew up speaking? I don't know what these things are. It goes, he's so zesty. But that's also true of half turn. You know, he's played it into the half spaces. He's so good in the half. It's like there's so much jargon. What happened to? How comes we didn't have all of this XG jargon when I was young? Like I don't know.
you sound old.
I am old. I'm old. There's no shame in being old. You don't get to be old being a fucking idiot. I can tell you. I tried. Okay, so I know Social Joins put something in there. So on the playlist you have George Michael Faith. I don't have a playlist of other people's songs, but I must tell you, I haven't listened to George Michael. I can't really say more than that. So Rosie's on here with I prefer Fast Love, but that sounds like starting to become flirtatious down there. Tomorrow's opponents have David Luiz in their ranks, I believe. Shut up.
No, they
Is that
don't.
true?
No. It's He got that. It's Paphos that have David Luiz.
David Luiz is still playing football.
I know, right?
I want him back then. Why did we let him go if he's got years in him? I loved him. He
I
does. He
loved
plays for
watching him, to be
Paphos.
fair.
He's only 38 as well.
Was he the original inverted centre back that went around? Was he the Calafiore before his years?
No, I'm going to flat out no. I don't know what he was, but I loved watching. It was chaos. He was a chaos engine. He was a randomizer. He was like, I'm here, I'm there, I'm supposed to be there, but I'm here. Ha ha. He wasn't a defender, was he? He was a Brazilian.
He served you drinks at half time.
Yeah, you're sitting there watching him. Where is he now? And he sat next to you going, don't tell him. No, it's Paphos, sorry. He's corrected. It's Tune. So you got Clockenders on Faith. Dan, all our football clubs need, we as fans, can stand up for the team of money. If we win the quad, I think it's only fair that Win the Dog gets a statue right next to Arteta. Yep, I totally agree with that, by the way. I'm not even joking.
Brilliant, wouldn't it? Have Arteta there, Win the Dog next to him with his leg cocked and a little fountain of water going onto Arteta's leg.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout, actually. No, if we're doing water coming out of statues and there's, that's too much money. We're not made of money. How about, can we just have, I would quite like to have a statue of Ange Postecoglou outside the Emirates as well. Do you know what I mean? Let's just do that. Let's do parody ones. Salmon, that's a shout. Oh, Rosie. Let's go, Kaira. Let's go. Hi, Karate. Thank you so much. Thank you. For all the, you know what, do you know the other night when I think Jose said, is it like cheap beer and bingo night here? And we had, it was a karaoke night. That's right. Dollar beer and karaoke. We had everyone in going. Everyone was angry. There is something to the fact that if you have a YouTube channel with, a live show on a night where it's really good, you don't get that many viewers. But when everyone's angry, all they want to do is vent and come out and find out who else is angry. So we got really good viewership. But poor Rosie was going crazy as a moderator. I've made some more moderators. It's because I love you. Anyone wants to be a moderator, just ask. And for a small £1,000 fee, you too can be a moderator.
I was coming back on, I was in the comments. I was coming back on Sunday. And it was mental here. I was like, wow, you got so many. But then I realized, yes, Arsenal had lost. And yeah.
I hope they lose against Cairo. We'll get like 25 new subscribers.
AFTV model. AFTV.
The AFTV model. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I used to get accused, funnily enough. I'll put it away again. I had a bit of tidy up and I shouldn't have. I used to get accused all the time of being brown envelopes. So I got myself this big golden envelope. I was like, no, they're gold. They're gold envelopes. I get paid thousands of pounds by... the Cronkies to host a chat with 20 people in it. 20 brilliant people. JB Smithington, still the best name of the night. Fun fact, Paphos only started up 10 years ago and won the Cypriot League last year. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Chris, tell me if that's true. Chris Nix will know. He's our Cypriot expert. Arsenal fans are known to be zesty, lol. Now I know you're a teenager. No one speaks TikTok here. You're going to have to listen. You're allowed Cockney and you're allowed any other thing you want, but you can't be TikToking on here. And all this, there are more pronouns than just man as well. Man's got to go. Zesty, Riz, and Vim. I don't know Vim. I looked up Riz. I have a 16-year-old stepson. I should know all these. Low block. Yes. Thank you, JB Smithington. When did we all start using low block? They used to defend deep. Now it's low block, mid block, high block, off pitch invader. It's just I do quite like.
I think. Sorry, Dan. I think Lucky Singh's going to be really happy because playing for Kairat is a player called Glazier. Glazer.
No, that's his job. That's what he does during the week.
Yeah.
Butcher, Glazier, Candlestick Maker. They're all playing. I'm old. 30. Shut up. You're ancient, Lucky. She can talk. Got 21-year-old son. I'm just saying. I've hit grumpy old man settings already. Get off my lawn. Look, shall we be honest with each other? I mean, I think, apart from Zanzi and Benny, I think we're all a bit. I think we're a little way off being called young. I don't know. Park the bus, low block. Park the bus, I still love.
That's a great clip, by the way. Get off my lawn. With the Australian PM. I think it's one of the best on YouTube.
I haven't seen it, I think.
It's when the Australian PM's actually on someone's lawn, and the guy from live TV he opens the door and he goes, "Get off my lawn."
If you want a sudden impromptu quote, there's Australia in it all day long. They are the kings of funny things that they say. Lol, Parody Ange won the same amount of trophies as Arteta in 6 years in only 2 seasons, spending way less money and backing. I know he's not working at the moment. He's got a sort of a job. Are you saying we should go for Big Ange? Could we drag him from his job? That's the way I tell him, mate. Yeah, I'm a manager, mate. It's just the way it is. I don't know why we're saying that Ange is more successful than... Would you swap with Tottenham? Is that what you're saying? The 20 quid, fucking hell, the Cronkies only pay me 5 pence. You're working for your money, I'm telling you what. Like, your demand a raise, you're worth it. Game state. We should just have a section on what phrases drive you absolutely up the wall. Press resistant, game state. I love the Canon podcast. I do genuinely love the Canon podcast. I know how triggering it must be for some fans, but I don't understand everything they're saying at all. I used to really like Harvey Gratian, but I don't understand anything he's saying. They just know so much about football. I don't even see that.
You know, a word I really hate is the word that they use nowadays. Instead of saying flavoursome, which has been going on for millennia, they say, "Oh, it's flavourful." It's just naff. It's flavourful.
That's not wrong, though.
I know, but it's flavoursome, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, it's flavour big.
You've taken this a totally different... We are trying to stay on, Utes. I mean, like, I think allow it, fam, is what I would say to that. just allow it, all right?
Flavourful.
I lived in Hackney for 10 years, and it's too long ago for me to stay clear of... But I used to have a very good friend who used to bring me around certain types of shrubbery, and he used to keep me updated with all the local... Because he's like, scene. I was like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying half the time. When did people stop sounding like me? That's what I want to know. What Adele has a version, let me go find that. This is all cause of the podcast title. Oh, have Arsenal fans lost faith? Now I get why we're talking about George Michael. I hate Space Invader. Yeah, that's Raumdeuter. That's a German word. So many times the English nick our word. Like, get your own word for Zeitgeist, for God's sakes. Yeah, Adele done a version as a tribute. She started it off. Felt off key, so squinned again. Started again. I got payment from Josh today. Point NDA should have his in the morning. Like, if anyone deserves it, like old quad loading. Ange is a serial winner, just saying. Yep. Wasn't he Whittlebury Ospreys or something? Didn't he win the Carabacutha Cup with them in the Badingo League I don't know, man. What are we doing here? Do you want Ange in, or should I do a poll? By the way, thank you all for voting. You are brilliant, 54 of you voted. 33 of you are in. I think it's a Donald Trump election, that one. But yes, it's time to drop Odegaard. So anyone want to make a plea? Do you play him tomorrow? Because you just say, look, you're playing tomorrow, and then you're not playing again until we get an injury crisis.
I would say don't play him tomorrow. Give Eze...
Yeah, but you're an Odegaard sexual. You've got Odegaard bed sheets. Mic drop.
I'll be honest with you, they're not bed sheets, it's carpet.
Oh, right.
So I won't joking, no, but
you're sleeping on the floor, is that what you're trying to tell us?
Pretty much. Times are hard up north, so it's very hard.
Factual.
Yeah, I think it's just really give Eze the opportunity, let a fit and fresh Odegaard go at Leeds where we're more likely to need to lead the press and have his control as an option, and Eze's more likely to be able to come on at a later stage or even an early stage if he's only played against Kyra. But I was going to say, I've really enjoyed today's chat, guys. I have got a ridiculously early start. So I was going to bow out and wish you all a lovely evening. And thanks for all, everybody, because there have been some great comments today. There really has.
I was going to say before Bobby goes out, I was going to say, I bet his carpet is a deep pile shag one.
It's not
That's so much. There's so many layers to that, isn't there? That's
I know.
That's Zanzi at his best there.
That's what Bobby loves, the layers.
Great. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you on the next show. Probably be one after we lose to Kyrat. It'd be like a 12-hour one. I'll phone in sick.
I'll tune in and I'll have my Mr. Miyagi inspired uniform on.
Fantastic. Listen, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you so much, everybody. Have a lovely evening. Take care. Lovely seeing you all.
See you, Bobby.
Lucky would be funny. Unfortunately, there's 5 or 6 teams worse. Just want to say I'd love to speak on the pod sometime. Do you have a Discord or group to join as well? There isn't yet. We've got a sort of... You're always welcome on here, Majin. I always post a link, so you're always welcome on here. I love to have people on here and hear what you think. Hopefully it's become clear. I think I've said it often enough. I don't have any answers, but I've got lots of questions. I'm going to make Zanzi the middle. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
Ooh.
Right, he likes it. Ange almost got Spurs relegated. I wish he'd stayed. I know, that's why I wanted statue. Bring him back. Watch Odegaard play a blinder against the Dingles. Only Odegaard bed sheets, entry level. If you don't have a oh my God, Dokia Makura, you aren't even in the conversation. What are you doing to me? I can't read that. I like Big Ange. She's just that Spurs is like getting a shit tattoo. Miss Melina says, hi Cole. Miss Melina, you are my hero. But can we agree that apart from a few games, Eze hasn't really popped either? He even started against Pompey and stunk the place out. Yeah, I think that's the problem, isn't it? I don't know. I'd like to think that if Arteta had played Eze and he'd just been consistently good game after game, I think Odegaard would be benched. But it does make me wonder why we let Wanyeri go, because if Odegaard's not playing well and Eze's not playing well, couldn't you have played Wanyeri against Hai Karate?
Maybe Eze just needs to run of games like Kyrat and then Leeds.
Yeah, why not, man?
We could have played Wanyeri, but he would have dropped straight back to the bench again, and probably never to see the pitch until Wigan. So,
but then Wigan, yeah. I don't care. I mean, like, I don't have a problem with your. I mean, I remember when George Graham used to bring players through. You'd see a little glimpse of. There were a few actually. I remember Ian Selly. We all thought he was going to be great. Didn't work out. Paul, I remember when Ray Parlour came through. It was like you get your chances. You grab your. I was there for the first time Ashley Cole played, and it was only a few games after that he was basically an ever-present. So I think you take your chance and you come in and you do the thing. Melina, thank you. What a bloody nice bloke. I can only imagine he's talking about bad audio, Bobby. And Bobby, yes, Bobby, great job. Yeah. With Zanzi and I have been very pleased with you, Benny, and with Bobby. Thank you for joining us. You've brought an element of thoughtful sophistication that was sorely lacking when it was just Zanzi and I.
Absolutely.
I think like people tune in to listen to the smart things you say and hear me and Zanzi do the knob jokes. And it kind of works that way. We're the North Bank. We're North Bank. We're the North Bank Highbury. Sunday was just one game. One loss in 32 games. We'll get back on it. Lone Star Londoner. The Philosopher Cowboy. Do you know what? I'm really glad you said that. I think people get shouted down for saying sensible things like that, but you can't argue with it. It's indisputable. Everyone wants to say that we lack courage. We somehow stumbled our way through the first 23 games of a Premier League season to be only 4 points clear. And what a disgrace 4 points clear is. And at the end of season, if we're only 4 points clear, there'll have to be an inquest. If we only win the league by 4 points, I'd sack everyone and replace them all with Tottenham players. big portion of Loud Online fan base don't remember when we were really shit.
Most of them weren't even born when we were bad.
I was going to say, like, I know you talk about the 60s. I've heard other people talk about the 60s. It must have been absolute garbage to go to football in the 60s. Let's be honest, though. The early 70s and the late 70s, the mid 70s weren't fabulous. All I can speak to is 1983, 1984, 1985. These were shit years, but so was 95. 95 was probably my least favourite year to be an Arsenal fan. Because it's one thing, like, don't get me wrong, I hated 2000 as well when we got to the UEFA Cup final and lost to Galatasaray. But losing in 95 to Zaragoza, I mean, do they even still play football? Have you heard of them since? And then you go, well, they've got a Tottenham player in their lineup. Nowadays, if I saw that, I go, well, he's going to score the winner. That's just how this particular simulation works, isn't it? Let's give Dan some hope. What's that? The 94th?
But you know, they actually say that you actually learn more from a defeat than you do from a win.
Yeah, I learned a lot. I think I've learned a lot, and I think I've learned enough now. Can we just learn a bit less and win the fucking quad, please? Do you mean I'm much happier learning absolutely nothing and taunting away fans with Champions of Europe? We are singing that.
Well, no, it's just that if we're winning and drawing and stuff like that, then Arteta's not really thinking, oh, well, we're doing well. Then we lose, and Arteta's thinking, okay, maybe we're not doing as well as I thought we were doing.
I think I want to open this up to you and Benny. The impression I got, and I think you've already touched on this, Benny, but the impression I got from the post-match press conference and the things he was talking about bringing the team together today, reminding them that we're not in a terrible position, but we do have to take a deep breath. Something's gone a bit wrong, and we have to analyse it with clear, calm perspective, and we have to see what we did wrong, and we have to fix it. But you need a man to just calm you down. I remember in '89, Tony Adams was such a young man, and he talked about listening to David O'Leary saying, we could win this. And he was like, of course we're going to win it, because he's 18, he doesn't know any better. But once you've been through a few defeats, I wonder how many of them are kind of in the back of their head going, what if we throw it away from here? That fear of loss is impactful. But I hope that Arteta is the right man to put it right, because we're not going to replace him with Luis Enrique or Conte or anything like that. So do you feel like his response to the defeat was good, bad, indifferent?
I've not watched it, so I'll pass it over to Benny.
I thought it was one of the best response you could ever, I guess, you can give in that circumstances. Instead of like shouting and blaming someone else, is taking accountability and just kind of like, we will do our best to get on with it, and then we just have to see the reaction they put on the field, or who knows what they talked about. Maybe they talked about like system changes. Maybe they got the players to express their views on the system, and maybe they are going to tweak some things. So we need to just see what the results of that meeting was, and hopefully it's for the best of the team. I guess that was how I took the press conference when he said those words.
Yeah, I do think moments like this, they require. Not every team talk has to be firing them up. Some of them, it's like, all right, look, you can be a manager that goes into that dressing room and shouts and screams. But if you have to, then the team aren't ready. You should go into that dressing room and say absolutely nothing and just let them sit in it and see which players shout at which players. And then you have a clear the air meeting and you go, okay, I love it that we're all passionate. And I understand that you're going to feel angry about what one person did. Maybe you're angry with Zubamendi. Maybe you're angry with the rest of the team. I don't know. But let's leave that behind now, because there's shit to do. Unfortunately, we've got to play Kairat, and it's not the game that you're going to show you bounce back. The game you're going to show it is Leeds. But you do have to show it. And I will say this, for all of the detractors, how many times have we lost a game? Like, we lost against Liverpool, went on a really long winning run. We lost against Villa, went on a really long winning run. Sometimes, like Zanzi said, you might win more from defeat. But we need to see that he can make this squad believe in themselves.
don't you think, Dan? Don't you think that's like having Kyrat now is like probably the perfect game to
No,
kind of really like? I
no, I
would not have.
totally don't. I
I
want
don't
it.
know.
I'd rather we had a like
Bayern
as
Munich,
much.
a Bayern Munich now.
No, no. I mean, I think the problem is you can't do it in Europe now. I would like us to have a game like Spurs away.
You mean
Because
like tomorrow? You would rather us have Spurs away than Kyrat?
yeah,
Zanzi, what says you? Come on, back me up here.
I can't, mate. Sorry. I would rather us have a tough away match than Kyrat at home.
yeah. Do you understand why we're saying that though, right?
No, I understand why you're saying it. I just mean like we've had 4 away games in 4 different competitions, right? Before, and
In January, yeah.
yeah, and I feel they should just the players need a break, and this is kind of the perfect
No, I don't
like
think
you're not trapped.
I don't think the need comes into it. It is what it is. If you are going to win a title, you don't get a break. I'm not saying I don't. I think we should rotate. You should look after physically players. I understand all of that, but if you've had a disappointment in any, like I played poker for a living, and you have these. I listen to all these people going, "It's not good enough. It's a disgrace. You should be at the top of your game." I've been that guy. In a poker, at least you're just playing for you. You don't have a team to let down. And I've turned up to tournaments. I've played 2-day tournaments where the first day I absolutely smashed it, get to the final table and just play stupidly for an hour and I'm out. One mistake can kill you in a game of poker. And then you have to live with it. And what you don't want is a long time before the next meaningful tournament because you need to come out and show what you've got. What you need is a chance to prove you're not some dummy and you want to get it out of your system.
But that's interesting you say that because which would be more harmful, a loss to Kyrat or a loss to your this imaginary
No, I
top?
think then you know where you are. If you go out to West Ham, if you go out, let's say we play West Ham or Tottenham in the Premier League tomorrow, and it's an away tie or a home tie, and you lose, then you know. Look, there is a section of this fan base who are very vocal about the disappointment. Maybe they are handling it in a way that seems a little immature to someone my age because shouting isn't what this is about. But overall, when you listen calmly to them, what they're saying is this isn't just the Man United game. This has been coming for a while. We played badly against Everton. We played badly against Wolves. We scraped by in those games. We haven't looked great. We haven't, Europe we have, but we need to show that we are champions, that we believe in ourselves. Now, personally, I did a whole comment on this a week or two ago where I was saying, how many times do you need a statement win? Everyone always wants everything to be a statement win, and I don't think it works like that. But when you have a performance that is as lackluster as the one against Sunday, or lackadaisical as the one that we played on Sunday, where people just seem devoid of ideas and energy, then the fan base, when you have the manager saying, come on, join the fun boat, will help me to climb the ladder to the fun boat by battering somebody that isn't a team I hadn't heard of 9 months ago. Because if you don't batter Kyrat, it's a no-win situation for us. You go and beat Kyrat 6-0, everyone goes, well, of course you beat Kyrat 6-0. No one even knows what country they're in. But if you go and beat Tottenham 2-0 away, then they go, okay, so the blip's over. And that carries more confidence with you. Whatever happens tomorrow, the players are still going to have to prove it against Leeds. And I hope we do. Miss Molina very intelligently has put that Marino can't play. He's yellow carded, and so is Rice. But I hope, and also just want to say, really good to see you. Another regular here at the Adams Arms. Rude 1-star, formerly Box Fresh. Bit late, but hello, hi. I'm glad we're still open, mate. It's great to see you. Yellow card suspensions for Marino and Rice to be served tomorrow, which I was really pleased about, and I am still really pleased about. But I had completely forgotten. Correct, Cole. Your build team now just needs to start Gyökeres, Kai Havertz, Mars Lewis Skelly. I'd like to see Mars Lewis Skelly in midfield. Am I the only one?
No.
Benny's deciding. Yeah, you're the only one. Well, for me, I don't. He's been. I don't know. I don't get this. I don't get the fanfare of him being in midfield. I know he played in the midfield, but it was the academy. He hasn't played there for 2 years.
It's just
and now,
so. You know, when you watch a player come up through the ranks, so I watched a lot more youth games back 2 years ago, and Mars Lewis Skelly, for me, amongst Mario Kosciuszko-Dewberry, Ethan Wanieri, Mars Lewis Skelly, he was the one that I just thought that is the kind of player I like.
He's when he runs into midfield, he's good at holding up the ball. And he's good at running at the attackers as well, at the opposition. I mean, for instance, that goal that he set up for Martinelli. I can't think who he played now. It's where he charged through the middle of the pitch, slipped it over to the left-hand side. Martinelli won.
And he put it in a beautiful... It was a European game, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Listen, for me, Marcelo Skelly, it's...
I think it was Atletico. It was
No,
Madrid.
I think it was later than that. I think it was more recently than that, sorry. The someone in the comments will tell us anyway. But hey, look, you know what? I think I've seen little glimpses of the player that I think is going to be an Arsenal captain. But the jury's out. After the weekend. Right, so... Melina! Happy birthday to my brother. Scott, if you're watching this on repeat, look at that. We're both, like me and my brother, are so stupidly happy. Miss Melina, I cannot tell you the effort that... Because transferring tickets from one place to another is not like it used to be in my day where you just pop in the post. The effort that you went to, I am so humbled in gratitude to you, Melina. And now I just thank you. An absolute brilliant thing you've done. You've absolutely, especially I love spending time. I'm going to get to see my nephew. I'm going into London. Thank you so much. Lone Star coming in with facts. He always does, man.
It's Club Brugge.
Yeah, that makes sense. It was a 3-0, yeah.
Away to them.
Why did Arsenal... here we go. Listen, I don't mind young people, but it's getting a bit late. Are you allowed to be up this late? Why did Arsenal fans trust in a make-believe process with a manager that had never managed before? Well, we didn't. None of us did. Nobody was like, great, we've got Arteta, now stand back, world. I think we started to believe when out of nowhere in 22-23, the first 19 games, he picked up a stupid number of points. And we really thought we had a chance, and then we blew it with some really shit performances. But we thought, hang on, out of nowhere, this isn't bad. And the season after that, he scored more goals than we've ever scored in the Premier League. And he scored almost as many points as the Invincible season. And we thought, well, that can't be easy. He must be quite decent. And then the season after that went to shit a little bit. And now we're 4 points clear at the top of the table. So maybe we believe because over the last 4 years, we've been consistent and lost very few games. And for the 10 years before that, that wasn't the case. Is that all right? Is that okay? Is it really that complicated? So Nwaneri thing is lack of game time. These new coaches like small squads and playing the same players over and over. I don't get it. Smaller teams are happy to rotate. I don't get it. Social, I'm with you. I don't get it either, really. It's not how I would roll. Gary says, nighty night. The worst Arsenal generation I've seen is probably the one with Mustafi. Wenger babies are spoiled. No, there's been worse, man. Although I don't know, Igor Stepanov's always jumps off the page at me as our worst defender. Skilacci. Maybe we do that next.
Those were our worst defenders. I was in my youth when our worst defenders were playing for Arsenal, and I can name all of them. Gave me nightmares. Sylvester, they were Sylvester, Pascal Seagun.
Oh, Seagun was a. How could you say that? He's a take Seagun's name out of your mouth. He's an invincible.
Oleg Lushny.
No, the horse. Shut up. What are you on about?
All of these defenders gave me nightmares. And then
he played really well in the half-turn low block.
Ilachi came by later on, but
I don't know. Yes, you've picked a very good back four. If we're picking the worst back four ever,
he gave me
maybe
nightmares.
we do that. Maybe we need to do a show with the worst players. Who's the worst ever goalkeeper? Who's the
Was it Shabnam?
Shabnam. He's the first one I thought of, but actually you have to give it to the Icelandic kid Runarsson.
No, I think it's between Shabnam, Rugerson, or Matt Turner. Because
I'll leave Matt Turner alone.
He went to I can't. I'm sorry. He went to Nottingham. No,
but he was never our goalkeeper. He was like a reserve goalkeeper.
Yeah.
You can't.
He still qualifies as a goalkeeper.
Actually, I'm talking shit, aren't I? Because I said Runarsson. So if he wasn't exactly, fair. If only we could get 11 League Gunner clones, the league would have been wrapped up by December. That's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like all these people who are so sure of their opinions. They know everything. And then you go, how do you know so much? Because I used to sell double glazing. Fantastic. Nice to see Mr. Tom here earlier before we smack Leeds at Ellen Road, I hope. I'm not summoning this into being. I dare to hope this won't happen. But he was so classy when we beat Leeds last. What was it, in August, September? He came on. He did a live with us. He sat there. He took it. He was brilliant. I don't know if I'm going to be like that if Leeds beat us this. Is it Saturday or Sunday? Sunday. DWT original Homer. I know he started saying donuts, but he doesn't say it as well as Gary doesn't say. Gary, if you're still here, pop on and say donuts for us. Don't count your chickens until they cross the road. The Lone Star Londoner, the philosopher cowboy. We rest, we refocus. Brilliant. I believe strong responsibility for players will look correct. That's their focus now. Yeah. Real Zaragoza in the Segunda División. I mean, do you know what I mean? I wonder if Arteta slipped, fell and hit his head, would he regain consciousness and more attack-minded manager? Don't start leaving the soap on the floor, Jose. It's like...
I don't fully agree with this, like Arteta is a defensive man. Because like 2 years ago, two years ago, we were scoring goals for fun. Like, I'm not saying he's defensively minded, yes. But I'm like 2 years ago, we were scoring goals for fun and the defense was not as good. And now the defense is not as good and the attack is not great. So I'm struggling with this. Like, we have scored goals in previous season where, although teams were not low blocking us like they are now. But like, I don't know if I can just kind of like...
No, I think you've made a really good point, because everyone should concede that scoring 91 goals is the most goals we've scored. So how does he get... But I think... Yeah, you're asking a lot of a football conversation to go back 2 years and count everything in one go. I completely agree with you. You've changed me around on that one.
I mean, like, I'm not saying he's not defensively minded.
Yeah, of course, he built from the back. Yeah.
Wrong. Like the defense is a lot better, but like I know I also he does have some blame because a lot of our attackers are not firing, but I cannot give him all that blame and say some of those attackers, when I see them with the ball, they really need to step up. Like Martinelli, if you watch Martinelli play in the league, I don't see what he does. Trossard works hard, but he's really old. Saka is not playing. He's supposed to be our star player. He's not playing like he's playing good, but he's not playing like our star player. Like the only one that has been playing really, really well, I would say, apart from last game, was like Zubi and Rice. The rest are having, I would say, average seasons. For me, average seasons. Jesus has always been who he is. I know it's really scathing, but he has been who he has always been. He's a player that likes to play on the wing, likes to hold the ball, likes to dribble a few players, but can never put the ball in the net.
Sorry, I missed who you were saying there. Who is it?
Gabriel Jesus.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, the attack needs to they need to look at themselves and step it up.
Yeah, you know what? I can agree. I think there's such a strong point at the core of what you're saying that I agree with. But I also just want to say, I have consistently said the same thing, which is if one or two players aren't playing well, I blame the players. If you get a game where 7 or 8 aren't playing well, that's got to be on the manager.
Yeah, that's what I said. He does have some blame.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
but
I think the question of usually it's if the person who has only has a hammer sees the world's problems as a nail. I think everybody who is upset and frustrated and having difficulty processing the emotion of disappointment is looking for a person to blame, and it falls squarely on the shoulders of Arteta. And in doing that, they will overlook some of the really good points you've just made, which are like he got 91 goals. You know, when someone who should be in bed by now, judging by some of the comments, says, you know, why do people like him? We go, I'll tell you what, because, you know, watched this club since 2004, and the only time it's gone to the last day of the season has been thanks to Mikel Arteta. And yeah, no, it's not enough, but it's better than we were. So I see progress and I measure progress and I applaud progress. The problem is when we will decide at different times when we've seen progress stall. Last season, I think it was fair for a lot of people, very sensibly and very eloquently, to say, I think we might have stalled under this manager. This season, the absolutely perfect response to those critics was to come out and in the first 22 games of the season lose only twice and be 7 points clear at the top, which still didn't silence his critics, but definitely made them less necessary. And then one bad performance seems to be enough to send everybody spiraling around, flapping their arms. And I think I don't have a problem with you losing your shit. Well, my question at the start of the show, which I don't think anyone will answer, but there is a psychological issue here. What makes somebody watch that Man United game and then sort of calmly walk over, pick up their phone and, go live, set up a live stream or turn on the camera and go, I'm so angry. And just like, what are you doing? Who needs that? Like, you have to do that. If your missus in the room, you'd leave the room, wouldn't you? Just like, I get when you're doing a watch along. That's why I don't do them. I get when people compulsively shout at the telly because it's in the moment. But what I don't understand is who benefits from the shouting? Why are you shouting? What is being an adult used to be about controlling your emotions. It used to be about, all right, look, I'm unhappy, but I don't have to scream. When I played poker, I used to go to these tournaments and you meet people live who you've played online and you have conversations, you have a few drinks, and especially Vegas where it's party time all the time. The stories people tell you of how many laptops they've bought because when they lose a hand, they smash their laptop. And they're like, you must have done that, Dan. I was like, no, I was always working class, mate. I'm poor. I'm not smashing my own laptop. I might smash yours, but I'm not like, if something bad happens, I don't rage about it. I tend to just sit in disappointment for a bit. Like, Benny, like you were saying, just like that seems to me like a grown-up way of doing it. Like, right, I'm really unhappy. Don't talk to me for a bit,
I got 70 messages on a group chat. They were asking me from Sunday to Monday, where are you? Come on.
Yeah, no, that is the thing, isn't it?
70 messages on the WhatsApp. I was just like,
I think it's
I can't deal
legitimate
with
to
this.
hide.
I just cannot deal with
I love all these the Arsenal haters are just legendary now.
And
There's so much hate.
You know what is so annoying? It's so frustrating. I have this friend. I have a friend that says, "Oh, he's a neutral supporter. He's only a supporter of the winning team." Okay, great. Man United beat Man City. Cricket.
Yeah. Well, they're a good team.
Okay,
well,
yeah.
it's
And then Arsenal lose to Arsenal. Manchester United beat Arsenal. 70 messages on the group. 70. I'm like, guys, I have to leave this group. I'm sorry. I have to.
There's a quote though, isn't there? First they laugh at you, then they hate you, then they love you. I don't care what other people think. I really get disappointed with our own fan base. I don't mind when people attack Arteta. I think there's a way you do it and there's a way you don't do it. I think if you're childish and you're just making fun, and that's pathetic, and especially if you're grown up. But if you're sitting here saying, I really don't know what the fuss is about, I don't rate him, fair enough, you're entitled to your opinion. But when you start calling other members of your own fan base out, that's beyond childlike. That's teenage incel behaviour. That's like, just calm the fuck down. And I remember that this whole thing developed out of Northside LDN, and I've completely forgotten who it was now. I can't remember his name, rather. But he was like saying, why are you talking to me? Like, they were on a stream together. And he was like, why are you talking to me like that? Because I know you wouldn't talk like that to me in real life. And it was like, you threatening me? It's like, no, I'm not threatening you. I'm just saying that this attitude that you have, this lack of respect that you have to people, you check that in real life, especially if you're not like 6'8" and power building. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you look like a drag queen, perhaps stop using so much incendiary language around people, because first of all, there's no reason to disrespect each other. We can have a bit of banter and take the piss out of each other. I invite it. I am here. I put my face on screen, take the piss. I've been called all kinds of names. I've lived through it. I don't mind banter and abusive chat like that, but this is hate. This is vitriol. This is these top gooners are to blame for everything. They make me angry. I want to punch them in the head. And you just go, no, you don't. You don't want to punch them in the head. You've never punched anyone in the head. You don't know what it would be like to punch someone in the head and then have to run for your life. You know, let's just stop the aggressive pseudo-masculinity and just go, reality is, the three of us could agree or disagree on something, but we know we're going to get on. We're on the same fan base, you know?
I think some of the annoyance, especially with me, is like, just because I don't get as angry as you, or I'm shouting at a camera, or I'm breaking my laptop, doesn't mean I don't care about you. Care about the team more than me. Like, I care so much. Well, I don't want to say the things I've done for the Arsenal football team, but I care so much. And I want this team to win. I really would like them to win. But it's
your standards that are the problem. I don't know
yeah.
if you've got
Well,
the
just
memo.
because I'm not shouting to the top of my voice and like
exactly, yeah, you need to shout. So why aren't you shouting? Why don't you care about this club?
I know, right? Like, and it's like, he's been here for 5. Like, I know it. 5 years, 6 years. I've been. Well, people tell me every day. It's like there's always. I think this is one of the sentences in the sentences of an Arsenal fan base. Like, my own fans keep telling me that every day that Arteta has been here for more than 5 years. Like, don't you think I know this already?
No, do you see the one that they come in here and say it's been 22 years since we won a league? And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, because every single game I've watched in that period of time, I'd forgotten we didn't win the league. You know, like they say, but the thing is, that's that kind of Kruger-Dunning effect where people are so stupid they don't know how little they know, so they think everything they say is brand new information, and it's a shame. It's a nothing but a shame. But I agree with you. Like this point you made, is so solid. I really want. I wrote a video script, and I thought it's not worth putting out there, but it's all about how shouting isn't sincerity, quietness isn't apathy. Some of us have been conditioned to not lose our shit. Some of us see that as a virtue. Look at this. Would you please join me in welcoming to the stage the one and only, actually, a man who needs no introduction but gets one anyway. A man whose sheer presence denotes this as a channel with class and presence. It's Mikel Arteta. Oh, sorry. I put the wrong person up. 1 second. Gary, wait there a minute. Gary, don't waste a trip.
Hello, Dan.
Look at you. Zanzi's brushing his hair. As soon as he sees you, he gets all.
Which hair should I brush, Dan?
Hello, everybody in the chat.
Use the big brush.
I heard you talking. I heard you going, we're probably going to get out of here soon. And then like
Dan,
20 minutes later, I'm like, you know what? He's not going away just yet. He'll give me at least 5 minutes. And
Benny's trying to escape. Look,
no, I have to escape because I have a trip to Warsaw tomorrow. And
if you're going to make shit up, that's the way to do it.
Warsaw, that's an interesting place to pick. Like, you could have picked like
when the Germans start moving to Warsaw, it's all trouble from here.
Yeah.
It's only the next. It's only like the next town over anyway. But like we
know that from 1939. Thanks.
Warsaw today, Poland tomorrow. Oh no.
I need to wash my stuff, and I also need to
Benny, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on all the time.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys in the chat. You've been so interactive. So really
brilliant on you.
And I would recommend this channel. If anybody is clipping it, clip this up. Really recommend this channel. Please, guys, come. And I would also contribute, but unfortunately, YouTube doesn't do PayPal.
So hold on. You've given me. Thank you for being here, Benny. I just want to say this to everybody. All right. Like those of you that do send stickers and support like that, it means the world. But the thing that means the most to me is that you're here and that you stay and that you get involved. I know there's people who watch and don't write in the comments. I really appreciate every single one of you. I think we all do. But I don't want anyone ever to feel like they have to contribute in any way. I open this place up for love, not like this is never. I'm already a millionaire. I couldn't aspire to any more money. You know, I've already got the Cronky sending me checks. I've got Mikel Arteta. I have a swimming pool full of money. I don't need anything else from you. But no, genuinely, I mean this sincerely. However you want to help support this, whether it's liking, subscribing, hyping, coming on screen, you're all massively important a part of this channel. Thank you. And thank you, Benny. And please be kind to Warsaw, right? Like just okay, just be nice to them.
Hopefully, we win against Leeds, or else I'm not coming back.
You've got to come back. You've got to come back anyway. We're doing a 12-hour stream. The minute Thank you, Benny. I'm just going to, before I come to you, Gary, I want to hear what you got to say, but I want to go through these comments because you know what's happened. It's been a half hour since I've read any. We keep saying Sunday was only one game. Those one games add up, and before you know it, they form an irretrievable pattern. Or they don't. Malt Liquor Texas, it's true. It's not inconceivable that we lose against Leeds. We keep losing and it all falls apart. But it's just as likely that we win against Leeds and we go on another winning run. If history has taught us anything about this particular team, they have a defeat in them. But they rarely have two in a row. So we haven't had two in a row this season. I don't know why you would predict that. I'm not saying you are, but I think it's worth pointing that out. We need our captain to pick up the slack on the pitch as a whole. Fair, very fair. Well, I think he's a captain for a reason. Huh? It's terrible if we they're in a relegation farm. I'm trying to read that because it looks like you wrote that in patois, which I love. Manager would learn in that game to where his team will work on correct. Lol, Dio. It could be one of those people who hits their heads and wakes up speaking Chinese. That'd be funny. That does happen. That's mental. Mi brother Yakian was a guan wa pandi pitch. Yes, exactly. Exactly, sir. Congratulations, by the way, on beating us, Lucky. That sticks in my craw. The players them look at us. Odegaard spin in a circle as they join him. I've got to stop doing that now because I'm enjoying it too much. Arteta said I can play left back tomorrow. Yes. Nwanyeri, go.
One more time.
No, man. Do you know, like, seriously?
Up on loan.
Huh?
I was just trying to read it. I was trying to do you, but I didn't do you good, I guess.
Well, which one? Which one are you reading? The next one or the one I just
this
read?
one. Go ahead, you read it. Let me say it.
Well, this one?
No, the Nweri one.
Nwanyeri go pan loan on him being a bang fantastic goal in a 20 minutes. You may eat a plenty rice and peas. Someone will clip that. And, I'll have to answer for that in the court of social media. Melina, oi, get it early for the warm-ups then. Melina doesn't need a warm-up. I think you'd be a brilliant captain, Melina. I'd love to see it. Nate, I heard you in CF, oi. Arteta said, well, I'm not doing anymore. I'm not. Okay, I stopped the patois. Thank fuck for that. He's one of my favourite accents. I think it's everyone's favourite accent. There are some accents that are cool, right? Women like French accents. Mikel Merino and Declan Rice will not be involved against Kiat, having picked up the bookings in the win of Inter Milan. That means they are suspended. Now, Lone Star London is thinking, why the fuck have I gone French? I ain't no French guy. God damn. Me can't believe it. See, I've started again. Stop me. Somebody stop me.
Rotted.
Yeah, that bomber clot idea. This is a dispassionate question. Oh, thank you. Malt Liquor Texas. You have been on fire today. What do you expect from Arteta after almost 6 years in charge and almost 900 million spent over the last 5 years to build a squad? What do I expect? I don't know. I don't think that. I think people keep saying about the 900 million. Zanzi.
Yes.
Can you tell Malt Liquor Texas where that puts us in the last 5 years spending table?
5th.
So surely, like, that's a good point, right? So the 4 teams that have spent more than us, if it's all about money. And if I said to you, my justification would be this, like, we were a fucking banter club, right? We had Unai Emery. No one wanted to go and watch us. You couldn't give away tickets. And now I'm jumping up and down, literally delighted, ear to ear smiling because I've got a ticket for the semi-final thanks to Melina and her patience and kindness and generosity and just general bloody goodness. And that you couldn't have given away that ticket in the Emery era. And so if I said to you, right, what's it going to take to turn the team whose captain cups his ear at the fans and storms off almost throwing off the armband, to like that team, what's it going to cost you to turn us into a team that might win the league? You'd go fuck, is it 2 billion, 1.5 billion? Like, you say like 900 million, like it's a lot of money. It's not in football. So I don't know. Over 5 years to build a squad. Like, I mean, how long do you think it's going to take Unai Emery to turn Aston Villa into Premier League contenders? Because I think everyone thinks they are now, but that's a bit of a flash in the pan. Newcastle, Eddie Howe, like the richest owners in world football. Like, I think your question is, what do you expect from Arteta after almost 6 years in charge? I think I expect him to win the league this season. I'm treating your question with the seriousness it deserves. I personally think that if we don't win the league this season, my faith in him as an owner would have been exhausted. A couple of reasons for that. One, we've been far enough ahead and there are no strong teams around us. If we follow my logic, then the only reason that we lose this title is because we lost it. We didn't have the confidence to cross the line, and that's on the manager. So after 5 years, 6 years, and however much money he spent, whatever I hear about people that he spent a lot of money, are there a lot of players you wish they weren't? Everyone in this squad, apart from Martinelli, Saliba, Saka, when all these players were bought by Arteta. He bought Ben White, who I like. He bought Declan Rice, who I like. Gabby Jesus. He bought Kai. I like every player he bought, and I'm quite glad with it. But in the end, unfortunately, football isn't about the nice days out and all that shit. It's about the big thing that you show your armpits lifting up at the end of the season. So I just say that let's all agree to have a real think about it in summer. Either nursing our hangovers from a fantastic victory parade, or we're sacking him, aren't we? Am I being too harsh, Gary?
No. He's got. I mean, he has set this team up the way everybody expected to be competing for trophies and the top trophies in the world. So, at some point,
quarterfinals and semi-finals of the Champions League.
Yeah. So he's got the team where it needs to be. He needs to cross the line. Everybody said that. I mean, that's what we need to do. He everything that he's needed over the last 4 tries of getting to the next to cross the next hurdle. He's gotten everything. So he has nothing else to do, right?
I think he's definitely not been perfect. There's no question. There's things that he's gotten wrong, and this is his last chance. I think he's had the kind of owners who go, okay, we'll be sensible, we'll be calm, we won't just be knee-jerk, we won't respond to the outcrying of fans. They never do. So hopefully that answers your question with the sense that it deserved, and it was a good question. And please get involved in the comments. I will get through them. I'm going to race through them now. Boxfest was at the bar, wasn't ignoring you, Rosie. My take, well done, United. Form out the window in these games. Yes, very good point. I haven't heard anyone else say that. Well said. Form does go out the window. Oi, oi, Savaloy. Big up, Razor. Just woke up. What the fuck are you talking about? Just woke up. Who wakes up at midnight? Come on, the show starts at 10:30. We is big arms, blue Savannah eyes. Anthony, dipped in sherbet, Herbert, Earth, Ernie, Vader, Gert, Lush. Longest name in football, that one.
He's had an evening of heavy cider
Petting.
drinking, and then he's been off with his rams and his sheep and having a bit of fun in the fields.
You know what? That's a little bit too much information that I just did not need to hear before I get ready to go to bed.
Mikel Bumberclart Arteta. Him too defensive. Him no show bravery. Him jam up the Glock 14. Big up yourself. A man's like a watermelon. You can't tell how good he is till you... Do you know what? Man, like I'm not even joking. This is going to be out before Christmas. The Lone Star Londoner Book of Wisdom. Help me. Keep sending these in. These are fucking brilliant. Miles Lewis should be Rice understudy. I agree with that. MLS and Ethan are a duo. They need to play together. Don't send Miles Lewis Skelly please don't send him to France. Cozy Dewberry was another one of the trio. Yeah. He was probably my favorite one.
He's got a lot of suitors right now, so
Cozy Dewberry.
Yeah, so wherever he is, he's leaving,
Blackpool,
and he's got
something?
suitors. So Syria, some teams in.
Well, he's
Syria
at Brighton technically, isn't he? But he's playing for Bolton Wanderers, and he's not playing well.
That's weird. Like I said, that's what I saw in the little post that he'll be leaving, but he's got other places to go. So
yeah, I mean. Like, he's definitely got ability, and if you come out of the Hell End Academy, that adds a couple of zeros to your paycheck, doesn't it?
I know we're not picking a full side tomorrow.
No, we're
But
not.
with
Damn fucking
Rice
right.
and Marino out, how about having Norgard as DM with MLS and Eze?
Yeah, I would like that. I'd like that. He won't do it. Miss Molina, I think reset players ready, rest players, give manager notice I'm ready, get fit again with Skelly Knowles. Yep. Does anybody know what country that Kairat team is in?
Oh, you know what? Let me check because
It's as far eastern
We check this
Kazakhstan as you can get.
we did this
Is
the
it
last time.
Kazakhstan?
Didn't
Yeah.
they? Oh, it is Kazakhstan.
It's in Kazakhstan. Yes, it is.
It's
I think so,
4,000
Mel.
miles away from London.
Yeah, well, they'll have a night out, won't they? Thank God it's not way in the middle of nowhere. Clock enders, I've been in bed the last 2 days, picked up this virus that's going around, feels like had 12 rounds with the Incredible Hulk. Oh, mate, I didn't know that. I'm sorry to hear that.
The sheep
Glad
flu.
that you're
Stop
up and
it.
about. Yeah.
But stop it. Right, I can't read all these because you were talking. Gus Caesar, Lone Star, mate. He was all right. He wasn't terrible. Combined worst 11, we're doing it. Do you think we should do it? Runison is an outrageous purchase. Oh, here we go. In his fourth season in 2022-23, spending 500 million and bottled the league 93% after finishing eighth. What have you ever done, Arsenal? It's easy to criticise other people, isn't it? There's always someone standing on the sideline saying that's not very good. Where do you get your wisdom and intelligence from eventually? Gallus might be up there. Gallus is definitely not getting mentioned in here again. Social joins, I know exactly what you're doing. You're talking about the worst players, but even then I feel disgusted with that name in here. I agree with you, though. He is definitely in the reckoning for anybody. Centre-back with number 10. Our captain. Crying. That's so Gen Z. So zesty. That's zesty. Look at me, Zanzi. I'm down with the kids. Chamak. Oh, fuck off. The trouble is, I can feel it now. We'll do the worst 11 and I'll just be pissed off at every name that gets read. Baku final was dark days. Birmingham, Carling Cup final, very dark day. Exactly. Birmingham. I think I preferred Birmingham. Arteta is attack-minded. Champions League, 7 games, 7 wins, 20 scores. That's a fair point. I can't disagree with that. Arsenal, not Arteta FC. By the way, that was his third season, not fourth. You dildo. Like, I think that's a bit personal, even if just the severity of it at the end made me laugh. Gascoigne free kick semi-final. Oh, God, mate, please don't. 91. It's another Casabenda. Clockenders comment got zapped, but see it in the feed. Naughty, naughty. Did it get zapped? Oh, I shouldn't have read it out there. Fuck, sorry. I don't know. I don't mind people being horrible to each other in fun. Those stats don't mean anything. Trophies are the sole aim of the game. Oh, wow. Oh, is that right? Oh, shit. Okay. Well, sod off then. We haven't got any trophies. Not ones you lived long enough to see. Money is the reason why. Money. Not sure how much more attacking we can be. Our fullbacks usually edge opponents' box. I'm reckless. I think it's all right to call people dildos. They generally go places men want to be. Could be called worse things, innit? Am I wrong? Yeah.
I find it weird in the fact that there's an alleged Arsenal fan having a dig at Arsenal, and then the Man U fan comes in and says, "You're still 4 points clear."
Yeah, I know. Not a season ticket holder. Live far away. Well, next Christmas, ask your parents to get you a season ticket. You know, like if you're a good boy, look, Arsenal, it's not. Do you know what it is? The reason I'm not thrilled, and I'm not trying to be horrible to you for any other reason, but you're just so sure of your opinions, and it's something a little bit tragic about coming in here and saying all the things you hear on other channels and calling people Arteta sexuals, like you invented the term, or like it was ever funny, or like you know anything at all about Arsenal Football Club, and then you write Arsenal FC, not Arteta FC. Go away. I'm not trying to be horrible. But either stay and be nice to people or fuck off. See how many people next show are going, whatever happened to that lovely Arsenal? Do you know what I mean? I can't even say your name. I think fan base have forgot. Mikhail speaks 7 languages. These cocks are struggling with 1. The loss was bad, but get the angry folk. I think it's the excuses. If it was 7 points clear play crap with 6 points clear play crap, 5 points clear play crap, that's a bad trajectory. It's not a good trajectory, but at the same time, you know what? You're kind of overlooking the central thing. however badly we've played in the first 23 games, however many points you think we've dropped, however few goals we've scored, we are still top of the league. Why are we top of the league if this guy's such a plum? Why do you find it difficult to I'm not saying you, Social Joins. I'm saying, why do some people find it difficult to understand why a lot of us... First of all, however sure you are that Arteta's going to win nothing at the end of the season, unfortunately, you know as well as I do, for your part, that Arteta's here till the end of the season. So let's just make a peace with it. Growing up, accept that disappointment is part of football. It's inbuilt into the sport. You can't have it so that you're not disappointed in football. But have a bit of patience. If you're right and Arteta wins nothing from here, then we'll all be on your side of the argument. If you're wrong, I hope that this isn't about Social Joins. I realise it sounds like I'm talking to him. But if you are as a person, you're entitled to believe, like so many of the people I respect, DJB springs to mind, Carl Walsh springs to mind. I know Anthony's had his doubts. I know Jose's had his doubts. If you have your doubts, that's fine. I don't know you're wrong. You could be right. But don't attack the rest of the fan base because they don't agree with you. And don't be coming into people's pubs and start bad-mouthing them because they don't share your opinion. When we all know you don't really know what you're talking about. But if you are somebody who's looking at the last 3 games and seeing a worrying trend because it builds on a narrative that has developed over years, I can't blame you for thinking that. At the end of the day, we're both looking into the future. One of us is saying, I believe and I hope that it's going to be good. And the other is saying, you're naive. I don't think it will be. I think it's going to be tough. But at the end of it, here's some things I think are true. If this season does go badly, I'm happy to say you were right. I was wrong. Let's get rid of the manager and start again. But if you were right and if you were wrong and I was right and we win some silverware, won't you feel silly? Anybody who came in here calling people Arteta sexual, won't you feel stupid that you were so completely wrong? And won't it wake you up to the fact that you don't really know what's going to happen any more than anyone else does? Right. Plenty for managers, players, correct personality, fight on the pitch, sure they know. Imagine having an Arteta banner in your PFP. You're the typical home fan. Is there something wrong with being a typical home fan?
That doesn't make any sense.
What's a PFP?
12.
You know,
I don't know, man.
you are such an Arsenal fan, an Emirates fan. You know, Zanzi, you were such a, Arsenal fan.
Such a home supporter. I don't even know how to make that sound as stupid as he did. Like, I don't know, like, why... It's a weird world we live in online, isn't it? Like, we open the doors, we get so many people in. Do you know what? This live stream's been going for, what is it, over a year? Like, I think about 13, 14 months. I always like to say, Jose, if it hadn't been for you, I would have just quit, because he was literally the only person watching a watch-along I did on a Saturday morning. It was like, and he was in there and he was bantering. I was enjoying the shit out of it. And I didn't care. It was only like 2 or 3 people. And then he went and told a load of people that, like Rosie and, and I just think, I opened the door to have a laugh. Nowadays, we've had 2 really good nights in the last 5 days, and we've had loads of people in. But you get these people who come in here and they just want to say shit. They just want to talk shit. Don't you want to have a bit of a laugh once in your life? Have you ever had a laugh? When you start coming out with, I live too far away to be a home fan, and then you use home fan as a slur, could you just, how far away from us do you live? Do you live close to City? Could you fuck off and be a City fan? I'm going to do a quick poll. Would anyone miss this fella? No. Don't make me block you either, because I hate doing that. I'm totally for freedom of speech, but there's a point where you should just shut up for a minute and listen to the grown-ups. You never see lambs hobnobbing with coyotes. You're too in here. It's too near. They know they're safe. I think people just get mad. No one calling out the players, manager and crap play, but you get way too many people doing overtime PR, acting like everything is great. The end story looks like a repeat. Yeah, we'll know at the end of the season. Like, the thing is, I'm neither. I'm not pro-Arteta. I'm not anti-Arteta. I just think I'm a pragmatist. We could have had the conversation at the start of the season. It might have been worth having. They gave him a lot of money, like 300-something million to spend, so I thought they probably trust him. All right, you could say they gave it to Berta, But even when Berta came in, it feels to me like he's looking at Arteta and going, let's see what you got this season. I'm going to give you the team you need. And right now, for all of the people going, oh, it's looking bad, be honest. Did you predict we'd be clear at top of the table going into February? Did you? Because if you did, if you said, oh, we'll be top by 4 points and then we'll throw it all away in March and April, I still think you're wrong. I still don't see City as the threat that you seem to. And if City or Villa aren't going to win the title, even if it's a bad season, we'll win the title. And then is it all Arteta's fault? I don't know what to say to you at that point. Dunning-Kruger was a top player. Assuming Ethan has a good loan spell, how does he get back into the team once the manager doesn't favour him? Will the manager still be here? We don't know. To be decided. I used to shout and be livid and I thought, what am I doing? Just stay calm and see what happens. It's called growing up, isn't it? Gary, I'll come to you in a moment, Zanzi. When was the last time you just shouted at somebody or just shouted into the void? Like just, have you ever done that?
I don't think I do it too often. I don't. No.
Like,
I mean, even like I don't know what I did. You know what it is? Like, yeah, I'll be upset when something doesn't go my way. But screaming, no. I saw somebody screaming when the goal went in, and it was like they went off the screen and screaming. I was like, oh my, okay.
I can forgive it in a watch along. Honestly, I can forgive it in a watch along because the family. So I had James, my youngest, had his girlfriend round. They were off in the bedroom, and Dominique was making dinner, and she kept popping her head in. And when she popped her head in the first time and saw it was Man United 2-1, she went, "Oh God!" and walked slowly out of the room. I will go, fucking come on, like that when we score, and I feel embarrassed about it, but that's life, right? Then you kind of think to yourself, I'm a grown-ass man. Like, who am I shouting at? When it's go, these fucking idiots, and you go, they're doing something I can't do. I can't do what they do. What help is it me shouting them? Then I actually wrote a whole piece about this. I thought there were some really good points that I wanted to make. And one of them was like far too many people aren't following Arsenal. They are Arsenal. They become Arsenal. When something happens that's wrong, it embarrasses them because they are Arsenal. I'm not Arsenal. I love Arsenal. But I'm just a fan in the stands. I'll sing my heart out. But I don't get to make decisions. It's not a democracy. I don't own the club. I can't sit here with any kind of intelligence and say they need to win a trophy. Because I was like, what do you mean? Or what, like the words that I hear people say, it's not acceptable. That's what it's going to have to be, isn't it? Because you don't have a choice. Oh, I'm not accepting this. All right, well, then pretend we beat Man United 4-0 if that helps you. But otherwise, you're going to have to accept it because that's what life is. Life is this. If you became an Arsenal fan because you didn't like the idea of us ever losing a game, you're a moron. We're not going to miss you. If you're an Arsenal fan and you go, I dream of us lifting a trophy. But these young idiots that have grown up on a diet of Lee Gunner and fizzy drinks, they go, it's not good enough. Compared to what? Compared to your grades at school? Compared to what have you done? Where are you getting the bollocks to get involved in someone like Bukayo Saka at 8 years old, dedicates his life to football and for the next 14 years reaches the pinnacle of the game and represents our beloved club with over 200 goals and assists. And you're telling him he's shit. Meanwhile, you have to hide letters from your school to your parents because you've failed another. And it's like, come on, have a look at yourself. And if your life, and I hear this, and I got quoted for this by Shane Gooner, who's going, if Arsenal lose, it ruins my weekend. People like this guy don't care about football because they just think football is something you do with your mates. And I go, I'm sorry, I've lost friends who died early. I've seen a little bit of sadness in my life, and I'm not interested in generating more out of nowhere. When something truly tragic happens, I will cry, and I will feel like shouting into the void, but it doesn't do you any good. You have to be a grown-up sooner or later. When we were younger, you looked to grown-ups as stoic, tough guys who just got on with it. And that's gone now. Now we've got hysterical teenagers. Anyway, that's a rant. That's over. Lone Star Londoner says, Lee Gunner, man is as confused as a goat on AstroTurf. You can't be making these up. They're too good. Hello, Gary. Bye, Gary. Yeah, listen, this I could not get my head around that when he called you a home fan, typical home fan. And when you said to him, well, how many games do you go to? I live too far away. Well, fuck off then. Support your local club. I'd love to know what it is. Only teenagers wave their arms and stomp their feet in the occasional first. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I say this when I think I screamed at a game, but I was holding my baby, and I woke the baby up, and then it's like
that's the last time you did that.
Yeah, exactly. I was just like, what am I doing?
Yeah, that's the last time you do that.
Yeah,
It's when Luca used to come on and go, "This manager, I'm so angry," and you're like, "Who's he not waking up?" You know. I don't care if people are shouting, crying, whining, whatever. I'm cool with it. I play football. All kinds of stuff is said on the pitch. YouTube is shouting, ain't got nothing on that. No, exactly. Listen, if you've got the stones to shout at someone in real life, I've got some respect for that. And I think it's all right when you're actually playing a game because you're adrenalized. But my point is simply that it was. I won't say who it was, but I was. He only had about 15 subscribers when I started subscribing to him, and I was always like saying, "Well done, man. Big up." And then he literally is just going, "I'm so angry." And I was like, that's fine, but like you used to get locked up for shit like this. What are you doing? Like, it's okay to be angry. Do you have to shout? How does it help? It's performative.
If my missus heard me shout, she would look at me and think, "Have you got a UTI?"
Hang on a minute. What's a UTI?
Urinary tract infection.
You don't shout with them. You just wince.
No, because I don't notice it, but she would know if I've got a UTI developing because I get a little bit niggly, and that's it.
I'll watch out for that.
Yeah. But I think the last time I got angry with anyone was probably good 15 years ago, and I was in the garden, and one of our cats was sat in the little bay turning area that we've got just outside the house, and some kid carrying a box came along and took a swing at her, but the cat missed the cat, and the cat came running inside, and I said to the kid, I said, "Oh," I said, "if you had connected with that cat, you would be raking up with the crowd around you."
Yeah. I honestly can't remember the last time I got angry, but I tell you, I know this for a fact. Whenever Miss Molina's around, I'm just full of happiness. Miss Molina joins us. What an honor. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, yeah, Queen of Arsenal. I honestly, you've completely made me and my brother's day. Like, if
don't
I could...
do that, Dan.
No, it was
enough. I didn't send you enough money in the post for that.
No, you did. I mean, I know Anthony's gone down to millionaire. I'm richer than any millionaire. Look what we have here. But no, honestly, I know you had a busy day at work. I know it's been, because I was trying to explain it to Dominique and James when we were having dinner. I was like, this is so funny. It's like, I don't know how to do this. My brother doesn't know how to do it. Melina doesn't know how to do it.
And the guy selling the tickets doesn't know how to do it.
Yeah, and my brother's talking to me. I'm talking to you, and you're talking to. It's like it was the funniest. I honestly didn't think it was going to happen, and then it did, and it's just fun. I mean, it's brilliant. I'm so pleased. But
I don't know what we would have seen faster. Like, oh my God, like our attack get it together or us get these tickets transferred. And also, like, why does the club make it so difficult? I guess, like, in a way, it's a security feature so that nobody can hack your ticket.
I mean, it's gone a bit far, though. I don't know.
Yeah, just stupid. And, you know, the whole issue that I came on here to discuss is, I know the game was flat against United, but the atmosphere doesn't help. You know, it's they're charging big money for fans to go see these games. And as someone who's been to Category A games, they're not cheap. They don't start cheap. Even these Champions League games, we had big games in the Champions League. And it's just like you could hear a pin drop in the stadium. It feels like a library at times. And I think the ballot system has a huge part to play with there's some people who constantly win ballots and some people who don't win one at all. And
I had a really good. It's funny.
They've made it better. It seems worse this season.
It's worse. It is worse. I had a conversation, but then I am a novice at it because for whichever reason, you know, after starting business and everything, I couldn't go to matches, and now that this is the first year or two that I can, and My sister got me the tickets, and my brother. We went to the Crystal Palace game, and the atmosphere was fantastic. The vibe was wonderful. So that's my only experience. I imagine it'll be pretty good against Chelsea. But I do want to sort of explore this a little bit more because, the two sides of the argument are, well, hang on a minute. We're paying for our tickets. They're supposed to give us something to cheer for.
Yeah, that's I agree with that too.
Yeah, I think you can't listen. If you pay for a ticket and you turn up, no one tells you how you enjoy a football match or anything else. They can. When Arteta comes out and says we need you to be the 12th man, he goes, well, give us something to cheer. Come out like you mean it. Because when the atmosphere's flat, it's not usually because the football's great.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So the responsibility for
Especially
the atmosphere.
And
listen,
versus Man United, that was come on.
I grew up in the Highbury era, and I went to some other grounds. I've travelled a little bit to other grounds, and I thought our atmosphere was brilliant. But there were times it wasn't, and even under Wenger. But Highbury, the library, that sort of persisted, and I didn't care. A lot of the George Graham era, we won games, but it was shit football.
It was a 1-0. That's what we're known as, 1-0 to the Arsenal.
1-0 to the Arsenal. We had players in the mid. We didn't need a midfield because you lump it up to Alan Smith. He knocks it down. Merce and Campbell running either side. So I don't know. And I also got criticised for blaming the fans, but I do think... so I was listening to Gunner Blog last night, going to sleep, and he was saying we're our own worst enemy. There's an anxiety in the players and anxiety in the stadium. And is that just... Do we deserve to win a league if we can't cheer them home?
But then that, your other point counters this as, have the players given us something to cheer for? In terms of, that second half versus Man United, I know we're trying to move on from this United game, but come on, that second half, you're supposed to show, okay, we've conceded a goal, Zubamendi made a mistake, come out like the second half versus Aston Villa, where we can't recognize this team, right? Gary and Zanzi, show us some intensity, show us that you care. Some of those players, even senior players, I'm not just saying pinpointing the captain, but some of those senior players in there, show us that you cared that day. Were we playing at home or were we playing away from home? Because I couldn't tell a difference.
No, you know what? I love that point so much because that's the one fundamental truth of fans. I think we all feel it for ourselves, but you see it repeated in every one of us. We will give you energy if you show us something. Walking around, not getting into it, not starting, not winning your duels, these are not acceptable. I don't care if you make a mistake. I want to see you. I want to see you playing like your life depended on it. And the criticism of some of these team performances under the Arteta, it was true of every manager if they were around long enough. But every now and again, we just really just don't show the desire. And if you can't show the desire on the pitch in that privileged position that any one of the 63,000 people in the stadium and the millions watching at home would kill to be in that position, and if you can't show you're appreciating it, then we can't cheer you. And it doesn't matter if you're winning or losing, you've got to show the fight. I don't care if we win or lose as much as I care that we tried to win. I need to see that we tried to win. And the problem with a Man United game was when a goal up, then we seemed happy to just fuck about with it at the back. And then they equalised, and we were like, "Oh God, have we got to go and get another goal?" And go on then. And then they scored another one. We were like, "Oh," and then we equalise in the scrappiest, shittiest goal. But then I'm like, "Oh, thank fuck for that!" Right now, go on and push on and win it. And all right, Cunha scored a really nice goal. But did somebody want to stand in front of him for a bit?
Yeah, Gabriel made a mistake for that.
Yeah. I'm not here to give Gabriel a hard time. I think he's given us, but there are just performances. Now it's when you have, I don't know, Melina, what did you think about I want to ask both of you, Gary, actually, because I didn't ask you either. You saw, presumably, Mikel Arteta called a meeting and he's encouraging everybody. He's encouraging an anxious fan base to jump on the fun boat. But like I said, make sure you're wearing a life vest because I don't know how fun this fun boat's going to be if we lose to Leeds.
Yeah, if we lose to Leeds, you are gonna see an emergency meeting on my channel first.
We'll do it. Well, all three of us are channels just linking together, and just we're taking over the Zanzi will start a channel. We'll be on there as well.
Lee Gunner wouldn't know what hit him, man.
No, well, he
I'll be
doesn't
taking
anyway.
over those emergency meetings.
Is it just me? I do occasionally dip into his streams when I finish mine. And I, just think, yeah, I could do that. I'm not drunk, and I just love. She's got lovely breasts. That's what I see. That's everything I get when I get on a League Under channel. Used to be football. JB Smithington is new here, but he's saying Dan chatting patois is legendary. Stick around. Won't be happening again. Mel, you definitely have more fight and bite than Odegaard. Oh God, do you get these on your channels? Do you know when people come in and they're just
a lot of people have really given up on Arteta though. Like, and I can see that point. Like, that perspective is, it's been so many years. We only have a FA Cup and whether you count it or not, the Charity Shield, which isn't a trophy, but exactly. It's like you keep mentioning it over and over again. Isn't going to change the past. No. We gotta look ahead, and unfortunately, we made the signings we have, whether we wanted the striker or not. It's not just the striker that's been stinking up the pitch. And I didn't want Gyökeres, but at the same time, you can't single him out. Where's Odegaard? Where's Saka? Eze's 4 goals, 3 of those 4 goals came against Tottenham in the one match. Where's Saka been? Martinelli, if it's not Champions League, we're not seeing him perform. The good thing is for tomorrow, which is why I came on the panel, I wanted to ask you guys, there's good news that Calafiori and Havertz trained yesterday's session, which is earlier this morning. For you guys, it would be yesterday. Anyway, technicalities aside, would you guys play Calafiori in a game versus Kairat? And I know Kairat's a dead rubber, but keep in mind, you need this guy to be fit for Leeds. You want your best players for Leeds. And I'm not underestimating or taking the piss out of Mr. Tom's Leeds, because I know Ellen Road is not an easy ground to go to. Mm-hmm. Same thing we thought Nottingham Forest. Same thing with the Stadium of Light, Sunderland. We know these teams, when they're trying to fight relegation fodder, which I don't think Leeds are in. No. I think they've been saved by Calvert-Lewin, mind you.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think it was crazy.
I can't remember where we were doing it, but live stream, but I was just really praying that I'd put money on him to score. And he did. 5 chances in the cup against Sheffield Wednesday, and I was like, how do you live with yourself? Literally, you're a striker, you're getting paid hundreds of thousands of pounds a month. Please score a goal.
I think he started ticking after that, though.
Mad, yeah. But
the one thing I'll say is, and I don't, the fact that we always seem to we're missing this player, so then that means the system is broken. Right, and that's what we're saying
this year, though.
It's exactly what we're saying right now, because we're saying right now we're missing Calafiori, and that's why things don't look the right way. And I'm like, this system cannot be set up such that the starting 11 works, and then the squad that we do put behind them, guess what? It's not going to work. You know what I mean?
Well,
because all the little things that aren't working. Well, if Calafiori was there, they would be different, right? All the little things are, if Saliba or Gabriel were there, it would work. It would work. If
it's all the hypotheticals,
if Erdegaard from the couple of seasons ago was there, then the system works. And I'm like, at some point, Arteta has to do what he did when he first got here. I'll keep saying it. In those first 6 months when he got here, he was given whatever he was given, and you know what he did? He made something palatable. Right, and he got something actually. We actually enjoyed what we saw. Right, he found a way to get whatever he could out of those players. You know how you say sometimes some of the good coaches, they can take a 7 and make him a 9. They can take a 4 and make him a 7. That kind of thing. That's what he was able to do. He got the players and he coached them, and he made them successful when he put them out there on the pitch. He gave them a role that they could accomplish and that could get the job done. We have better players now, and we're still struggling to get the things that they're really supposed to be good at, right? Eze's supposed to be good at scoring for us when we need a goal. Can't see that. Gyökeres is good in space. Can't get him in that. Saka, I think I hate to say it, but I feel like all the concerns we had for Saka in the sense that we're going to burn him out. He's going to come back to harvest one day.
I don't think Saka's the one that I'd look at for that. No, I think
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that there's so many.
No, but I
different
wanted to
examples
jump
of
in
things.
because first of all, I wanted to contest. You know, I spend a lot of my time in the football social media sphere with you guys. I don't, and I went on a Highbury squad because I like Sophie and I like that crew. I like Deluded Gooner's channel because I like. Yeah, he gets angry, but he's always calm and rational and intelligent. I like DJB. We don't really agree on very much, but I respect him a great deal. And so there are lots of places and channels I watch, Canon podcasts and things like that. So I don't really see a lot of these people who are saying that if we'd play Calafiori, everything would be better. I think there are, broadly speaking, some concerns I have, but I don't think Calafiori makes it better. But what I would say, though, is that when you look at just the pattern of play, if you look at Jurien Timber, who is such an important player for us, and we all know it, until about the Burnley match, he was really he was on top of his game. And then you see a slow and gradual marked decline, which may have nothing to do with fitness. But he does start to pick up again, the Bayern game, the Chelsea game. But since Brighton, he's been continuously playing badly. And you just looked at it, and I really looked at the Inter game and thought, please just rest him. He didn't rest him, and he had a shocker. And then I thought, well, if you're not going to rest him against Inter, give him a break against Man United, and he doesn't, and he has a shocker. And that's also true of other players as well, whose form has been steadily declining. Martin Odegaard, since playing against Villa and ruling that game and showing us what he's good when he's great, he's been steadily getting worse every single game until you get the Man United game and you've hooked him at 55 minutes. So I'm just saying, isn't that a signal that the rotation isn't where it needs to be? And when it's wrong, when the left back that you've got out there isn't playing well, suddenly Tierney's a great player because he's not playing. You get better when you're not playing and things are going wrong. So I just think rotation is, we've always criticised Arteta for rotation. In the past season, we couldn't really criticise him because you looked at the bench and it's only Ranieri on there. But now he's chucking all the players in from the bench and you think, well, okay, hang on a minute. That shows it didn't work well to start with. He says Jesus to start and not Gyökeres. And I didn't hate the pre-match lineup against Man United. I really didn't. So I can't be sitting here now and saying he got it all wrong. But you know that something's not right beyond that. And some of it looks like fatigue and tiredness. And I think if one or two of your players are tired, that probably has a knock-on effect on the players around them. There's a little bit of frustration creeping in. Here we go. All I'm saying is, again, your point, by the way, Miss Molina, I really liked it. Because you say, would you play Calafiori? My instinct is no. But you're absolutely right. If you don't play him, how's he going to get match fit?
Yeah, and he's just got back from injury. Unless you can play Calafiori, take him off and, sub him for someone like Marley Salmon. Or you start Salmon and then sub in Calafiori. But for us, the key is match fitness. That's the whole point. And you can only do that in this game before Leeds away. The other thing is what you mentioned was the Zubamendi thing. I don't know, Zanzi and Gary, you guys noticed the reason why Zubamendi played against, Inter was because Norgard was injured. And then Norgard didn't make the squad for the Man United game because, again, he's still nursing the injury. That's the reason why we played Zubamendi again. I felt like Zubamendi in that United game looked so lost, and it was the worst performance I've seen him in an Arsenal shirt this season.
Yeah,
since we've signed him.
I think he's comfortable, but it comes on the back of, again, he's a player I really like, but he's played 2,500 minutes so far this season, and we are.
So is he the only player who's never had a rest?
He had one game. I know he didn't play, and when
he's
they
played
were
every Premier League
when he
game.
had like a
He's
knock,
played,
but I don't know what
he's
what
played.
game that was.
He only played one FA Cup game, which because we only played one FA Cup. He's only played one League Cup game. And he's played, and he's missed one Champions League game.
But he's played every Premier League game.
Every Premier League game, yeah.
That's crazy.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. And you know where the criticism is, like
and he's not even the captain. Oh my God.
He's not the captain, and we have other players in that position. And there are games where you just think, why is he on for 90 minutes? What are you doing?
This team has more than enough players that Arteta should trust. They can't all play the same because we didn't buy cookie cutter players. So you can't, you know what I mean? Like I feel like, okay, if I take this player out, then I lose this. Guess what? But you might gain something, right? If I take Eze out, I'll lose this, but I'll gain something. So then you you focus on the good parts that you're adding to the pie, and not the things you're taking away. You know what I mean?
He's too stubborn.
We don't have the same players like Rice and Zubimendi and Erdegaard would start every game if they were healthy.
And
they
Saliba?
would. And that's crazy.
And Gabriel?
And Gabriel.
And
they don't
Timber?
have to play. They don't have to, like, what is it? 2 seasons ago, or was it last season? Saliba played every minute of every Premier League game.
I remember that.
And it's like, why? He shouldn't have to do that, right? Because we shouldn't have to do that because we have lots of games that are just as important, and he needs to be healthy for that. And nobody does that. Like, he's learned nothing from Pep, and I'm embellishing that a little bit, but Pep doesn't play his players like that, right? There's no way you have to do that. You know what I mean? If you're learning from the best, and the best says, you know what?
I did a video on this
35 games.
Gary, I did a video on this 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I looked at the entire Man City squad, and I said the one thing you notice is he's not letting players get to too many minutes.
I did the same thing.
At the end of the season, they're fresh, and everyone's like, "Oh, why are these players so fresh?" Because they haven't played as many minutes. I get it when you have a small squad like last season. I don't get it now. I don't get the players that I think, and I'm looking at it. I have, I'm very boring, and I do sort of like stats on Excel, and it's just a game by game, and I look through it and I go, I mark in green when they played well, orange when it's an okay game, dark blue when it's really good, and red when it's bad. And you see this green, 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 orange, orange, green, green, orange, 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 red. And you go, hang on a minute. Is there something to do with the fact that Timber has played so many minutes? Not just this season, but last season. Is there something to he's rested Rice more than he's rested some of these players. We realise that if you want to get the best out of them, give them some space to breathe. Give them some desire to get back in the game. And exactly what you were just saying as well, Gary, like, here's the thing. If I'm Timber, and I know that I'm your first choice right back or left back or anywhere, but he goes, look, you've been brilliant. I need you for upcoming games. You're not playing against Man United. I'm going to give someone else a go. And he decides that he's going to play Miles Lewis-Skelly at left back and Ben White at right back, and they both have a blinder. That's good for the team. Last season, I felt like some of our players dropped off. Like Saka's dropped off in the past because he's, look, I have to play every game. There isn't anyone who's coming on and showing me up. Now we've got Noni Madueke. I don't know. Look, obviously it's easy to sit at the sidelines and blame when you have a bad result. We're not doing that when it's a good result.
I like to say I try to do that, and people say you can't do that because we won, and I'm like, but those are the things that tomorrow when we play the same way against a better team, or we have an even worse day, for example, shooting, it comes back to haunt you. So I like to say I try to evaluate the game in the sense that I want it to be perfect. And why wasn't it perfect? And people say you don't want to do that, but I'm like, but that's what you're striving for, right? You're striving to be perfect every game because you want to win every game. So if you put yourself in that type of situation, you can work out little kinks. Don't waste your trip is all about trying to, I always say you're trying to be perfect. You try to shoot for the stars, you hit the moon, guess what? You didn't make it out of the atmosphere. Or you know what I mean? I say it all the time. Shoot for the stars, hit the moon. It's a good day, all right? Because that's what you're trying to do.
You're absolutely right, and that's a lot of sense you've spoken. And I think what we all have in common, right, is not that we agree on everything, but you have to be able to speak your truth. So I remember you talking about Odegaard. I can't remember when, but it's a while ago now, and various other people going, you can't talk about him like that. And you go, I'm just saying he didn't play well. I'm not saying he's a bad human being. Yeah. I wouldn't imprison him, but the game I watched, I have to interpret the way I watched it, and I don't think he was great. And it goes, well, you're just saying that, you're just like these people who hate him. And it's like, no, I'm not in a gang. I didn't collab. I'm not getting paid. I just said I watched it and I don't think he was that good. And now I've suddenly turned into some sort of like that famous Bill Hicks quote. I feel like I turned up to a clan rally in a Boy George costume. It's like I'm literally just saying what I saw, and I'm also I know we're all saying this, but I'm not saying I'm right. I don't know if I'm right. I don't know if Timber is tired. I might, Timber might knock on the door and go, "Excuse me, Dan, I want to play. I'm in perfect condition. I just haven't been myself." We all speculated about Odegaard when he came back from injury and had a baby. He just looked like he was a bit dazed and confused.
Yeah.
But you couldn't say that because Odegaard's great. And it's like, no, I can say whatever the fuck I like. Do you know what I mean? I can say it, and I'll say it with a smile on my face.
Every player's had a bad day. That's the thing. I think people don't understand that. Everybody, I love and worry, but he might have a bad day. I love Saka, but he has bad days.
Well, why is it always with Odegaard? The minute you say like, and again, it's crazy that you have to say, "Oh, I don't hate Odegaard. I'm just calling out a performance for how it is." Why is it?
Okay, I think we're not. I think what you've said. We've all said this, right? Guys, I'm a little disappointed in this play because I know he can do better.
Yes,
know that. That's what we're trying to say.
Yes,
they don't like the way we say it because we don't say it the same way every time. I know he can shoot when he's standing at the 18 and there's nobody in front of him. I know.
But when you call out the performances, Gary, and everyone, they're like, "Oh, you're hating on the captain, or you don't want him to be captain." It's and then it's like, yeah, it's like taking things way out of context or doing the most. And it's like, can't we just criticize a performance for how it is in that game instead of attaching sentiment to the player? Like, I don't know. People take the sentiment things way too far.
Yeah, and look, I think you both just made excellent points. I think, Gary, to your point, it's because we rate him that we criticize him when he's not doing the things we know he can. And Melina, you're absolutely right. Like, if you are, I hope to God that Mikel Arteta or any manager has the dispassionate view of a player and doesn't just go, "Well, I'm picking him. He's brilliant." When you play Football Manager, you have your favourite players, and as soon as they're fit, 100% fit, you put them in. And sometimes you watch them and you think, "Oh, they're not having a good game." You don't go, "But I'm keeping him," and you don't understand he's brilliant. You go, "Right, listen, I don't know why you're having a bad game. It's not my problem, but get off the pitch for a bit and let me put someone good on." And let them fight for it. This should not be a political conversation. It should be like, there isn't right, you're an Arsenal fan, here are the rules, just so you both know. You must never criticise an Arsenal player, anyone, even Willian. You must never criticise the captain. Anything that PR releases, you should love. You should love every kit. You should have every kit. You should, it's like, just let's all be grown-ups and go, I love this club. I do believe that we should keep it internal. I'm not jumping up and down on other people's channels, responding to every clickbait article about Arsenal. I feel like typical City did a whole video saying never trust an Arsenal fan. And I was like, well, okay, you got me. I want to watch this. What are you on about? And he's going, the Arsenal fans were telling us they'd already won the league. And I was like, who were they? This is a straw man argument. You're inventing things that Arsenal fans said to be angry with Arsenal fans. Come in here. Come in. I've been in here. I've done every show. I've at least been in every show on the Gooner channel. And I watch a lot of the, the channels. And I say this, and I've never heard anyone say that we've won the league. I've heard people, me and Boy Tendio are firmly on the quad loading, which, by the way, is now available in T-shirt form. And if you don't believe me, and I know you would, but here we go.
Hey.
$89.99. It is a steal.
Only $89.99.
I know.
You know what?
Can I Klarna it?
Yeah. I like to say things are easy, and my family doesn't like that. So things are pretty clear. You know what we're doing? We're doing this for Arsenal. That's the only thing Arteta has to say. When I'm pulling you off the field, it's because Arsenal needs something, and you can't give it to me right now.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that's why I'm putting somebody else on. Like it should be so easy for a coach to say, Saka, first 30 minutes, I hated everything you did. It's not going to get any better. I'm pulling you. Don't worry about it. You'll start the next game because you are, the quality hasn't dropped. It's just today it ain't happening, and I'm not going to watch it anymore. We've seen Pep do that. I've seen Pep change the same position 2 times in a game because he wasn't right.
But their fan base doesn't do that for Haaland. When I know Haaland's a top goal scorer, but let's say Marmoush has a bad game. You don't see people saying, "Oh, don't talk shit about Marmoush." Like nobody's saying that. I don't think City fans. I'm not in their rooms, but I'm pretty sure they're not doing that whole like, "Oh, he's our saving grace, our savior." You can't talk like it's like his Arteta's word is gospel. You can't challenge it. You can't criticize the player's performance. It's constructive criticism. We're analyzing a game. That's what we're doing as fans.
Yeah, I do watch some Man City. I've watched them spiral and the pep in, pep out. But you're right. Like we are absolutely unique as a fan base because there are so many of our fans. Some who are now, thanks to Rosie doing a little time out, having a little time to themselves in a corner, who just come into Arsenal fans and like I've never seen this before. You'd think that all the Arsenal fans would be together but we're not. So you can't. It becomes polarized, like so much of the world. It becomes binary. You're either for Arteta or against him. And the people who come in here and tell me I'm an Arteta section, I just think, what have I ever said that's pro Arteta, except that I wouldn't sack him, which doesn't seem like a controversial thing to say. By the way, hi Jordan. Sorry I didn't mention you earlier. I know you're in here. I've been really shit with the comments tonight, but there's been a lot of them. Good to see you, man. But I haven't said pro or against. I went on Deluda's channel when he had Kenny Ken on.
Oh.
And he had Kenny Ken and DJB, and they were talking about Arteta, and he goes, well, he hasn't done this, and he hasn't done. I was like, and all I said was, would you sack him? And Kenny was, I'm not getting drawn into that. It's a stupid thing. You're trying to make me say I wouldn't sack him. I was like, no, I'm saying if we know we're not sacking him in December because he's top of the league, why are we talking about sacking him? Which other fan base would do that?
Top of the Premier League, top of the Champions League. And
he's in every competition he started. They say he doesn't take the cup seriously enough. He's made 2 semi-finals in 2 years. I think we'll get through to the final. I hope we beat Man City. They're really intelligent people.
I hope you pitch invade in that Chelsea game. I want to see you and your brother on the news the next day.
Better be really close to the pitch then. Better be really close to the pitch because I can't make it down those stairs quickly enough. some
security guards would be looking. Look at this idiot right here trying to get on the pitch. He's like, he pulls off his other guy.
Wobbling down the stairs to the pitch. Go,
tell him not even bother. Tell him not to bother.
He's like, I'll get him in a minute. I'm going for a beer first.
Have enough time to buy a pint and come back.
Mind you, I'll probably stop off. I'm getting a hot dog this time. I really want to try one of them. No, I just, listen, I think that what the pub feel is about, I know you guys do this on your channel as well, it's about, we have fun here, like I don't know if I'm going to agree with everything people say in here, but I don't need to. I don't understand. I don't understand it from a persuasion point of view. If you're somebody who's really angry that the rest of the fan base is pro Arteta, then that's like being a person who votes for a niche political party and you're angry because no one else agrees with you. Well, then use your words, use your wisdom, use your intelligence and converse in a way that convinces people, or shut up for a bit.
Yeah. That's why I just say I'm Arsenal in, and they're like, no, that's a cop out. I'm like, you know what? The reason why I say that is because if somebody told me that selling Saka, Saliba, Gabriel, Rice was the best way to go if we're going to win,
yeah,
right? I know it's crazy, but I'm just saying that's it. I don't care as long as it makes Arsenal better, right? Somebody said, look, you sell those 4 players, you bring in £300 million, and then you go and get another 8 players, and now you're good. Then we're gonna scream for Arsenal. We're not screaming like everybody says. It's not Saka, FC. It's not Rice FC. I don't even think those players think that way.
Yeah, I said this. I really was proud of myself. Like you have to speak up when you say something you think is really clever. You might not, but I said, look, I love Martinelli as a human being. I'd love to buy him a pint, I'd love him to come in here. I've got nothing but praise and love for him. He's done something I'll never do, and he's true Arsenal, But I'm not loyal to the man, I'm loyal to the position. If Kvaratskhelia is out there and we can get him, I'll sit down with Martinelli and I'll have that awkward conversation. I'll say, look, it isn't about you, it's about everyone. We have to put the best left winger in that position. If you can play better than him, we wouldn't be having this conversation. And I don't mind having that conversation. We all work in jobs where if somebody was much better than us, we'd all get sacked, I believe that anyway. But definitely in my case,
If they want to be successful, that's the whole point. Like there's goals and there's like,
Yeah.
you go in, there's a company motto, and
yeah.
if you don't instill that, then you're probably in the wrong place, right?
I love my boss. I do. I genuinely, well, love is the wrong word, but I respect and admire him so much. He built a company from the ground up for 10 years, and he hired me in to take it to a new level. And I've got a year to do it, and if I don't do it, I'm not afraid. I can't go, but you owe me something. No, I get paid to do the things I do. Arteta gets paid to make decisions, and Martinelli gets paid to help win games. And the minute you stop doing it, you lose your job. And that's that. Because if it's all about friendship and loyalty, there's 63,000 people watching that would like to play where Martinelli is. They're okay with not doing so because they appreciate that Martinelli's better than them.
Yeah.
There's no loyalty to any one single player either when you're my age, guys, because let's be honest, I've been loyal to, well, Tony Woodcock, Paul Merson, Tony Adams, some of these players now that, they're legends, but everybody's time comes and everybody's career is short. While you're putting 100% effort, it comes back to the point we were making earlier, isn't it? When you watch players on a pitch giving everything, I'll keep going with them. But Martinelli, it was such a great game, the quarterfinal, because I cared, but I didn't care, and I was just having a great day. And it was great to be back at the Emirates for the first time in years, and I was just loving just being there, and it was all just such a celebration, joyful celebration.
How did you
And then,
feel like it? Sorry, going back after a while,
beautiful.
like 2 years.
It's the first time I've been to the Emirates where I got it. I was like, no, this is a different vibe. This isn't us trying to be Highbury. This is its own thing now.
Have you been to Emirates like ever?
Oh yeah, I've been to the Emirates a few times, but
Under
before
Arteta, the first time?
No, I think this might have been my first time under Arteta actually.
Oh wow.
I know, yeah. Well, life caught up with. Listen, I went every game, and then my life changed dramatically, and I ended up being a poker player, and the two did not match. I couldn't do it. I couldn't stay up all night playing poker and then give a shit about the Arsenal. It was also 2005, and I was like, what are we going to do this season that's going to lift my spirits like the Invincibles? What do I still want to see us do? And then we went to when we went to the final of the Champions League and lost it. It just coincided with me moving to America and living in Vegas for a bit, and traveling to New York and trying to build my own business. And I gave up on Arsenal, and then I wasn't pulled back in. And I watched all the games on telly and stuff, but then the Wenger era got flatter and flatter, and I lost. And then AFTV came along, and I liked it at first, but then I was like, why are these people so hostile and angry all the time? What's this got to do with football? And it turned me off it a little bit. I think it was the Emery era. I got back into it, but by then, if you don't have a season ticket and the games aren't that good, I didn't go. I went to a couple, but I was like, this is a long ting, And obviously now I'm back to the passion I had. But there's a line in Fever Pitch where he says, if you've got a life and you've got loads of things going on, football's not that important to you.
Yeah.
If you don't have a life, football's everything. And, most people don't live their life in seasons. But then it's worth saying that Fever Pitch that we all love so much, he's a football fan. Obviously it's Nick Hornby's actual life. Him as a fan, a rabid Arsenal fan who's totally loves the club, remember that he wouldn't have seen them win the league since 1971. Right? That's the point. He was an Arsenal fan for 18 years of absolutely nothing, really. Nowadays, people going about, where's your standards? That wasn't the argument back then. There were no standards. We were just Zanzi will tell you, the 60s weren't great. Although there was a lot of, pot smoking and free love, but probably not at Highbury, I would hope.
But the mid-70s was worse than the 60s.
Yeah.
I mean, 15th and 16th in 2 consecutive years.
Awful.
I mean, if we were doing that now, our fan base would just be in meltdown, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
But what's funny is those same fans that lived through that won't tell you that. They won't tell you that because they're like 8th and 8th, and you're like, but you were around back then, and they're like, They don't want to remember those times. They want to remember only the good times, but not the pain that you might have went through in a season.
I mean, like,
right?
I get this all the time, Gary, where people go, Shane's always calling people like me out. He's going, it's though they're the worst because they should have high standards because they saw the good games. I said, yeah, I saw the good games. I also saw the shit games. I saw 1983, 4 and 5. I saw 86. George Graham arrived when we were nearly going to get Alex Ferguson. We all wanted Alex Ferguson. We got George Graham. Everyone was like, fair enough. He was a laid-back footballer. I thought he was going to be a laid-back manager. God, I was wrong. 87, he wins the League Cup against Liverpool, and it did. It was an exceptional day. It was like, oh my God, we've won. We've beaten Liverpool. They scored first, and we still won. And then in 89, it was the incredible victory at
89.
Anfield. It was just because the thing is, everyone will talk about Anfield 89. They don't talk about the fact that with 3 games to go, we had Derby at home, Wimbledon at home, and Liverpool. And I was like, all we've got to do is beat Derby and get a draw at Wimbledon. If we or get a draw at Derby, and we lost at home to Derby, and we got a draw to Wimbledon. And you want to talk about bottlers and chokers? That's what it was. The difference was, thanks to an incredible night, in part due to Hillsborough and the fact that some of those players, those Liverpool players, had been to dozens of funerals. I don't think that's good match preparation.
But you also have to say a chip in a chair. That's all you need.
Yeah. Listen,
a chip in a chair.
I live that life. I live that life.
You have your moment.
I've lived that. I've actually lived that life. I've had one chip and come back, right? So everybody says it in poker, but it's you quit when you have to get up and leave, Till then, I mean, give me 15 double ups in a row and I'm winning. But the reality is, and a few people have touched on this tonight, and I think really put it very well, and nothing less than you expect from this chat. They're brilliant. It's simply this. It's you can't expect these players to have the fighting spirit to the very last if, as fans, we're throwing our knickers around the minute we lose a game. And, to all the really sensible people who've said, come on, it's not just one defeat. We played badly against Liverpool. And there's a downward trend. Fine. Maybe a downward trend, but we're not dead yet and we're still top. And while we are, we can't be flapping like this. We can't be phoning in radio shows going, this is a disgrace. I'm disgusted, blah, 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 blah. Right? You've got to go, okay, right, who's up next? I want to see an improvement. I hope Arteta got to the players and said, look, that was a shit show. I'll take that one. I obviously got something wrong there. I don't know what it was. Tell me what you think it was. Let's have an open and frank discussion. What went wrong? And then let's figure out how we put that right. Because this isn't happening against Leeds. I don't care what the fuck you do against Kairat, but that's not an important game for us. We are going to get judged now on how we go out there. We go out and play Leeds first. It's not going to be an easy game. They're no mugs. We're going to go out there. If we can win 2-0, 1-0, 2-1, 3-2, whatever the fuck it is, you win that game. You take the 3 points, and then we're still 4 points clear, and we serve it back to Man City. And let's see how they do against Tottenham, and then how they do against Liverpool. And if they pick up 4 points, we pick up 4 points. And I want, at the end of February, let's have the conversation be Arsenal are only 4 points clear. And at the end of March, let the conversation be, Arsenal are only 4 points clear. At the end of April, the conversation could be, Arsenal are 4 points clear. And at the end of May, fuck me, they won it by 4 points. And no one will give a shit about Man United on that day. You have... Like I got pissed off with Marcus Rashford for coming out when he did that ridiculous interview going, no one can ever say I don't care. And you go, yeah, we can, because you don't look like you care on the pitch. Yeah, come out wearing a fur coat and tell us all how much you care about Manchester United and used to walk to the training ground as a 9-year-old. Would you mind just playing well? You do your talking on the pitch. I don't want to hear any more press conferences. I don't give a shit about player interviews. I do a George Graham and lock the dressing room and go, they all fucking hate you, and don't give them the ammunition. You know what we're going to do? We're going to go out there. We're going to pick up 3 points against Leeds, and that's all we're focusing on right now. And if you do that, doesn't matter what happened against Man United. If you win every game from now on, happy, happy days. There aren't that many games left. Sunderland at home after that. Brentford away. Pick up full points.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I like to say, all we really care about is one. The next one, the next game. All we care
You know
about.
that. You know that's the lot of breeze though. A lot of
the-
those
the-
managers say that, and they've got the chart going right now. We've also got Brentford in the.
No. It's the other thing. If you do that, then you lose. You lose. That's when you get. That's when the banana peel. The banana peel happens.
Well, I think
right?
that is. I think you're right. But I think that's what's
You
playing
think
in these
about
players' heads.
At least the way I thought Arteta thinks is that he's trying to win every game, and that's why he does some of the things he was doing. Like we're like rest these players, and or you know what, or at least when you rotate, you put those players in a position to succeed. Right? When we wasted away a cup match in that West Ham match, remember we lost 3-1 or whatever. I felt like he put the players out there, but he didn't put them out there with a plan to actually succeed and win that game. And then he eventually pulled in some of his starters, and I think Erdogan got a goal, and it was like we're down 3-0. Why are you why are you bringing him on? He gets a goal, and it's like we don't care. Like the game, you lost the game, and when you set the team up, and all of that. So for me, it's just one. It's the next one, and you always have we until we don't have the next one. We're good, right? Because we have another one to go.
There's always
right.
One, until we can't win it, we're winning it. That's how I'm looking at it. Quad loading. 22-23 Arsenal would lead by more. I think I know who this is. I think I know who that is. Do you know when people get booted? When they don't take a hint, when they go, "I've been booted, but I've got another personality. They'll love me now. Wait till they get a load of me." Yeah. I'm going to rattle through some of these comments because I've enjoyed this too much, and I've not. You guys are brilliant in the chat. Oh yeah, look, if proof be need be, that's the booted fella. Don't your parents put a lock on the computer after midnight or something? Arteta laughing his ass off here. 1 loss in 32 games. He didn't ask Supermendy to give for at the United goal. I know. London has so many cultures and entertainment across the city. When you go to the game, not surprised there's moments of cinema vibe. More people go out after the game, not at the top of the night out. I was surprised. I must have told you also, but I love it. This is the Gooner channel in working for me at last. I went to the Blackstock after the game, but my brother went ahead because he had a friend waiting in there all by himself. So I went and met a friend, and I joined him about an hour, half hour later, and they wouldn't let me in the pub because I didn't have the ticket on my phone. And he goes, I was like, "Why don't you let me in? Do I look like a Palace fan?" He goes, "No, you could be Tottenham, you could be Chelsea." And I just looked at him, and he's a big lad, and I went, "Mate, I know you're a big lad, but please." And then I said to him, I said, "What if I've got an Arsenal channel?" And he goes, "Well, as long as it's not one of them anti-Arsenal channels." I went, no, look, it's a Gooner channel, and he let me in. So I was like, there you go, Gooner channel working for me at last. But it is, when people complain about the tourists that come and they're not really singing and stuff, I don't blame. I mean,
the Parmesan cheese sandwich fans, they call them.
The what? The what?
The Parmesan cheese sandwich fans, the club level ticket people.
It is fucking irritating when I watch games and people all disappear. I get it. You want to have a beer, a lovely Asahi beer, which I really enjoyed, but mate, neck it, because the game's 45 minutes a half and the whole week is long and you only get 90 minutes of football. And so when they're like, "Well, just have a bit more beer," you're like, you can do that after the match.
Or they leave early to go get the train because of the tubes.
Well, I'm going to have to stay over at my brother's because there's no way I'm getting out of Holloway. Especially, can you imagine if it goes to...
they'll close the station first.
And then I can't get to London Bridge. My last train's at 11 o'clock. No chance.
Yeah. You're better off. At least you have a place to stay instead of a hotel.
Yeah, well, that I'm lucky like that. Look, we've got a new person in there. Denciso. Arsenal had attacking fullbacks in the past, played with fluidity and width. It was always better in the past. Nostalgia was better before. Play Calla at centre-back, a little less running. Oh, what, tomorrow? That's not a bad shout. It's a good shout. Would you do that, Melina?
I would do that. I agree with that. And maybe not play Mosquera or Hicapi.
Right, so this one's the chocolate.
Either one of them, if possible.
The chocolate everyone here loves is Dubai chocolate. Oh, that's so last year. I lived in Dubai in 1980. There was 4 buildings. It's mad. Guess how old I am. Whole cities have sprung up in my lifetime. Right, angel hair and Dubai chocolate. That's a Rosie thing. Rosie, get on that. I forgot Tutti Frutti sweets existed. Dan will say Tutti Frutti. I'm about Tutti Frutti. I do requests. You must have noticed, guys. I hate people's comments about Odegaard. They cry and complain, but don't know why. Lucky is the boy consistent. I don't watch United religiously. All right, so I'm going to go all the way through these. Seeing, on a lighter note, has anyone seen the Welsh Health Minister?
I think Cole's talking about the Welsh Health Ambassador.
Right. Well, do we have one of them?
Welsh Health Ambassador.
Yeah.
So this one, Lone Star London, that's an interesting point, Miss M. Sorry, it's 20 minutes ago, but the game though, or just complaining about mistakes which are inevitable. People do have very high standards for other people, don't they? Probably best player on the pitch versus Villa, and it followed. I thought, but Odegaard was the best player on the pitch. He had 2 really good games, and that's why it's sad that he hasn't kept his form. And I don't know why, but I think Nick Fadley.
Hi, Nick.
I clicked the like, and I liked it. It tastes like chocolate.
I feel like we're trying to like the reason why I feel like he's not all the way back is because there are times when he presses and times when he doesn't, and I'm like,
yeah,
I don't think he can do it enough. And if he can't do it enough, then I'd rather have him play every other game so he can give us that. So then we know what to deal with, as opposed to try to, because when he's pressing up the top, we get the ball back immediately. The other team has no choice. They're not going anywhere with it. When the ball's in the air, it just lands at our feet. When we don't press, like we're laying off a little bit.
Right.
It's easy 100%. For them to control. And so if he's gonna, I want to get 100% of Erdogan, and if I can't get that right now because he's still coming back, I'll rather have it every other game. I don't need to have it in back-to-back games if that's the best way, or every 2-game stretch and then he gets a little break, whatever it is. But I think if you're gonna, because I think we miss it, and that's why we see how things play out. And if he can't play a full 90 and he's off the pitch, and we're trying to usually when we go into our shell late in the game is because we can't press up from the front.
Yeah. And you know what, we've talked about that before as well. No out ball.
Yeah.
And listen, my other, if it's a criticism, I'm not sure it's a criticism, but look, Arteta is going to have to figure out how to change systems when we don't have the right players. Like one thing I'll say, the team that he put out against Man United was a very predictable lineup. He has his first 11. The difference obviously is in dropping Gyökeres for Jesus.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Jesus, if he'd been fully fit all season, wouldn't have started more games than Gyökeres anyway. And Trossard on the left, Saka on the right, Zubimendi, Rice and Odegaard, Gabriel Saliba, Timber, Raya, and Hincapié. I really like Hincapié. I really, really like him. I didn't think I would. I didn't watch a lot of Leverkusen even when they were the unbeaten team. I watched them in Europe and I saw them in the final against Atalanta. But, so I don't know that Hincapié very well before he comes, but my God, I've liked him since he's been here. And I have no problem with him being the first choice left back or second choice behind Calafiori. I get all of that. But that's the team. So now the point is, when he puts that team out and it doesn't work, what are we doing? Now he has a real decision to make. Oh, I like this. Dan is a kid delicious of poker. My actual poker name was Achtung Dan.
What does that mean?
Achtung Dan. Well, beware Dan.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like it. I do like it.
But actually, I played, when I was playing for William Hill, I played as academic.
Jesus Christ, you play for William Hill?
No, you get a high rake rate. So you don't pay me to play, but I get a lot of them. So every hand that's played, there's a rake. So they take a percentage out of the winnings. The winner doesn't mind because they get 95% of what they should have got. The loser doesn't care because he loses his hand. But that's how poker sites make their money. When you're a player that they want to keep on there because you play a lot and you drive action, they give you they gave me 35% of my rake back. So every month I'd make about £1,000 on rake back, and I didn't have to play as hard to win. But I didn't play for William Hill. I wasn't shirt sponsored. I never did any of that sort of stuff until I started my own online gaming company. Then obviously I sponsored me. But yeah, I was Achtung Dan. And when I was on the various Poker Stars and places like that, I was academic. And my thing was people all used to think I was a bot because I never chatted to people. They would write horrible things about me and I just ignore them. And And then I remember this one guy followed me around table after table because I'd taken a lot of money off him, and he was going, "Don't play with this guy. He's just a robot." And I was like, "Yes, I am. I'm perfectly designed to destroy you." And people would think I really was a robot. So when I go in places and you go to live tournaments, it's a very small community, poker, and you'd go somewhere and go, "Oh, what's your handle on William Hill? Do you play on William Hill?" I said, "Yeah," and it's a skins anyway. So William Hill's on another network. And I'd go, "Oh, I'm academic," and they'd go, "No fucking way! I thought you were a robot." And I was like, "I am, just a fat robot." It's like, I don't miss the. You think like people come in here and give me abuse? It's fractions of.
But
what
you know
you
what?
get
But
when,
you didn't. But
I didn't take 500 quid off them. In
exactly.
A hand. No,
That's the thing.
yeah.
Exactly. It's a lot different when you've like taken somebody. They thought they got you, and you're like, "I got the nuts."
I used to get. It's funny because people always used to say to me, first of all, there's nothing more frustrating than having a fish at a table. So, like, if you don't know who the weakest player on your table is, it's you. And there's a lot of sharks swimming around and just waiting for you to make a mistake. And we're usually being really lovely to you and saying, like in the live game, people sit next to me, like, "Oh, hiya, how you doing? What do you do for it?" I'm just chat them up, and I go, "Oh, I'm an estate agent." You go, "Okay, how's the estate? Oh, I'm doing pretty well. Good. He's got more money that he can put on the table. Don't." There's a quote by Amarillo Slim, which is, "You can shear a sheep for life, but you slaughter it once." So you would just keep taking enough money off them that they keep coming back. And every now and again, somebody would splash about and kill the fish. And you'd be like, or tell people when they were playing badly. And my friend Dermot used to say, "Don't tap the glass." Just let them swim, But yeah, no, honestly, if you're doing it really well, like my mentor is still the greatest player I've ever seen, John Leon Takanakis. And he's just so under the radar. I remember sitting at Binion's one time. I was on a bigger table. He was at a much bigger table. He's a multimillionaire. And he was sitting, this guy had done 60,000 to him in about 4 hours. And I sat down and you keep your mouth shut. You don't make a play until you know what a play is. And anyway, this guy had to go and rebuy in. So he went and bought another $10,000. And as he's off, I was going, how the fuck are you doing this? And he goes, "The guy is convinced I'm lucky. He is convinced that every hand I win, I just pure fluke. And if he plays long enough, he's going to win all his money back." And that's it. And you just sit there. But, like the hostility of people when you beat them here, that's what I mean. Like if you're coming in here to get a rise out of me by calling me an Arteta sexual, it wounds me. It wounds me entirely. Right. The chat's dried up. Dan is a kid delicious of poker, followed by maybe they watch clips these days. I don't know what to say to that. Miss Melina yawned about 20 minutes ago. I haven't heard from Zanzi in about an hour.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Listening
I'm
to
so
the
glad. You know
conversation.
what, Miss Melina, I'm so glad you came on. Thank you.
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
It's been ages.
It's been a long overdue.
Yeah. And it's that kind of thing of passion, of loving the club and caring and having opinions and sharing them and not being afraid to say. I am going to do a regular weekly show called Hear Me Out, which is literally, I just want to hear thanks to Luca for that one. But I just want to hear the wackiest idea that you're sure only you think, it's time to play Kepa instead of Raya.
Oh my God.
There might be though, David Raya, he let in 3 goals at the weekend. That's not good enough.
Gets beat near post. He's the most expensive goalkeeper, not just in the Premier League, I think of all time. Like
Yeah,
he's
no,
one
he
of
is, yeah.
How? What did they see in him? Oh no!
I think he's almost a carbon copy of David Raya. I'm actually going to make that my Hear Me Out. You know what? I was only joking, but now you're making me deadly serious. How can you hate? He's exactly as good as David Raya.
You're taking the piss, right?
A little.
I think they could be one of the same person because you never see them together, do you?
Right? Whenever I look at the wall, there's only one of them.
Is that your Hear Me Out, Zanzi?
That's
his show me out.
That's his his theory. Yeah, his tin hat.
Lone Star Londoner is saying trust in Arteta at least to the end of the season. I'm with you on that one. Catholic Cast says send Odegaard to the Shadow Realm.
Shadow Realm.
What is the Shadow Realm? Tottenham.
So Arsenal posted a post for Odegaard's 5 years, and a lot of the comments were like, "Read the room, not right now." Oh my god! It wasn't even congratulations, Odegaard. Oh god, the timing was just horrible.
Yeah, our PR isn't always very PR, is it? It's like
They think
sometimes.
they think that is going to sway people from what they just saw on Sunday
Yeah, it's
weekend. It's like, no, no.
And you know what? Like, who can you be upset with? Everyone's entitled to their opinion. And yeah, no, the read the room is a perfect way of putting that. It's like, maybe not right now. Hey, everyone. Odegaard's made 5 years. Our captain. Oh, right. I didn't know they were going to throw stuff. Right, so Shadow Realm, I don't want to send anyone to the Shadow Realm until I at least know where it is and how you get there from N5. But Lone Star Londoners, we are in for the quadruple. 2 trophies this season, trust me. I trust you anyway. But, if you're confident, may I recommend you to the Gooner Channel shop where quad loading T-shirts are still available. Got to get these out now because if we lose the semi-final to Chelsea, it'll be like, I printed 1,000 of them. Quad loading for less than the price of an Arteta bedsheet. Just.
Well, listen, I'm going to have to go.
We all are, I think.
I just came on for the ending, which I thought was going to be an hour ago. An hour and a half.
Last thing I said to Dominique before
ago.
I came here was, it's definitely a hard stop at 12:30. Definitely hard. And she looked at me and went, I'll see you when you get back. I was like, no, hard stop, 12:30. It's I need to clip the show. There's never any clips anymore because I haven't got the time to do it, and it does it for you automatically. Gary, you're an absolute legend, sir.
Thanks for having me, Dan. Zanzi.
Thank you, Gary.
Curtains actually said hi this time.
That's curtains look lovely, mate.
Miss Melina, good being on the show with you. Did I actually jump on your show?
Yeah,
I did. Yeah,
last week.
Yeah, I got to hang out with you, so that's cool. Everybody in the chat, thanks for joining
I
us.
watched your show last night, and this is not because of your show. I was so tired. I had 3 hours sleep the night before, and I was keeping my eyes open. So, can you move your show to earlier so that I can stay awake?
I would, but I have this work thing, and I would like to see, you see your boss and stuff after work, right?
No.
You see your boss when you get home.
Oh yes. Well,
So-
yeah, I work and I see them more. Yeah. I'm very lucky. She's very forgiving.
Yeah, so I try to do that, but I'm gonna go. My boss is probably hopefully she hasn't left me and went upstairs to bed.
Yeah, just explain to how important it is. Just like you can do this. But thank you for coming on.
All right,
Thanks,
everybody.
Gary.
Thank you, Dan. Yes, have a good night.
Cheers.
Good night, Gary.
Good night.
Austin. Why so grumpy?
Odegaard is a failed wonder kid. He peaked at 15.
So did I.
Pause.
Lone Star is on the quad loading train. It's his. Listen. Everyone's on the quad loading thing, but that you get the credit for it. I looked at different ways of designing these t-shirts. I think minimal is best, but I was trying to figure out how to put Boytendio on there. Quad loading Boytendio. But then, if we lose to this Chelsea team, I got your you sent me the pictures from I meant to say this. That's really close to the front. I might be able to make it onto the pitch without someone stopping me.
Yeah, it's halfway line.
I love it.
Halfway
I'm getting
line,
on the
yeah.
pitch. I'm getting on the pitch. I'm going to kick a winner.
It's nice, but that stand is I don't think they're standing though. I think it's not like lower tier. Lower tier usually people stand if you're able to.
Yeah.
I don't think East stand is like that. But hey, it's close to the pitch.
Do you know what it is? It's just great to be there, right?
Yeah.
Everything else to one side, first and foremost, and some of the Gluminati will string me up for saying this. It's the thing I'm looking forward to is spending time with my brother.
Aww.
That it is. It's something we both love.
Who's older, you or your brother?
Oh, my brother's 40. He was 40 on
yesterday,
2 days ago.
Yeah.
So I'm 12 years older than him, and I remember holding him as a baby.
You're the younger one.
I used to put him in goal, and
Oh
kicked the
my
ball at him,
God.
and he became, he was just a brilliant younger brother. He's everything you want in a younger brother.
Aww.
He's just brilliant, and we've both become uncles, and it's all just emotional. And I'm going to try and see my little nephew Blaine, and I just love it. It's brilliant. So yes, football means a lot to me. Football's my family.
You get to
Football's
spend time with your nephew. That's awesome.
awesome, right? And so football's about love, togetherness, unity, singing together, winning together, disappointments that we talk about and get each other through. And it's not about silverware. And I said this, and I think it's important to keep reminding people of this when people say, we need to win a trophy so I can celebrate with my loved ones. Celebrate anyway. Celebrate every day, because no one knows how long you got. And I'm not trying to be morbid. I'm being the opposite. I'm saying you wake up, that's a great start. And if you forget to tell people you love them, you might regret it forever. There's no harm in just having a laugh and a bit of banter. And you know what used to really cheer me up at football is you go in a pub afterwards if we lost, and you get someone going, shit today, won't we? And you just admit it and accept it and move on. The romantic idea that a lot of these young people have that when we win the league, I'll be happy. It's like, no, you decide when you're happy. Decide today, because you don't know, tomorrow is not guaranteed. So just decide today. I'm going to the Chelsea game. I'm sure we're going to get through to the final. And I'm just going to celebrate and enjoy the shit out of it and do everything I can. I might have to take 2 days off, because I have to take a day off to get there from work. And then I have to take the next day off if I'm staying over. So
hopefully Arsenal make it worth it.
It's always worth it. It's always and I was so thrilled that there is an atmosphere there now that is worthy of the badge.
Yeah, that's true.
I hope it doesn't go to penalties.
Oh,
I can't do that again.
Oh, I can't do that then. Yeah.
But I don't see it. Against this lot, I don't know. But that's another one. We've got that game coming up. There's so many games coming up.
By the way, does it go extra time, guys, or does it go straight to penalties?
Well, I'm almost certain it goes straight to penalties, because the quarterfinal went straight to penalties. So
yeah, you're right.
It would be mad if they made you play. I don't think either team can afford to play another 30 minutes on top of what is an incredibly... I mean, our schedule could not be busier, could it?
We still have to go Tottenham away and Man City away in the run-in.
By the time we go to Tottenham, by the time we go to Man City, I think we'll be 6 points clear.
Then we win then I'll say, that's when the run-in starts that month. Yeah. I don't think the title race has actually started just yet.
No, I mean I think March. It gets serious in March. If we're 4 points behind Man City in March, it's a lot to play for. If we're 4 points ahead of them, it's still a lot to play for. I think all these people that come on shows like this and say what they think is going to happen, fair play, you're entitled to your opinion, but please remember that your opinion is based on just feelings, and feelings are not always right.
I think I've worked it out that if we get knocked out of all the cups now, or in our next round, then we would have still played something like 53 games this season, or 54.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've all played...
Which is a hell of a lot. But then
we've definitely got 3 more in the Champions League.
Yeah.
We've definitely got 1 more in the League Cup.
So so at the moment we've got 10 in the Champions League, plus 38. That's 48 for the league. We've had 2 in... No, how many games have we played in the FA Cup?
We've played 33 games in total, actually. Let me just tell you, because I use a different... Oh, fuck, I've opened the wrong page. 1 second. Apologies. Stats analysis page loading. Quad loading. We played 30... Oh, shit, wrong page. I'd have to dig it out. No, it's 1:30 in the morning, so I'm going to struggle. I'm very messy, and I don't keep all my stats in the right place, so I spend ages looking for them. I can't do it now. But I think
we've played cup games. Have we played so far? We played 4th, 5th, 6th.
I can tell you. Wait there.
And then 2 semi-finals, isn't it?
I'm going to tell you.
That's 5, 6, 7, 17. Yeah, it's 55 at the moment. Then.
Wow.
Emirates Cup, Europa League. Where's that gone? That's mad. Champions League, Premier League. No, I don't know. I can't find it. doing it from memory, it would be painful. Who was it that we played? Who was the shit team that we played? Preston. That's it. Yeah. So, but no. In any case, we've done about 33 games now, and if you count the games we have remaining, 15 in the league, 3 in the Champions League, at least 1 in the League Cup, at least 1 in the FA Cup. There you go. That's taking you to 60 games, isn't it? Near enough. Disconcerting when you're typing on a calculator because I wonder.
What is
you know,
the
every-
secret to yours and Zanzi's streaming endurance? That's a great question.
What's that?
Someone in the chat's asking.
Yeah. Where?
Dan,
So,
what
where-
is the secret to yours and Zanzi's streaming endurance?
Bladder control.
How do you guys survive late night at the end?
No, the nights are fine. I'm doing this booze free tonight. I was gonna throw in some Benedictine.
fear.
Oh yeah.
I didn't
No
get round to.
pines.
Yeah, I don't even take comfort breaks. Look at me.
I
Don't
certainly
ask
should have
Zanzi about
necked it.
comfort breaks. Don't please. He's sitting in a puddle.
Yeah.
Not in the cellar, Zanzi. Leave those Tottenham fans alone, Zanzi.
I just wee on them. That's all I do.
Look at this. I love this from Social Join. Someone came in and said, obviously, their opinion was Odegaard's a failed wonder kid. And you think, not really a failed wonder kid. He's a millionaire and done more well in his career. Come on now. It's fair, isn't it? Like, it's easy to criticise. Any of you watch Lee Gunner? I don't recognise the name. Is he
Heard
popular?
of.
You know, it's,
Never heard
what
of.
about Arteta to do something for a long time? You have to be a little mad, a little obsessive, and just flipping brave enough to keep going. Do you know what? And like, whether you hate him or love him, you can't think he doesn't care. You know he cares.
Isn't that Lee Gunner bloke the bloke who's scared of moths?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on. Yeah, no, I don't.
that.
Do I have that? I played that the other day. Do you remember?
Yeah.
That was
Some- I
better
have to-
than the Luca clip. The
Oh,
baby
mate.
Luca.
Luca-
clip.
The Luca clip wins for me. I like this one as well. Hang on. It's pronounced Odegaard.
That's Sam Greenwood. It's pronounced Odegaard.
Where is he? Never comes on anymore. Oh, this is. Oh, I've just. Yeah, Lee Gunner. Apparently, they found his remains.
He's got greater density in his right forearm than his left. So that suggests there might have been some kind of specialist activity that he was constantly doing.
I find these clips and I just can't resist. So Rosie's put everybody's channel. The secret to the streaming, do you know, is just that I have a very forgiving boss and colleagues, and they're kind of getting used to it. Like, do you know what? It's Wednesday. We don't put any meetings in for Dan on a Wednesday morning. Just a couple of coffees in, and then I'm like, oh, hi, everyone. But I'm going to be tired tomorrow. But I'm buzzing. There's so many good things going on, right? Do you know what? The disgust I had for myself on Sunday.
Yeah.
Because my beautiful nephew was born. My sister carried a baby to full term and gave birth to it, and all that she went through, and this beautiful moment in our lives, all of us. My mum becomes a grandmother for, like just all of this stuff that is amazing. And then Arsenal lose to Man United, and I'm just fed up all evening. And you just think, I know I'm an arsehole because, like, the universe has blessed me. I'm blessed. I have a wonderful family. I have a roof over my head, food in the fridge, people I care about everywhere.
Newborn too.
And I'm going to spoil this little bubba like you would not believe, right? And I can't wait to get started on that. And then just because of a stupid last gasp goal by Cunha, my whole day's ruined. And I know that's wrong. And I know it's pathetic, but I also have to accept it's true. And then people tell me I don't care enough about Arsenal because I didn't come on shouting. Social Join, shout out to the people that watch Lee Gunner. I'm Arteta out, but I ain't watching that shit. I can't do it. It's not even football anymore. Like, I will watch it. He did a 9-hour stream. He did a 9-hour stream, and it was Some of it, he says at the beginning, he goes, "This is a football opinions only, no personal insults." And then he started saying, "How is it Gal even a father? He's retarded."
Oh
They
my
use words that I
Jesus.
find really disgusting. But well said, Social. Rosie's with us. But I'm gonna wrap it up gently, starting with you, Melina, my absolute hero today. Thank you.
Oh, no
Thoughts?
problem. It's great to be on the panel. Thank you, Zanzi, for keeping the cellar full. Please let Thomas Frank out for the game tomorrow.
Choo-choo.
Thanks
a
everyone for
statue.
tuning in the chat, all the moderators, and it's a lot of new people here, so make sure you click that subscribe button on the Gooner channel.
We've had a good night for it. I will say that. We've had
Good night. And thanks for having me on, Dan. Also, it's great to be on a show again with Gary.
Yes. You're welcome anytime and every time. And I'm just
Thank
thrilled
you,
that
Dan.
you were on. Thanks, Melina. Zanzi, has it been emotional?
Well, it's been really well. It's been more than emotional with Melina.
It is brilliant, isn't it?
Being here. The chat has been mostly monumental as well.
We are blessed.
With a couple of them being more mental than Monu.
That might be a t-shirt. I might need to put that on a t-shirt. Monumental. Mostly mental.
Yeah, it's been a long one, said the actress to the bishop.
I know, but what can we do? Like, you know what? I never want to stop when and especially when you got Gary and Melina jumping on. We had Benny and Bobby on earlier. We've had so many good comments in the chat. I haven't been able to keep up with them. I have to figure this out, I'm going to have to figure out a way to read out all the comments. But, we've had a little bit of everything, and absolutely thrilled to be here with you.
That's good. We've had the new people as well, like JB Smithington.
I was just going to mention him, actually. I was going to mention him. There's a few. Because it's 20-3. Please don't be upset if we don't. What I'll do is I'll watch this show at some point and I'll pick out and we'll do a little short. And I want to do a shout. I want to do a shout out to all the people who've made this show possible over the years. Some dip in and out. We know Bossman wasn't in tonight. That's a shame. Red Eye Gooner doesn't come on the shows as much anymore. Chalkers, if you're out there, love you, man. It was guys like that gave me the confidence to keep making videos. Nurse, he's escaped again. Lee Gunner. They know exactly where to find him. He's in his dressing gown in the basement. Like, come on, these hawkers. There's never a manhunt for Lee Gunner, is there? The point is no one's trying to find him. Dan Zanzi, I'd like to know how much you guys have followed the club much, much more. Has AFC media back then, were we in the papers all the time back then? No, not really. Newspaper, back pages, but not really. Nothing like this. This is whole new levels of ranty, shouty nonsense. Ooh, Slicex. There you are. Been listening in the background, guys. Great stream. Thank you. Hopefully get you on a panel soon. Great panel, great chat. Rosie, you're amazing. Thank you. Huge round of applause to everyone. Who was it who said... What was the quote from last week where it goes... Was it you? Malt Licky text. Was it you who said, "I'd rather shit in my hand and clap"? That was just such a graphic image that stayed with. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
That's a no, isn't it?
No, I do. I thought it was something that...
I think it's Malt Licky Texas, wasn't
it? Is either that or it was Big Arms.
Oh, Anthony. No, I don't think it was Anthony. Right, so JB Smithington, South London's finest. Bloody good to have you on. You've been absolutely brilliant. Hope you subscribed. Hope we see you often.
I liked it because I commented on the fact that JB Smithington was there, and then a minute later he said, "I'm still there."
Yeah, no. Having a newborn is the one job you're least prepared for. I think she's going to be a great mum, my sister. I think she's going to be an absolute great mum. But yeah, just love him to pieces. I haven't even met him yet, and I'm already besotted. Such a cutie. Huge round of applause to everyone in the Gooner channel. Thank you, Charles. Thank you for being here. When you're next, so we do Tuesdays, we do Sundays, and there is going to be a show in between. When are you next free, Zanzi?
I'm
Should we do a
hungry.
Thursday? Should we throw a Thursday in?
Spice it up.
Why not? Come on, let's do it. Yeah. Thursday night, 10:30. We're going to do Hear Me Out. Please bring your wackiest ideas. And everyone in the chat, take care. Well said, Rosie. Do you tune in to AFTV much? Bostack? No, not really.
Come Thursday, the oubliette will be dug out and ready to use.
Oubliette. I love how I love you use that word. But we'll have to translate that for all the people we put in it, probably.
Have you ever seen one?
Yeah. I mean,
in real life. I mean,
yes. I know. I thought you meant that. No, I don't think I've seen one in real life. Not sure I would have. I would have probably been around. Isn't there one at Tower? There must be one at Tower Bridge.
I honestly don't know. Honestly, just chuck them into the river. But I know White Castles that they've got their dungeon there, and then there's this little small hole
in the ground,
which is probably no bigger than your screen.
Oh, it's horrible. No, I mean it is the worst.
Yeah.
Oh God. I mean, can I imagine anything more horrifying than being left to die in a hole in the ground?
Yeah.
And on that,
but it's not just that. It's just that everything
pisses on you.
All the ones and twos will be flowing in there as well.
Plus, and of course, listen, it's the worst way to die, and I include a season ticket at Tottenham in that statement. It's close, but I like that Ina's gone and probably had some dinner and enjoyed some family time and come back and go, my God, they're still going. This stream never ends. Never ending stream. I'll tell you what, on Thursday, let's do it. Let's have a little bit of a silly one and do a little bit of everything, not just football for Rosie. I'm dedicating Thursday's stream to Rosie because I'm not going to do a rom-com quiz or something, but we will talk a bit of films and a bit of silliness, and hopefully we can get Tom on and maybe do an earlier one. What do you reckon?
Yeah, give Rosie's fingers a bit of a rest from.
Hopefully people won't go really angry about our film choices or our favourite cereal. Or I am also. Can you on the comments? If you're watching this from repeat or if you're here now still, can you put what sandwich or what food would you have? Oops, shit. Sorry, guys. What sandwich or food would you have? Because I'm thinking of lots of different things to have Heinz pickled Monster Munch mayonnaise on. Because this is the shit. This is the stuff.
You already said roast beef, didn't you?
Roast beef I've tried. Roast beef, but I didn't eat anything yesterday. And today we had a takeaway, so I didn't get a chance to try it. But I want your opinion. What would you have it on? Cheese sandwich, pickled? I don't know what it is, but it's delicious. The first time you try it, it's mind-blowingly just exactly like pickled onion Monster Munch. It's not just that it's... Because I was expecting it to taste a bit like pickle. I thought they just make mayonnaise taste like pickle, but it tastes like pickled onion Monster Munch. Not just pickled onion, but pickled... It's a really delicious... I love flavour concepts like that. I might have it on a satsuma. I might have it... I was thinking it might not go with egg. But let me know what sandwich... Let's have a foodie, cinema-y, silly, post-football-y... evening dedicated to Rosie.
I talked to you about that sandwich that I invented with the mayonnaise, the cheese, the gherkin, and the sweet chili sauce. I was just thinking that'll probably go down well with it as well.
I don't know. I think you got too many flavour combinations for that.
But there again, I'll probably miss out on the sweet chili though.
Yeah, I'd leave the sweet chili out and give that a try. I want something. I want to hear. Get involved. Let me know what you would put pickled onion flavoured Monster Munch mayonnaise on. Don't know why I've gone northern, but I have.
Just cheese sandwich would really work well, though, wouldn't it?
I'm sure it would be nice on a cheese sandwich, and I'm definitely going to try that. But we're going to be. Let me know in the comments. Ina, good night, buddy. Putting in work. Absolutely, it's not work. If it was work, I'd have skived off by now. Me and you might have a problem, mate. You don't want to see my dark side. I'm not sure I want to see your light side yet, really. Same to you. Let's get back to winning ways. Exactly. Ooh, slice X. Bye, guys. Remember, let the toddlers throw their tantrums. That's all they know. Thank you, and well said. JB Smithington says, all right, see you guys then. Oh, we will. People just nervous. Exactly. Well said, Lone Star. Rosie is the real MVP of this channel. I could not agree more wholeheartedly. It is an act of pure kindness. Bear in mind, she likes this channel, but it's a bit Arsenal-y.
Yeah.
So to have the very best moderator in the business, without question, without fail. Cheese sandwiches are utterly disgusting. Rosie, come on. Come on. It's just like I give her MVP and then she says something mental like that. Monumental. I'm one of those workout healthy eaters. I'm sorry, I can't help. You can what the fuck? This is health food. Ina, come on, you can have this on. This is health. It's mayonnaise. It's full of egg protein. Sorry, health food. That is health food. That's in Scotland. You get that in the salad section. That is salad. I love it. And eating healthy is important, but you're allowed days off, aren't you? So I'm with you, Ina. Good on you. Ha ha ha. That's, I think, all from me. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you most especially, Zanzi. You are an ever-present, and I'm so thrilled whenever you're here with me. Thank you for being here. Lost you for a bit there, and then we brought you back. It's all worth it in the end.
I know. It's because I'm an old twat, and I thought, I'll just close this one page down. Everyone going, oh, God. That was it.
I've got to say, yeah, that was funny because I've never seen you do that before. Then you came back and was like, I was just trying to look at the close-up of the picture. Okay.
Yeah. But now we know who it is.
Lone Star Londoner, that is so weird because I had it on roast beef, but I also, on Sunday, we bought sliced roast beef and pastrami, and I have always got sauerkraut in the house. So I've still got pastrami and sauerkraut. I have been expecting that I will try it on pastrami and sauerkraut. So maybe that's what I'll do on Thursday. I'm going to make a pastrami sauerkraut and pickled onion Monster Munch sandwich, and I bet it tastes the absolute dogs. Old School Fish and Chips is another good shout, actually. Bosh! Big up the great panel. Thank you, man.
Oh, I tell you what, they'd be good with chips as well, wouldn't they?
No, they are. No, they are good with chips. And I had them with burger and chips. All great. Which is what Rosie recommended. She said that's the best thing. She's not wrong. But I'm looking... I preferred it on a beef sandwich, and I have to try it. I am going to try it on pastrami and sauerkraut. Just a bit worried about the sourness of the kraut and that. But yeah, come on, man. Let's go, Kairat. All right. On that bombshell, thanks, everyone. Till I see you again. Be lucky. Lots of love.
Bye.
Raga Jungle Benson. The Guna sound system. We come to mash up the dance tonight. Arsenal style, red and white. Get behind the red army. Moving like Ferraris. With the handbrake off. Take it off. With the handbrake off. No stop, no stop. Back to the cage. The lions are awake. From Highbury's goes to the Emirates gates. Drums like thunder, hearts vibrate. When the cannon boom, it's too late.